Alright, you and I are about to meet a massive aura farmer who left the special forces to find his missing brother inside a deadly tower. Seriously, this guy dominates everything like an absolute boss. He effortlessly humiliates his enemies, showing zero mercy to anyone foolish enough to stand in his path. This savage keeps taking rank 1 in every single test the tower's administrators throw at him. To show you how much of a Sigma Chad he is, the rank 2 beauty, Adora, desperately wants to marry him. There is just one tiny problem: her terrifying demon father is not having it. This future father-in-law can vaporize an entire guild with one strike. Will our boy have to beat up his literal demon father-in-law just to marry his gorgeous demon waifu? Honestly, he does not care. He is not intimidated at all. He will raid the vaults of the gods and steal the absolute strongest powers in history. And that is barely even a fraction of what is coming up. So, let's head back to the very beginning to see how he gained this power, trolled the system, and stole that demon girl's heart. Right now, he is only focused on one thing: pure revenge. This is the story of Cha Yeon-woo, a man who became a demon for vengeance. It starts with our protagonist staring at a photo of his identical twin, realizing his brother has passed away. The first update he gets in 5 years is a death notice. This takes us back 3 years to their mother's funeral, where he explains his twin had vanished, leaving their mother searching until her death. After giving up the search, our main character was deployed to Africa. With his family gone, he saw absolutely no reason to ever return to Korea. But everything changed when a package arrived. Inside the box are a photo and an old pocket watch. He looks at the watch, remembering it was a graduation gift he bought his brother. It was supposed to bring him good luck. We see a flashback of the twins sharing a warm, quiet moment on the couch. This is where we learn our protagonist's full name is officially Cha Yeon-woo. Suddenly, the broken watch begins ticking. Yeon-woo is stunned as the gears spin. Then, out of nowhere, a familiar voice starts speaking to him. This is not a hallucination or some pre-recorded message. Watch closely here, because things are about to get real weird, real fast. His brother's voice explains he was searching for a magical elixir to cure their mother, but he got trapped. Flashbacks reveal his brother received a bizarre text message asking if he wanted to join a game. He replied yes, and immediately began having vivid, terrifying dreams about another world. He saw a fantasy realm crawling with spirits, trolls, and dragons. At the center of this world was the Tower of the Sun God. Legend said whoever cleared it would become an actual god. But his brother only cared about one thing: the mythical elixir that could cure any illness. Hoping to save their mother, he teamed up with some allies and entered the tower. They started climbing, but their progress ground to a painful halt the higher they went. Eventually, they clashed with a powerful, high-ranking clan, trying to negotiate a peaceful deal. The negotiations failed, triggering an all-out war. Amidst the chaos, an allied clan was completely annihilated. Yet, during this dark time, his brother actually found love in that strange world. But the peace did not last. The war dragged on for months, draining everyone. Trust completely dissolved when a traitor was discovered within their own ranks, leaving them paranoid. The diary reveals his body slowly deteriorated. Even worse, the woman he loved stabbed him straight through the heart and abandoned him to rot, leaving him surrounded by bloodthirsty enemies. Though he finally obtained the legendary elixir, he was too weak to deliver it. He left this recorded message for Yeon-woo, hoping his brother would recover the medicine and save their mother. Suddenly, the recording cuts out, and a system interface pops up. A strange energy starts flowing through Yeon-woo's veins. It is mana, the supernatural power of the tower. As his brother's final memories fade, a notification confirms his awakening is complete. His physical stats receive a massive boost, and the system prepares to grant him custom skills based on his personality. I know what you're thinking: now's the perfect time for a savage training montage, right? Absolutely. Because after learning what happened to his brother, his mind is set on total revenge. Yeon-woo reviews his newly unlocked traits. His nature is classified as cold-blooded, giving him absolute hyperlogical calm under pressure, and making him completely immune to any mental brainwashing. He also gains dragon eyes, allowing him to perceive hidden truths and analyze his surroundings. Finally, his clairvoyance skill lets him access all the recorded memories stored inside the watch. Yeon-woo cuts all ties. He sells his house, burns his old military gear, and purchases critical survival equipment. Armed with tactical knives, rations, and medical kits, he prepares to depart. Arriving at the coordinates, he presses the pocket watch, summoning a massive portal. Stepping through, he dons a menacing mask. From this moment on, he is known as the Demon Mask. Entering Floor 0, he begins the tutorial. This brutal gauntlet is designed to filter out players before they can climb the tower and claim godhood. Only the strongest survive. The enemies who murdered his brother are waiting at the top with godlike ranks. To stand a chance, Yeon-woo must grind his stats and evolve his fragile body into a weapon. A guide named Evil Key welcomes him, explaining that the tutorial consists of 7 zones from A to G. The higher his score, the more legendary the rewards he will receive at the end. With a 30-day limit, the guide suggests teaming up with other players. While going solo offers massively boosted rewards, it is practically a suicide mission for most ordinary players. Yeon-woo is not ordinary. The first trial begins, requiring him to disable or destroy deadly hidden traps. Before he can even take a step, the trap triggers. Relying on his brother's diary, he barely evades the opening volley. While some arrows miss, others graze him. He presses against the stone wall, using his tactical pack for makeshift cover. Despite taking damage, his cold-blooded trait instantly kicks in, keeping him laser-focused. He realizes panicking will get him killed, so he takes a deep breath and stabilizes his mind. He applies field dressings to his wounds, triggering a boost to his pain resistance. He notices the traps fire on a precise loop, with a distinct mechanical signal right before launching. Since it is pitch black, he relies entirely on sound. As his sensory stats rise, he hears the grinding gears, hurls a knife, and successfully jams the mechanism, disabling his first trap. He continues dodging, discovering a brilliant exploit. Dodging blue arrows increases agility, blocking red ones builds his strength, and taking direct hits from yellow arrows drastically levels up his endurance. He realizes this area is a massive training ground. He can farm every attribute here except for mana. High above, the tower's administrator is thoroughly entertained by his unorthodox tactics. After 34 hours of constant grinding, Yeon-woo reaches the designated safe zone. His stats are heavily boosted, and the system automatically heals his broken bones and wounds. Completely drained, he instantly collapses onto the floor. When he finally opens his eyes, a mysterious figure is looming over him. Shockingly, his enhanced senses did not detect this person at all. The stranger introduces himself as a mysterious merchant named A, offering a massive catalog of legendary gear, skill books, potions, and incredibly rare artifacts to help him survive. One specific item catches Yeon-woo's eye, a reset ticket. It allows a player to restart from the beginning, but it requires them to sacrifice all of their accumulated stats. Seeing basic water cost 2 strength points, he realizes the merchant is an absolute scammer. When Yeon-woo asks for the ticket, the merchant is baffled, since nobody ever buys them. He buys 10 tickets, completely draining his stats back to 0. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this crazy gamble plays out in the next zone. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character grind like an absolute maniac with 0 agility. His skill points start rising again, unlocking a cool, color-free visual projection skill. His dead brother's diary told him to use this cheat code. He speeds through the maze like a speedrunner. The first run took 34 hours, but now? Only 4. Look at those levels fly. Sure, the tryhards are already in Block A, but our boy is just getting started. He marches straight into the boss room. Immediately, a trap triggers and fire arrows rain down. Traps explode everywhere. But with his insane reflexes, Yeon-woo survives. A giant wall of fire blocks him, but he slices right through it, charging ahead until a massive blow knocks him back. His opponents? Creepy copper scarecrows that copy your exact skills. His brother's diary warned him about these mimic monsters. Beat them, and he gets to the real boss. No pressure, right? He has to smash them head-on or stab them. Activating his dragon eyes, he spots their hidden weak points. He remembers his brother's tip weight for their mana sensors to light up. He hears the hum, dodges, and drives his blade home. The mysterious girl watching is totally flabbergasted. How did he know about the sensors? He interrogates her, but she plays dumb. She finally confesses that she can actually see the magic in the air. That is an ultra-rare cheat skill. He wants her to teach him, but she is not having it. To her, fighting those copycat scarecrows without magic is suicidal. But after realizing he is a beast, she offers a deal: teach him magic if he carries her through the stage. He agrees, but keeps his guard up because her disguise hides her true face. Just like that, they team up. As he destroys monsters, she explains the basics of magic. Through her lessons, he starts to realize why his brother was such an absolute monster. When they finally reach the end door, he racks up a massive pile of karma points. That is the sweet currency for buying overpowered gear. Now pay attention here, because he decides to hide his score. If anyone saw his insane karma, they would lose their minds. Keeping a low profile, he steps into Block A. It is a massive coliseum filled with battered, bleeding players. They start muttering, wondering who this quiet, mysterious guy is. Meanwhile, she is practically crying happy tears because she actually survived. But her joy turns to pure rage when she spots a specific group of guys. They act innocent, but she ignores them. She sticks close to Yeon-woo, dumping more magic lore on him before they finally split up to walk their own paths. By the way, everyone calls her Ule. Turns out, those trash guys were recruited by Arandon, the big shot guild leader dominating this tutorial. He promised to let them join his group once they cleared this stage, but there was a catch. The monsters here were too strong, and their survival rate was basically 0. Since Ule only had passive magic analysis, they viewed her as dead weight. So what did these cowards do? They threw her to the monsters as bait so they could escape. She had to watch them run while she was left to die. Seeing their ugly faces now, she wants absolutely nothing to do with them. They try to apologize, but she treats them like the garbage they are and walks away. But their sudden apology is a total scam. They already told their leader that she died sacrificing herself. If Arandon finds out the truth, they get kicked out immediately. Luckily for them, they are in a quiet corner with absolutely no witnesses. Since they already got rid of her once, they figure they can easily do it again. One guy draws his sword, but Yeon-woo calls them pathetic and chops the guy's hand off. Let's pause for a second. He didn't just save her to be a hero. Her betrayal reminded him of his brother. The guy screams, furious about his missing hand. Our main character coldly tells him to try again, then grabs their leader, warning the others to drop their weapons or he snaps his arm. The leader's painful scream makes them back off, but Yeon-woo breaks the arm anyway because he does not care. As the boss collapses, the other two idiots charge in for revenge. He drops them like bad habits. He tells Ule to pick better friends next time and turns to leave. As she thanks him, he tells her to check out a special flower garden. It will boost her stats. With that, they split up. But his little stunt caught the eyes of two mysterious observers. Picking a fight with Arandon's squad was bold, to say the least. They decide to keep a close eye on him. Next up is Block B, featuring 4 massive doors. The rule is simple: the further right you go, the harder the challenge. He picks the scary black door because he knows Bathory's vampiric dagger is hidden inside. Entering the massive chamber, his goal is to somehow cross a huge lake of toxic water. He tosses a rock in, and it melts instantly. Yikes. Using his dragon eyes, he spots a glowing mana tile on the wall. He presses it, and boom, a hidden dungeon entrance opens. Inside, he finds a strange white moss that is toxic to humans, but the local monsters eat it up because moonlight charges it with heat energy, boosting their stats. It gives them fire attributes. Luckily, Yeon-woo knows a secret recipe to refine it into a bone-strengthening tonic. Human bodies are weak, so a sturdier skeleton is a must for survival. But to brew this stuff, he needs the heart of a giant centipede. He chucks his dagger at a massive bug, but the moment it gets hit, it gets mad and charges him. The dagger bounced right off. Its armor is too thick. Activating his dragon eyes, he spots a tiny weak point. He just needs to time his strike perfectly as it attacks. He dodges the charge, jams his blade with both hands into the shell, but it fails. The centipede slams him hard, sending him crashing into the stone wall, dazed and bleeding. To make things worse, the bug's poison is seeping into him. He's got 4 broken ribs and 2 fractured vertebrae, but his cold composure keeps him focused. He even starts resisting the venom. Cornered, he unlocks new survival skills. Using pure grit, he pries the centipede's head back, exposing the soft flesh underneath. And just like that, the giant bug is dead. Catching his breath, he downs the raw moss and eats the gross centipede heart. Meanwhile, back in room B, Arandon is absolutely livid that some random newbie trashed his men. He vows to hunt this guy down. Back in the cave, the nasty bug heart and moss start doing their magic inside Yeon-woo. His shattered bones and muscles begin to heal and harden. Talk about a glow-up. His stats shoot up to 60 strength, 65 dexterity, 62 endurance, and 21 mana points. Not a bad haul for almost dying, but he still needs to get stronger. Clearing out some giant bats, he mixes their guano with the moss to create crude dynamite. Because deeper in the cave, a massive army of blue ants is waiting for him. These blue beasts range up to a meter long, and they are fiercely guarding their queen's nest. Aggro just one of them, and the entire swarm will flood the tunnel to eat you alive. But past this buggy nightmare lies the vault holding Bathory's vampiric dagger. It is a legendary weapon, ranked 352 in the entire tower. He cannot pass this up. He tosses his bag of explosive powder right into the nest, flicking in a lighter from his bag to set off a massive blast. The entire tunnel instantly erupts into a fiery barbecue. The blast incinerates over 217 blue ants instantly. He cleans up the remaining survivors one by one, but realizes this was just the easy part. The real danger is waking up. Out comes the massive ant queen. Fighting her now is suicide, so he spots an escape tunnel. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he survives this. Alright, let's dive into this wild ride where our main character speedruns cutting off giant spider legs just to break into a vampire sanctuary and steal a rank 352 weapon. The moment he grabs it, pure dark magic floods his entire body, straight up his arm. He remembers this dagger is picky. If it rejects you, say goodbye to your brain because it eats your mind. Totally devoured. But this absolute madman stabs his other hand with it, forcing the blade to consume its own dark power. That shatters the seal, revealing its actual rank, number 66. Talk about hardcore. In its true form, this spooky dagger drains the enemy's life force and eats their soul, giving it all to him. Yeon-woo wants to test his new toy. The moment he steps outside, he goes hunting. He targets the giant queen ant, climbs up high, and activates the blade. Instantly, her strength and life get sucked away. The dagger levels up, and he pockets 300 sweet karma points. For killing her, obviously. Meanwhile, his stalkers, who followed him all this way, are completely flabbergasted. They never expected this hidden zone, and the mountain of monster corpses is giving them nightmares. That energy drain is just ridiculous. He cleared the entire area by himself and snatched a legendary artifact they've never even seen. If he keeps going, every top guild will be begging to recruit him. They want to slide into his DMs first. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Yeon-woo has slain 1,000 monsters, completing the hidden quest. His body begins to warp as he gets a major physical upgrade. He gets a reinforced physique. His strength shoots to 81, agility to 83, endurance to 89, while mana stays at 21. Plus, he gets a passive skill to become a vessel for ascension. It is 21% complete, giving him an immature dragon body. Being a low-key king, he hides his name on the rankings to avoid attention. But look at the top three. Adora is first, Fonte is second, and Khan is third. Yeon-woo climbed to rank 281, but he still feels like a noob. How are these people leveling so fast? Suddenly, his spider sense tingles. Danger is coming. Someone is trying to ambush him. Now, watch closely here. He throws his dagger instantly, but a redhead barely blocks it. Yeon-woo demands to know if they are with those random thugs. After some awkward yelling, they apologize and confess they want him as an ally. Doyle looks away, blushing like an anime schoolgirl. But despite their desperate pleading, Yeon-woo gives them a big, fat no. He sees absolutely zero benefits in babysitting them. They are totally shocked. Like, does he not know Khan? He is literally the biggest celebrity in this tutorial. Doyle tells him to ignore Khan's huge, arrogant ego. Let's restart. Meet Khan and Doyle. Yeon-woo finally connects the dots. These two are rank 3 and 2 on the leaderboard. He trusts them because his eyes glow whenever someone tells the absolute truth. A literal human lie detector. Still, he does not get why they want him so badly. Then he remembers his epic show in the Colosseum and realizes they probably fell in love with his skills there. They explain they are chasing a legendary artifact they cannot get alone. It is Aragon's crown, heavily guarded by the Lizard King, a massive, terrifying boss that is basically a walking nightmare to fight. The crown boosts the wearer's presence, making them look super cool. Our main character does not care about fashion, but a dungeon means massive experience points. So, he says yes to the playdate, but only on one condition. He gets every single piece of loot except the crown. After a brief panic, they agree. He introduces himself as Kane to keep his real identity completely hidden. A goblin scout tries to run and report, but gets sliced instantly. The redhead is so confused. Was this guy not just a weakling in Block B? How did he level up so fast? And he already cleared Block D? His stats are fully recovered too. Plus, he finally sees actual sunlight for once. They explain the tower has an inner zone and an outer zone. The inner side covers blocks A to D, while the outer side is blocks E to G. Now, Block E begins. He gets a token, and needs to hunt down 99 more to pass. Basically, players can just kill each other and steal tokens. Finding 99 on your own is a massive drag, so robbery is way faster. Our main character does not seem very interested though. He still keeps an eye on the competition. Apparently, this map is gigantic. We got mountains to the east, a massive river in the west, and even more mountains blocking the south. To the north, there is a spooky, dense forest that leads straight into a nasty swamp. The weird thing about this test is that the monsters adapt perfectly to whatever environment they live in. Okay, I know what you are thinking. What about the villains? Well, Orangan is furious because his useless spies still have zero info on our masked hero, besides him being seen with two others in Block B, who happen to be Doyle and Khan. They wanted to kidnap them, but those two are way too high on the leaderboard. So, he screams to mobilize his strongest soldiers. They are going all out to crush our masked main character. Meanwhile, he is making great progress on the road, though he still does not understand the wholesome bromance between Khan and Doyle. In battle, their teamwork is flawless. You cannot get that level of sync from just practice. Plus, they are always laughing, which painfully reminds him of the close bond he had with his brother. Looking at the moon, he realizes he is getting soft. The next morning, He thinks it is too early to move, but they say the nearby noise kept them awake. Time for some warm-ups. Time to stretch their muscles on some victims. As he draws his blade, he casually tells the hiding ambushers they are already dead. Stunned that he spotted them, they panic and try to scatter, but Khan blocks their escape. Then, Doyle unleashes his creepy insect swarm, making the thieves scream as their skin gets chewed off. Two survivors desperately charge at our main character, and he just chuckles. Talk about picking the absolute worst target. These thieves just wanted easy tokens, so they tried to backstab him. But before they can even blink, their boss is sliced in half. They quickly realize they are fighting a literal monster. Everyone runs for their lives, but nobody escapes his blade. After 21 clean kills, Cha Yeon-woo easily pocketed 81 tokens. The next day, they easily slap some lizard monsters. He harvests their eyes because they can be traded for a rare item. But then, they spot some very worrying tracks on the ground. The blood is fresh, maybe 5 or 6 hours old, leading deeper into the swamp. It looks like the lizard monsters dragged off some poor players. They explain their plan to steal the crown. Killing the Lizard King is practically impossible, so a stealthy heist is their only choice. Fighting him head-on with 3 people is suicide. Plus, there are actually 2 bosses here, not 1. The husband guards the outside while the wife chills inside. Khan will draw the husband's aggro, Cha Yeon-woo will distract the angry wife, and Doyle will steal the crown. Simple, right? They warn our main character not to kill the queen, just keep her busy. He chuckles, remembering how he used to pull off similar tactical Black Ops missions in the army. Soon, they arrive. Welcome to the hidden lair of Aragon. The lizard guards immediately hiss at the human scent, and their giant king emerges with a deafening roar. He screams that humans entering his swamp must die. The sheer pressure from his voice is insane. When the king locks eyes with Cha Yeon-woo and charges, Khan suddenly leaps in to block the blow, telling him to leave this beast to the professionals. Khan dodges every single heavy swing like a boss, causing the king to accidentally smash his own minions. Meanwhile, Doyle and our masked main character slip past and enter the dark cavern. After slicing 2 guards, they find captured players locked in cages, begging for mercy. Our main character immediately realizes these poor souls are just lizard food, meant to feed the hungry hatchlings. He coldly tells Doyle to keep moving because they cannot waste a single second. She snaps, asking how he can be so heartless. He calmly reminds her that Khan is fighting alone outside. The longer they delay, the worse it gets for Khan. He threatens to leave if she gets emotional, prompting her to slap herself and apologize. Trust me, you and I are about to see this heist go wild. Let's dive into an absolute genius move. Xiaolong-Wu realizes the monsters kept the humans alive just to feed their offspring. Instead of running, he cooks up a wild plan to turn that against them. If it succeeds, those prisoners actually survive. But first, they need Doyle's firebugs. Meanwhile, the Monster Queen is furious, punishing her guard for letting humans slip right into her hidden lair. She has to protect her nest. Suddenly, Xiaolong-Wu confronts her, mockingly asking if she likes fireworks. He gives the signal, and Doyle unleashes his swarm of explosive insects. Once the smoke clears, the queen sees Cha Yeon-woo holding her baby with a blade to its throat. She screams in rage at the filthy humans. Cha Yeon-woo coldly reminds her how she treated humans. Since she treated them like livestock, she should have expected the same fate. He warns her to back off, but when she lunges, the pressure triggers the insects, burning her alive. The boss monster is dead. Cha Yeon-woo coldly notes that whether you are human or monster, the rule never changes. It is kill or be killed. But as he grabs the crown, screaming echoes. It is her partner, crying out in raw grief. Vowing revenge, the monster begins eating her corpse to force a horrific mutation. Phase 2 begins. Our protagonist curses under his breath. This is bad. The creature was a weaker boss before, but he had heatwave. Now, that power is so overwhelming that getting close means instant vaporization. He has to move fast or die. Doyle uses an insect to tell him to trust the plan. The Lizard King roars, demanding they stop hiding. The moment our protagonist steps out, the monster charges with insane speed. After clashing, the team readies up. The king screams that his revenge will be merciless, unleashing his heatwave skill. But Cha Yeon-woo steps up to shut the attack down. Khan deflects the counter, while Doyle blasts the beast from behind. After a brutal struggle, the monster slows down. Cha Yeon-woo realizes this is his chance and activates his power. Don't blink, because what happens next is crazy. He steals heatwave, fusing it into flame infusion. The overpowered stats shock him so much he almost faints, but his team catches him. He assures them his regeneration will heal him. They rush to free the captured humans, who weep and thank them. Against all odds, they actually manage to save everyone. The survivors recognize Khan and Doyle as elite rankers, but they redirect the praise, pointing directly to Chin Woo. However, the crowd glares at him with deep resentment. They remember he ordered Doyle to abandon them earlier, calling him a heartless monster. But Khan snaps, telling them to shut up and realize who actually saved their lives. He risked his life and got heavily injured for them. Hearing this, their leader bows in shame, offering Cha Yeon-woo a sincere apology. But our protagonist feels nothing but cold disgust. To him, they are all untrustworthy hypocrites. He once risked everything for people like them, only to be betrayed. Suddenly, one of the chief's disciples steps forward with a plan. The Lizard King stole their gear, and they won't survive a single night empty-handed. He proposes they steal their belongings back and run. Getting caught is a risk they must take. They are dead either way, so they might as well fight for their survival. Fortunately, he has a solid plan because one of his companions has a special trait called Fast Hand. Meanwhile, our protagonist divides the loot. They take the crown, and Cha Yeon-woo is perfectly fine with that. Doyle smiles, happy that Cha Yeon-woo kept his word as promised. He playfully tells Doyle he's asking for a beating. Despite Doyle's quirks, he can't help but like him. Then he claims his share, the boss weapon, a red helmet, and an axe. He also grabs 3 crystals and a dagger. Looking up, he demands the hidden watchers show themselves. They are shocked that he knows the mysterious merchant is there. Let's pause here. This is where he pulls off a masterclass in trading. Cha Yeon-woo sells his blue crystals for 400 tokens, boosting his total to 698. The merchant grumbles that this deal completely cleans him out. But our guy wants one more thing, a mask. The merchant demands 5 strength stats in exchange, but Chang-woo refuses. If he doesn't throw it in, the entire deal is off. Furious, the merchant surrenders it as a gift and stomps away, grumbling. But before leaving, he remarks on Chop-woo's insane confidence. He must have heard about the events on the other side. When our main character denies it, the merchant shrugs it off and departs. Left alone, he pieces together the clues. He concludes that high-grade artifacts are rare due to an ongoing war between clans and high rankers. His allies ask what his next move is, noting his current position. He is only ranked 51, but he still has a powerful trump card. Khan and Doyle beg him to keep traveling together, loving how well they work as a team, but he rejects their offer. He has his own path to walk. Still, he finds them odd. They are sometimes brutal, yet too soft. That kind of naivety only attracts dangerous snakes, and unfortunately, this zone is crawling with them. Accepting his refusal, they prepare to leave. Since the swamp is massive, escaping will take time, especially with deadly monsters roaming around. Many weak players rely on them for protection. When asked, Khan decides they must escort the survivors out. The other players claim they did their best, but one man secretly laughs. To him, they are just pathetic fools. Merely robbing them is not enough. If he can eliminate the 3rd and 11th ranked players, he will climb straight toward the top spot. He knows nothing about the masked man, but a single glance sends shivers down his spine. The guy feels more like a beast than a human. Suddenly, he begs them to help. Claiming his friends are sick and exhausted, he begs for a quick break. Khan thinks about sharing some tokens so they can survive. He assumes their long captivity broke their spirits. He agrees to let them rest, but the man secretly snickers. He just needs to buy time for his allies waiting nearby. They are scavengers, preparing a lethal ambush. Once these fools enter the trap, Khan will die. But John is already behind him, executing the traitor instantly. Chaos erupts. Nobody understands why he just struck down an ally. He realized the hostiles were actually hiding nearby. Activating his sensory skills, he detects every vibration. Watching Khan and Doyle, he quickly pieces together the entire conspiracy. The way the survivors whispered and acted gave them away. By sharpening his focus, he uncovered their dark plot, sensing several hostile presences waiting in the shadows ahead. He knew it was the scavengers. He moved to strike first, but Khan stopped him, asking what he was doing. Jane coldly tells him he has a long way to go. Looking around, Khan finally realizes the truth, but they are already completely surrounded. The scavenger boss demands answers, but they quickly stun her, treating her like mere cattle. To them, everyone here is livestock. Our protagonist realizes they are dealing with the monsters running human farms. They conspire with beasts and fake distress to lure victims in. Once trapped, they rob their tokens and gear, sending the survivors to the slave farms. He suspects the original victims were murdered long ago, replaced by these treacherous actors. The scavengers laugh, celebrating their stolen loot, thinking they won. But as they try to coordinate, one of their scouts goes silent. The leader immediately realizes something is wrong. His brother was silently eliminated in an ambush. He screams for the killer to show themselves, but looking down, he sees his brother bleeding out, begging him to run. But standing behind him was Guan. Khan is horrified that these human farms operated right under his nose. Trust me, You and I are about to see a massive reckoning next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action as our main character appears to desperate screams. The scavengers are wiped out instantly, completely crushed. Yeon-woo notes they thought they saved those people, but the victims were already dead. It is a sight that will scar the survivors for life, with no comfort in sight. Khan asks how Yeon-woo stays so calm after all this, wondering what kind of life he lived. He wonders if everyone from his homeworld is like him. Yeon-woo simply replies that if they were, the world would be absolute chaos. Khan just rubs his head, completely unable to understand his composure. He also realized Yeon-woo never actually suspected them, he simply believed they were good people. Saying nothing more, our hero bids them farewell since it is finally time for them to part ways. Doyle tries to stop him, but Khan holds her back. Yeon-woo knows he cannot stay any longer and waste his only shot. Meanwhile, in Arendon's room, news arrives that Squad 2 has been completely wiped out. He believed Squad 2 would be plenty, but clearly, he was wrong. Now, Squad 1 must prepare. These are elite warriors personally trained by the Blue Sword Guild, and Arendon decides to move out himself. He cannot believe this is happening before gathering all the sacrifices. Still, the leaders of Bloodsword and Foxtail are dangerous. They must be eliminated quickly, especially since a massive war is brewing. With war looming, they need to conserve their strength. Suddenly, a massive crash shakes the entire base. Reports flood, In Blood, Sword and Foxtail have arrived. Arendon smiles, asking why they shouldn't have some fun. Meanwhile, in the Orc Plains, Yeon-woo appears and swiftly slashes a guard's throat. Pressing a dagger to the next one's neck, he demands to know just one thing: has anyone seen a hunter around here? That hunter holds the key to a hidden piece, the Akasa serpent, a beast that only emerges at specific times. Without his guidance, finding it is impossible. Years ago, Yeon-woo's late brother had met this very man. He saved his brother's life and became his very first master, a dark elf named Galliard. But as Yeon-woo goes to knock on his door, a voice suddenly barks out, demanding to know what he is doing. Yeon-woo introduces himself as Cain, claiming a friend sent him to buy the undying mirror. Though the dark elf curses at him, he still lets him inside. We learn this legendary mirror holds an immense amount of spirit energy. This energy is the exact food the Akasa serpent craves. Now, you and I need to watch closely, as Galliard asks if Cain even understands the risks. Once our hero nods, the challenge begins. Only 5 people in history have ever cleared this high-stakes game of hide-and-seek. If Cain can catch him, he will inherit Galliard's signature dark elf technique, the legendary fleeting steps. Confident in his overwhelming speed, Galliard promises to only use his feet before vanishing like the wind. But Yeon-woo immediately activates his dragon eyes, allowing him to clearly track the elf's aura trails through the air. On top of that, fleeting steps has one major flaw: it requires a physical surface to step on. By predicting his path, Yeon-woo easily clears the test. Galliard laughs in pure amazement at being caught so quickly. He hands over the prize, the A-rank Undying Mirror. He warns Yeon-woo never to break it, as leaking its dense mana would trigger a massive disaster. An artifact like this barely belongs in the physical world. If its seal is broken, it will cause a catastrophic explosion. Galliard also hands over the skill book for fleeting steps. Feeling lighter than ever, Yeon-woo knows his preparations are finally complete for the main event. He can finally hunt the Akasa serpent and claim its core. Galliard wishes him luck, casually mentioning that a pair of twins had also passed his test recently. Our hero instantly knows exactly who they are. They are the top 2 players dominating the rankings, but when Galliard hears Yeon-woo plans to lure the serpent with the mirror, he delivers some terrible news. The beast is already dead, slain by those very twins. Yeon-woo is stunned. How did they even uncover the secret of the serpent's location? Inspecting the giant carcass, he notices they only harvested the most valuable parts, leaving the rest to rot. It makes no sense how they brought it down. Even a coordinated raid of veteran players should have failed. This is proof that the monster twins possess a level of strength that is absolutely terrifying. Pulling off his mask, Yeon-woo wonders what his next move should be. He needs first place to fuel his revenge, but with the tutorial ending soon, time is running out. I know what you're thinking: he's done for, right? With only 7 days left and sitting at 40th place, the odds are stacked against him. But then, he notices the serpent's brain is missing. Surrounding the corpse are fresh tracks belonging to orcs. Meanwhile, we cut to Bahin, the 6th-ranked player. He initially ignores his guild leader's call to hunt down Yeon-woo, preferring to focus on leveling up. However, they lure him in by offering all the tokens collected by Arendon's group as a reward. At the same time, Yeon-woo traces the footprints to their final destination, the Akasa serpent's lair. Nothing here makes sense. The area is heavily fortified like a hidden temple, with tribal drums echoing. Inside, an orc shaman rages over the death of his god by the hands of 2 mere humans. but they plan to resurrect the beast using the souls of their fallen warriors. Yeon-woo is stunned to realize the Akasa serpent can be revived. He never imagined he would get another chance to hunt it. A soul-revived beast grows stronger with every sacrifice it devours. Since the mirror alone cannot push the serpent to its absolute peak, Yeon-woo cooks up a plan to feed it a buffet of living sacrifices. Slipping into the Lizardman village, he assassinates their general, leaving an orc corpse behind to frame them for the murder. To ensure maximum chaos, he then unleashes his devastating fire magic. The panicked lizards scream about the fire and the orc invaders. Yeon-woo repeats this sabotage with the goblins and werewolves, successfully instigating a massive, chaotic riot among all the monster tribes. Desperate for revenge against the orcs, the angry mobs march to war. Yeon-woo smiles, knowing things are playing out even better than expected. Soon, the Akasa serpent will grow larger than ever. Meanwhile, up on the cliffs, Arendon's mercenaries argue amongst themselves instead of focusing on their mission. Suddenly, the ground begins to violently tremble under the weight of thousands of stampeding feet. A massive wave of enraged monsters charges straight toward them, screaming in fury. Word of the chaos quickly reaches the orc chief, who curses in disbelief at this sudden, unexpected invasion. The attack hits right in the middle of their sacred resurrection ritual. The orc army desperately tries to hold the line against overwhelming numbers. High above, Yeon-woo watches, knowing the real show has begun. The tribal bosses are clashing, but their duel will only buy him a few precious minutes. Slipping into the cave, he finds that the resurrected Akasa serpent is already devouring everything in sight. Driven by an insatiable hunger, the colossal beast bursts out of its cavern. Yeon-woo smirks. This is absolutely perfect. At this rate, the hungry serpent will head straight toward the active battlefield, but our hero is convinced this cave is hiding something else. A boss monster this powerful shouldn't even exist in the tutorial. There must be a secret here that even his brother missed. If the serpent chose this spot to nest, there has to be a treasure nearby. After a thorough search, he discovers a hidden cavern frozen solid, and right there lies a mythical humanoid root. Make no mistake, this rare plant is incredibly valuable. It is roughly 300 years old, and the serpent has been guarding it all this time. Now, Yeon-woo is going to steal it. The living root tries to squirm away, but Yeon-woo quickly devours it whole. Instantly, his stats explode, with his magic power skyrocketing to brand new heights as the ancient energy floods his system. His body's dragon blood assimilation jumps to 42.9%, granting him a young dragon's physical form. Channeling mana into his feet for ultimate speed, he decides it is finally time to hunt. Out on the blood-soaked battlefield, a terrifying shadow suddenly looms. The combatants watch in sheer horror as the gigantic serpent begins swallowing everything whole while spraying highly toxic acid everywhere. This absolute chaos is better than anything Yeon-woo could have hoped for. With 90% of the monster forces already eaten, the giant snake has grown to nearly double its original size. The two tribal kings are on the verge of death, and trust me, you and I are about to witness an epic grand finale. Channeling his newly awakened power, Yeon-woo leaps straight onto the beast. Alright, you and I are back with the ultimate revenge story. He activates Devour, and his stats skyrocket while scoring 3,000 tokens. Next, he yanks out the massive core, which grew huge after feeding on monsters. He uses Devour on that massive core too, triggering another intense physical evolution. But this time, his body needs to absorb all that raw energy, a grueling process that will take at least 15 hours. When the survivors see Cha Yeon-woo, they freeze in absolute awe. He has the chilling eyes of a true predator. Once they hear the news, they thank him deeply, knowing he was always destined for greatness. He reminds them of an old friend, so they gift him a powerful sword taken from their fallen enemies as a reward. But his master is deeply confused, wondering how he crossed paths with the Arendon group. Their main base was way over in Block F. Yet they traveled all this way just to hunt him down like they absolutely despised him. Yeon-woo is stunned, especially when he recognizes the blue sword crest. Confirming the crest belongs to Arendon makes him realize something dark. Those brutal scavenger groups were not just random thieves. They are active players aligned with the powerful Blue Sword clan, meaning a massive conspiracy is unfolding. If that is true, then their leader is using these scavengers to hide their illegal human farms. Realizing this, Khan and Doyle must have rushed off to confront them. He knows those two are strong, but facing the entire Arangdan syndicate changes everything. Backed by the Blue Sword clan, one of the tower's top 8 guilds, they have endless resources. If those two went in alone, they are in serious danger. He wonders why he even cares about their lives, until his dead brother's final words echo in his mind, reminding him to stay true to himself. He can't let this tragedy completely consume his humanity. Thanking his master, Yeon-woo decides it is time to move. He will save his teammates and uncover the dark secret behind those human farms. If he unearths their true plot, he can destroy them completely. The top 8 clans are the sole reason his brother met a tragic end, especially the Blue Sword clan, since one of their high-ranking members was the brute who drove a sword straight into his chest. Events are escalating much faster than anticipated. With only 4 days left in the tutorial, Yeon-woo is forced to launch his bloody campaign of vengeance early, rewriting his original strategy to fit this tight timeline. His strike will take 3 days, leaving just 1 day to clear the tutorial. Now, pay attention here. This is where we watch him drive them into pure panic, crush their defenses, and leave absolutely nobody alive. Over at the Block F headquarters, reports flood in that the mysterious masked intruder is still nowhere to be found. The frustrated leader calls him a walking curse, having single-handedly slaughtered their elite squads. He wiped out all their rookies, ruining 2 full years of meticulous preparation. They desperately need to rebuild their forces before the upper floors take notice, but only 3 days remain before the tutorial ends. Recovering in such a short window is practically impossible, and severe punishment is guaranteed. Yet, there is still one twisted option left, though they are dangerously low on the necessary human materials for it. Maybe that masked freak could serve as the perfect substitute. When he asks about Khan and Doyle, his lackeys reveal they are scheduled to become sacrifice materials to refine their mysterious stone project. They have been conducting sickening experiments on players to create a forbidden item that should never exist. Trapped in chains, Khan hangs his head in despair, feeling terribly guilty for dragging Doyle into this nightmare. Suddenly, a massive shockwave rocks the entire facility. The leader is stunned, knowing this heavily reinforced fortress was designed to withstand earthquakes. But before he can investigate, alarms warn of a deadly intruder outside. Terrified guards scramble in confusion as Yeon-woo blitzes through their ranks using mana-infused dash skills. With his extrasensory perception warning him of incoming attacks, the death count rapidly ticks up to 118. The fleeing soldiers freeze in terror as the unstoppable predator closes in. But a booming voice orders them to stand fast. Relief washes over their faces as their powerful commander, Bild, finally steps onto the battlefield. Bild sneers, wondering how a mere pest dared to infiltrate his personal stronghold. Facing him, Yeon-woo is hit by a stifling aura that feels hauntingly familiar, even though they have never crossed paths before. Then, a blood-soaked memory flashes. 5 legendary blades pierced his brother's heart. 3 were from the king's, 1 from his lover, and the final fatal blow came from his trusted partner, who watched his back. Pure, murderous rage erupts from Yeon-woo. Let's look at this savage moment. A guard tries to call for backup, but his head instantly explodes. No more talking, no more stalling. It is time to slaughter. Yeon-woo launches a direct assault, warning his target that fleeing is no longer an option. Drawing his dual blades, Bild thinks this intruder is foolishly overconfident, vowing to show him the true gap in their strength. Yeon-woo quickly realizes Bild is far too powerful for a normal tutorial player. He must be connected to the traitor who stabbed his brother, making this syndicate a mere front for a much larger, sinister plot. Bild is utterly baffled by the intruder's overwhelming strength, which defies basic beginner logic. But Yeon-woo sees right through him. Bild was once a formidable ranker, but staying in this safe zone rusted his skills. By rolling with cowardly thugs, he completely lost his edge. Terrified, Bild demands to know his identity, unleashing his magical reserves at absolute maximum capacity in a desperate attempt to blast the masked warrior away. Seeing their master on the brink of death, the remaining guards rush in to shield him, only to be sliced apart. Screaming at them to fight, Bild forcibly activates his mind control magic to override their fear. His brainwashed puppets are forced into a suicide rush while Bild turns tail to escape. He desperately needs to retrieve the completed stone to survive. Standing over the bodies, Yeon-woo knows the syndicate is finished. Only their cornered commander remains. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeons, 2 prisoners bicker about who was the bigger idiot. Khan and Doyle sigh, wishing they had shared the secret piece before everything went south. Yeon-woo suddenly steps in, casually replying that they can still tell him now. Opening their cell, a shocked Doyle asks how he found them, but he just shrugs and says he was taking a walk. Khan admits their last encounter was tense, but expresses his sincere gratitude. When Yeon-woo bluntly asks for the hidden piece's location again, Khan laughs, noting that this guy never misses a chance to strike a deal. Since they are severely injured, they doubt they can escape this fortress alive. But he casually reassures them, explaining that he already slaughtered every single member of the syndicate. They are left speechless by his claim. When they ask if it is true, he nods. But Doyle warns of a sinister presence lurking below. Khan adds that some horrific secret down there is the entire reason this syndicate existed in the first place. Descending into the dark, Yeon-woo discovers their hidden human farm, choked by the horrific stench of death. He knows human souls are prized in forbidden alchemy, But this level of depravity is an unforgivable sin. Build was a disgusting monster who sacrificed countless innocents for raw power. Suddenly, crying spirits of the murdered players manifest around Yeon-woo, begging for salvation. He agrees to help them, but on one crucial condition. Meanwhile, a panicked Build reaches his secret lab, lamenting all the years wasted refining this forbidden stone. While his old peers climbed the tower's ranks, he was left behind, waiting for his master's commands. Now, his only priority is survival. But the stone is still incomplete. Swallowing it now carries extreme risk. He will either explode from the chaotic mana overload or gain godlike power to turn the tables. Gulping it down, he waits, but nothing happens. Suddenly, Yeon-woo's terrifying silhouette looms directly behind him. The young Avenger demands to know why he committed these atrocities and slaughtered so many innocent rookies. Build screams in rage, asking why he is interfering with their sacred business. In response, Yeon-woo slowly removes his mask, asking if his face answers the question. Build shrieks in absolute disbelief at who is standing there. He cannot comprehend how the brother of the deceased ranker is alive. Yeon-woo hoped these bastards might feel a shred of remorse for murdering his twin, but they viewed the betrayal as just another day in the tower. Now beaten bloody and toothless, a pathetic Build begs for a quick death. But Yeon-woo refuses, noting that his victims deserve their turn first. With a simple snap, he unleashes the spirits bound to his black bracelet. Fueled by the dark artifact, these vengeful souls have sworn eternal loyalty in exchange for retribution. Build screams in horror, pleading that he confessed everything, and begs to finally be allowed to die in peace. Yeon-woo walks away without looking back, leaving the lab in ashes. As the villain crumbles, he spots the mysterious stone. Trust me, you and I are about to see this revenge get even bigger. Stick with me here because we are starting with a crazy mystery. Our main character finds a strange stone, and the moment he touches it, it fuses right near his heart. Not even his magic can remove it. It has zero description, no magic, and no rank. But looking closely, he realizes it is just unfinished, not broken. It just needs more steps to complete, so he keeps it just in case. Heading out, he tells the survivors it is finally safe to leave. Grateful, they hand him a gift he cannot refuse: every single item they have collected. Cha Yeon-woo says they do not need to repay him, but they just shake their heads. That is not why. They are actually quitting the tutorial. While trapped in that dark dungeon, they realized they wanted out and decided to finally give up. They cannot handle Block G anyway, where the strongest players would just destroy them. Since they are weak and have no time to recover, they would rather quit now and try again next time. Meanwhile, John pushed himself to the absolute limit to grab first place, the only reward that actually mattered. He had ground so hard every day, but then he learns the tutorial can actually be retried. He is completely stunned. He thought he only had one shot at this. His brother's journal never mentioned you could retry, meaning he had been stressing out over absolutely nothing this entire time. Still, since the tutorial gate rarely pops up in the real world, it was not a waste of time. Plus, he had fun, beat Will, and made some decent allies. Now, Khan tells him that if he accepts their items, he must crush those top-ranking idiots, Fonte and Adora. John recognizes those names. They are always sitting right at the peak of the leaderboard. He asks what they are like, and Khan just calls them total monsters. He tried to beat them countless times but failed. Now, he stands beside John, hyping him up like a true bro since he cannot do it himself. John also needs to check out that secret dungeon spot they mentioned. To unlock it, he has to put on the silly crown, making everyone laugh at how ridiculous he looks. Now, he only has 28 hours left to clear the tutorial. 8 hours later, he locates Conan Doyle's hidden piece deep inside the Thorn Mole's underground nest. After slicing through dozens of monsters, he faces the giant mole boss. It is way tougher than the House Serpent. If he had not unlocked that attack skill from Aragon's crown, he would have lost. Once it falls, he finds Vigrid, Khan and Doyle's ultimate trump card. Now pay attention, because the Overseer is watching this and laughing in disbelief. This kid is insanely talented. He snatched the Serpent Group's loot, and now has Vigrid. For someone who entered the tutorial a whole week late, this is unreal. The Overseer wonders what John will do with his last 12 hours, given his low rank. Finally, John reaches the final area, Block G. No monsters, no leveling up, just pure player versus player action. To climb the leaderboard, you have to challenge others. This is where the absolute best fighters gather, meaning the rankings shift instantly. Suddenly, an intense pressure radiates from up ahead. The crowd whispers in fear, calling them absolute monsters. How are people this strong still in a tutorial? John laughs, finding it hilarious that everyone is struggling just to stand upright. Cha Yeon-woo recognizes them instantly. They are Fonte and Adora of the Horn tribe. He asks why everyone is keeping distance. Since nobody dares to step forward, John moves in himself. Other players try to block him, but freeze up once they sense his insane aura. He tells them to stop acting like fools, then tears through them like lightning. John thinks Fonte is ridiculously powerful. It is obvious how they crushed the serpent. But Adora, sitting at rank 1, must be even crazier. He cannot even gauge her true limits. She feels like a vast ocean calm on the surface, but with unfathomable depths. There is something monstrous hidden deep inside her. The moment she looks over, he realizes he has been spotted. But hey, there is no point in hiding. He decides to introduce himself by grabbing the bag of tokens he received and dumping them right on the ground. Nobody understands. What is he doing? Are there 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 tokens? Suddenly, John activates his combine skill, merging every single token directly into the serpent's heart. Instantly, he steals first place with over 109,000 points. The crowd is stunned. Nobody has ever beaten the legendary siblings. But John is ready for the chaos. I know what you are thinking. Is he going to fight them all? Oh, absolutely. He unsheathes his new, unique blade, Vigrid. The crowd feels its immense power, but since he is completely alone, and a total nobody, they think he is weak. Surely, Fonte and Adora will target him now. No matter how strong he is, he cannot take on the entire block. This is their golden chance. This blade was once wielded by legendary heroes. Even though it is currently sealed and not at full strength, its power is still insane. First, John activates the sword's blessing, which scales up against powerful foes. The stronger his enemies, the deadlier the blade becomes. Next, he unleashes the sword souls to amplify the force, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Survivors sigh in relief that the blow missed them, but John just unlocked a new skill called Blessing Contagion. Now, anyone killed by him turns into a walking plague, slowing down nearby players. Using this lethal advantage, our main character completely decimates the weaker fighters. But now, the real match begins. Just as he prepares to strike again, Fonte charges right into the fray. Fonte is wild with excitement to battle someone this strong. His sister agrees to let him fight, but demands he hand over his tokens first, which instantly shifts the tutorial rankings once more. Those two beast hearts hold over 60,000 tokens. Now, Fonte can finally unleash his true power. Activating his tribe's legendary heirloom skill, Lightning Fist, he admits John is pretty skilled for blocking his opening move, but dares him to survive what is next. Seeing him charge, John counters with a strike of his own. Fonte is shocked. He was born into royalty and boosted his magic with the serpent, yet he is the one being pushed back. But that only hypes him up more. To become king, he must prove his absolute dominance here. He never expected such a worthy rival. As dust covers the battlefield, it looks like John is finished. But remember, his inherited watch has a hidden trick he activated before the clash. It lets him see a few seconds into the future, at the cost of 3/4 of his mana. Still, he knows that gaining even a tiny glimpse ahead can instantly decide a battle. Keep clashing, repeating the same moves, but this time John combines Dragon Eyes and quick steps to slip away. Fonte realizes that simply catching up to him will not guarantee a win. Fonte throws another massive punch, but John dodges effortlessly. Thanks to his future sight, John knows Adora will strike next, so he charges her before she can even initiate her move. In his final second of foresight, he predicted her dodge and his lethal counter, but she cleanly blocks it. He is baffled. His prediction was flawless, so why did the future change? Adora is just that broken. Unveiling eyes similar to her brother's, she reveals her own inherited ability vision. It is a cheat power that lets them dominate the rankings by reading every enemy move. This directly countered his foresight. With his 5 seconds spent, John sheathes his sword, knowing he cannot win a direct clash. Adora smiles, praising his quick decision to stand down. He is the first player to ever push her this far. Honestly, she would gladly hand him first place, but she has her own goals to fulfill. She apologizes, but John just grins. He reveals he has not lost yet, showing off the tokens. She is stunned, having no clue how he did it. John explains her eyes only predict direct attacks, so he targeted the bag instead. With first place secured once more, John triggers quick steps and vanishes. Adora admits defeat, totally charmed by this mysterious guy. Now, with only 4 seconds remaining on the clock, everyone is teleported to the waiting area. And that is where we leave them, guys. As the top-ranking announcement flashes everywhere, John realizes he just put a massive target on his back. You and I are about to see our main character cause absolute chaos just to get Zeus's key. He needs to hit 2 spots in the tower, the Arthea clan house and Olympus's secret treasury, where the ancient gods hoarded their rarest relics. That key is one of 12 items needed to crack the vault, but suddenly, a voice calls out to him. She knows he is the masked rookie who crushed everyone. Thanks. to his tip about the secret garden, she contracted with powerful spirits in Freya's garden. She even scored a legendary master who actually treats her right. Bowing her head in deep respect, she thanks him for saving her life. Her entire glow-up was all because of him, and she promises to find him again someday, before vanishing. Right after, a goofy goblin admin arrives, totally hyped to see such a massive crowd of players. He praises their impressive grind and hopes they keep this same energy going forward. But now, it is time for the moment of truth. The final test scores. The crowd instantly loses their minds. 500,000 karma points? That is insane. Rumor had it that even the absolute best players barely scraped 50,000 to 100,000 points. Fante gives him a friendly nod, while the goblin just cackles. This is literally the highest score in the history of the entire tower. Since he broke the system, his reward has to match. He receives a mysterious reward box. Inside lies an Iblis embryo, a legendary lion beast helmet, and the Zeus key he needed to raid the god's vault. Most players usually throw this key away, thinking it is just useless trash, only to regret it deeply on the higher floors. This key is one of 12. Tracking down the rest will be tough, but our guy is already ahead. With that, the tutorial officially wraps up. The survivors get their invite messages to enter the tower, while the failures are left to struggle in the next round. Our main character gets his system notification, but Fante blocks his path. He demands a manly, one-on-one rematch, but our protagonist casually says he forfeits and walks off. Fante is left hanging mid-sentence, completely offended, and cursing up a storm. Seriously, what is his deal? Just like that, our overpowered masked rookie enters the tower. Instantly, crazy rumors start spreading like wildfire among the higher-ups about the player who dominated the leaderboard with over 500,000 points. He even wrecked the powerful Horn Tribe siblings, earning him the nickname Jupiter. Now, every single top guild is desperately searching for him. Now, pay attention here, because this mysterious rookie is about to ghost everyone. Nobody knows anything about him except for that mask, making his next move a complete mystery since he has not even officially registered. When our hero finally steps inside, it feels like a dream. But the massive tower is intimidating, stretching high into the clouds with an endless peak that pierces the heavens. This is the Tower of the Sun God. The traitors who murdered his brother are hiding somewhere inside. They saw his brother as a threat, but he is going to make them pay. His revenge starts right now. Checking his late brother's old pocket watch and map, he searches for a specific location. Based on the old photos, this is the place. He steps inside and finds a shabby workshop that looks ready to collapse, yet the weapons are perfectly polished. Everything here is high tier, but when he inspects a blade, its stats are hidden, meaning it is either trash or godly. Either way, it is highly tempting. Suddenly, a grumpy voice barks, asking what he wants. Our hero instantly recognizes this dwarf from his brother's photos. His brother used to talk about him constantly. He was fiercely loyal, basically acting like a second father. The brothers barely remembered their biological dad, who passed away in an accident when they were kids. All our hero recalls is one warm hug and distant laughter. So, what made this cranky dwarf so special to his brother? When he says he is just here to buy a sword, the old blacksmith snaps. Can't he see how messy the shop is? Is he out of his mind? He yells at him to get lost, but our hero refuses to back down, asking if the old man stopped crafting weapons because the Arthia clan collapsed. The temperature in the room instantly drops, and the dwarf warns him to shut his mouth. He was Arthia's legendary blacksmith, standing by them even though he was not a player. Thanks to his masterclass gear, Arthia dominated every single battle they fought. Seeing our protagonist's stubborn resolve, the dwarf finally sighs and agrees to hear him out, demanding to see his weapon first. He hands over his dagger. Now, you and I both know this dwarf is about to get a massive reality check. When our hero offers credits, the old man laughs, but his jaw drops seeing the rare dark elf pouch. This proves the kid is a beast who conquered the tutorial. He begrudgingly agrees to inspect his loot, warning him that basic tutorial gear is usually hot garbage. But when he dumps the items, he realizes they are all rare ingredients for a legendary artifact. Examining the gear closer, the dwarf realizes this is far from rookie loot. The only mystery item is a strange black bracelet. Seeing the rest of the horde, he thinks he is being pranked. This kid has parts from mythical monsters, a literal demon egg, and even a piece of the Beast Lord. Just owning these is basically a golden ticket to the high ranker tiers. The blacksmith is proud of his own craft, but this loot is simply ridiculous. He thinks the kid is just flexing, until our hero asks him to forge the gypsy eyes. The dwarf immediately starts swearing. That is his real goal. Only 5 master smiths in the world can craft that. Does he even know how crazy that is? But our hero tells him to relax. He promises to deal with the angry clans himself, telling the dwarf to back out if he is too scared. Naturally, that prideful dwarf yells that he is taking the job. As he examines the dagger, he realizes its quality is unreal. He gets a strange feeling of familiarity, wondering if this weapon once belonged to someone precious to his late brother. Later that night, walking alone, he senses 17 stalkers shadowing him. They are probably hunting for his godly loot, but he is not in the mood to fight. He slips into a dark alley and easily loses them. He ends up resting at an old spot his brother loved. He spends his free time visiting places mentioned in the diary, finding that his brother's recommendations are always spot on. He wonders what his sibling was thinking here, how he sat in these chairs and laughed with his comrades. Over the next few days, he constantly monitors the workshop, ensuring nothing disrupts the creation process. With his dragon eyes active, he can see the old man is a true genius. It was thanks to those calloused hands that his brother became the legendary Wings of Heaven. The dwarf suddenly snaps at him, asking if he is falling asleep. How dare he doze off during a masterclass? Since he is being lazy, he gets handed a heavy hammer. Because he has zero crafting experience, he keeps asking annoying questions. With all the constant screaming, he is convinced the old man hates his guts. Meanwhile, the dwarf thinks the kid is a complete handful, but has serious potential. Elsewhere, the higher-ups are panicking because their rare resources vanished overnight. They are turning over every stone to find out who stole them. Leading this investigation is Leonti, a traitor who ruled the Arthia clan before betraying them. Back at the forge, after endless bickering, the grumpy dwarf finally agrees to teach our main character the basics of blacksmithing. Through brutal trial and error, his learning speed blows the old man away. Wondering if he is losing his mind, the dwarf suddenly throws a heavy wrench at him for messing up his hammering angle. A month quickly passes by since he arrived at the workshop. Even though the old master complains non-stop, he always guides him patiently. Deep down, our hero feels incredibly thankful. He finally understands just how deeply the blacksmith loved his late brother. He is a grumpy but truly kind soul, and our protagonist is glad there is at least one person who never betrayed his family. Because of that loyalty, he refuses to drag the old man into his dangerous revenge quest. Once the gypsy eyes are complete, he will vanish and climb the higher floors to face the top rankers. But as he steps outside, a hostile mob surrounds him. Trust me, you and I are going to enjoy watching these thugs regret warning him about Hanova's forge. The real battle begins now. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character finally connect the dots. These thugs were the ones harassing Hanova, hired by the 8 clans to do their dirty work. They were pressuring Hanova, but our hero tells them to beat it. The second his sword unsheathes, the entire gang is wiped out. They cannot believe a tutorial rookie is this overpowered. One guy begs for mercy, but Jung-woo shows absolute zero pity. The thug screams, warning him that he has no idea who is backing them, and he will end up dead just like the blacksmith. So, Jung-woo grabs him by the throat and dares him to repeat that. The rest are completely terrified. Once they realize he wants information, one thug instantly cracks. Jung-woo really only needed one of them to break. The guy says their bosses ordered one team to eliminate Jung-woo and another to finish off Hanova, claiming their clan would lose face if the dwarf lived. When Jung-woo finally arrives, he spots Hanova and asks if he is alright. Hanova tearfully apologizes, explaining they stole all his crafting materials, including Jung-woo's custom order. The old man is completely devastated, but Jung-woo gently tells him to just rest. At least he is still breathing, and Jung-woo will take care of the rest. Hanova anxiously asks what his plan is, and Jung-woo promises to reclaim everything and make those thieves pay. Now, Nightwatch was a massive underworld clan in the outer district, rumored to be backed by Red Dragon, one of the legendary 8 clans. That is why nobody dared to cross them. Hanova grabs his arm, begging him not to go alone. But as Jung-woo reassures him, Hanova freezes up, clenching his fist. Why on earth did this kid constantly remind him of that precious boy from his past? Thanks to a traitor, our main character easily locates their hidden base. Seeing the heavy security, it was crawling with deadly traps. This was definitely the place. He tells his guide to stay back and steps inside completely alone. Now pay attention to this part. Jung-woo grabs a guard and tosses him like a rag doll. The thugs start screaming, realizing they had been betrayed, and immediately rush to kill our hero. Soon, agonizing screams echo through the base. They yell that he is just a single rookie fresh from the tutorial and order everyone to crush him, but one cold glare makes their blood run cold. They send their men forward anyway. Then, he hears the click of a trap, looking down to spot a coward trying to sneak away. Jung-woo is not letting him escape. Realizing he is cornered, the man draws his weapon and desperately strikes. He cannot comprehend how he was defeated so fast. Jung-woo warns the remaining thugs to surrender if they value their lives. After teaching them a harsh lesson, he demands full compensation for everything stolen from Hanova, plus damages. Right now, he is taking every single coin inside their vault. He even dares them to report this, because their fancy backing clan will not be able to save them. Returning to the dwarf, Hanova demands to know where he went, but the second he spots the heavy bag of loot, he calls Jung-woo completely insane. This means major trouble, but at least he returned, in one piece. Time to sleep. The next morning, Jung-woo presents his latest work. Even grumpy Hanova has to admit it looks significantly better than before. Still, he sighs, since Jung-woo was the one who requested those monster eyes, so this was the absolute minimum. That smug attitude heavily reminds him of his past disciple. He then presents a brand new blade he forged, admitting it turned out pretty well. Thanks to his recent growth, our main character's skills have leveled up, letting him inspect other people's stats. Talk about an incredible cheat skill. Even the system's funny description of Hanova's shy nature fits him perfectly. When Jung-woo asks for more details on the crafting process, Hanova gets defensive and snaps. But when he inspects the completed blade, he is stunned. He knew this kid was a fast learner, but what on earth was this? Muttering to himself, he confesses he couldn't have forged a better weapon. Jung-woo silently laughs at how incredibly painful it is for the dwarf to give a straight compliment. Naturally, Hanova starts yelling, but then, boom, a massive explosion cuts them off. You and I both knew a peaceful moment wouldn't last. A voice demands to know where he has been hiding. Jung-woo just clenches his fist while Hanova asks if he is honestly going to let that loud brat slide. Suddenly, Hanova recognizes the intruder, realizing he actually forged her weapon when she was just a little girl. Come to think of it, there was another stubborn kid who never listened to a word. Days fly by, and Fonte keeps pestering him for a duel constantly, whether eating, going to the bathroom, or working. Finally, Jung-woo agrees to fight, but only if they make a wager. Cut to the next scene, and Fante returns with two massive black eyes, grumbling under his breath. Back in the tutorial, they were equals, but now the gap between them is massive. While Jung-woo continues working, he realizes he finally has a solid motivation to stay here. It turns out his brother cleared the first 10 floors in just 10 days, winning the legendary Key of Hades for breaking the speedrun record. Jung-woo is waiting for those dragon eyes to be completed so he can smash that record. Meanwhile, the dwarf cannot shake the memory of his past student. Suddenly, a customer enters. Hanova grunts that the shop is closed and to get lost, but a massive red figure warmly replies that it has been a long time, master. Later, while they are all catching up, another mysterious visitor arrives at the shop, immediately standing out. Who exactly was this guy? They recognize him instantly. It seems the rumors were indeed true about these powerful siblings. The visitor introduces himself as Khan from the Red Dragon clan, arriving with a major proposal. He wants our hero to join his guild. After that, endless invitations start piling up from various factions, but none catch Jung-woo's eye. That is until a real heavy hitter suddenly shows up. Jung-woo cannot comprehend why this legend is standing in front of him. It was Bahal, the Flame Fist, a high-ranking expert, top leader of Red Dragon, and Hanova's former star student. He wanted the exact same thing. He is here to recruit Jung-woo into his guild and fast-track his tower climb. Our protagonist suspects this generous offer stems from the clans prepping for an upcoming, all-out war. This legendary warrior seems incredibly relaxed, but underneath, he is a terrifying beast. Jung-woo politely declines the invite for now. Bahal tells him to think it over and adds a sincere request to look after the old dwarf. He truly cares about his old master despite his harsh attitude, wanting him safe. Jung-woo quickly rushes back to Hanova's side, finding him completely fine. The dwarf grunts that it is a good thing Bahal stopped by. The custom gear is finally complete. But when Jung-woo opens the chest, he is totally baffled. The dragon eyes were meant to be a simple accessory, so what was this epic armor? Hanova tells him to quiet down. Using his special perception skills, our hero inspects the custom leather coat. It boosts his stats by 20 and significantly cuts all incoming physical damage, plus elemental attacks like fire, ice, and lightning. It even grants high resistance to poison, curses, and magical energy, alongside a 50% self-repair skill usable once a day. Jung-woo is utterly mind-blown. Hanova's legendary blacksmithing skills are truly out of this world. The coat is spectacular on its own, but the matching mask is even wilder. It raises his attack power by 30 and inflicts fear on nearby enemies for up to 20 seconds. This is a top-tier masterpiece. There is absolutely nothing like this anywhere else in the tower. Jung-woo realizes this is worth way more than his original budget. Hanova grumbles that he obviously cannot afford it now, so he can pay the remaining balance over time. Right here, Jung-woo fully understands why his brother respected this grumpy dwarf so much. Putting on his epic new gear, He knows his dangerous climb up the tower is about to begin. So, with a heartfelt goodbye, he offers Henova his deepest gratitude. After that, Yeon-woo arrives at the tower entrance. But trust me, you and I knew his crazy companions wouldn't let him leave that easily. Ante yells, complaining that he was trying to sneak off without saying goodbye. Yeon-woo coldly replies that he has zero time to waste on their nonsense. However, both siblings have already resolved to follow him. They promise to keep up and not drag him down. Jung-woo tells them to do whatever they want, but warns he will leave them behind the second they lag. As they enter the waiting room, the entire area is packed with around 50 participants preparing for the upcoming trials. Most of them are whining about being dragged into this mess, but Yeon-woo notices that they are actually whispering about the powerful siblings. And yeah, they are gossiping about him too. Regardless, his sights are set on clearing the first 10 floors in just 9 days, a nearly impossible task, but those keys are non-negotiable. Alright, you and I are about to watch one overpowered main character completely break this tower's rules. He already had the tutorial key, while the rest were hidden across the first 10 floors in secret quests. Then, a mysterious voice welcomed them. It was Aaron, the first floor guardian. He knew some players were returnees looking for a second chance, but since there were also complete newbies, he had explained the basic rules. After telling everyone to pay attention, he teleported them to a massive cliff. 2 teams of 100 players stood on opposite sides, and the main goal was to protect their own team's crystals while stealing or destroying the enemies. The team with the most crystals when time expired would win. With 5 crystals per side, any strategy was allowed. They could hide them or hand them to their strongest fighters. Yeon-woo found the setup completely ridiculous. 100 strangers cooperating? To secure his key, he actually needed all 10 crystals, 5 red and 5 blue. But if someone decided to destroy just 1 crystal, his secret plan would fail instantly. His only option was to absolutely crush anyone who got in his way. Step 1. He had to gather all 5 of his team's crystals. When the blue team started looking for a leader, an arrogant guy stepped up, but one of the siblings quickly disagreed. He claimed he should personally guard all 5 crystals. He boasted that nobody was better suited for the job, but the crowd immediately mocked him, reminding him that his massive ego got them destroyed last time. Indeed, everyone agreed he was a liability. Yeon-woo listened, realizing this hothead was behaving exactly as expected. But after the guy threatened the crowd, nobody dared to argue further. He simply laughed and claimed this attempt would be different. That's when Yeon-woo stepped up and demanded the crystals, leaving everyone stunned. Meanwhile, a confused subordinate questioned why the Lord cared about a newbie. Even if the kid had talent, he was still untested. Aaron merely smiled and offered a friendly bet, wagering that this mysterious rookie was about to pull off something absolutely legendary. The subordinate took the losing side of that wager. Back on the field, players couldn't believe the hothead actually handed the crystals over to a stranger. They demanded to know the plan. He told them to hold the line for just 30 minutes to an hour. Now, pay attention here, because this is where the real fun begins. Yeon-woo realized the hardest part of the trial was the bridge, which looked ready to collapse under the slightest weight. Fighting there was inevitable if they wanted to locate the remaining crystals. However, Yeon-woo had a much better, far more chaotic solution in mind. Drawing his sword, he unleashed his true power. To secure a flawless victory, he decided to destroy their only path forward. The bystanders watched in sheer terror, thinking he had lost his mind. They tried to intervene, but he successfully collected all 10 crystals anyway. Fusing them unlocked a secret reward, the legendary Key of Hera. The trial ended instantly as the entire opposing team was eliminated in just 30 minutes, making it the fastest clear in the tower's history. Yeon-woo secured the ultimate high score alone, but when they offered him his massive rewards, he did something highly unexpected. He declined, choosing to hoard his prizes until he finished all the beginner zones. This shocked the system administrators. He clearly knew the ultimate exploit, saving rewards to combine them into god-tier items. With the path ahead clear, the administrators asked who wanted to proceed to the next floor. Having witnessed Yeon-woo's terrifying strength, the other exhausted players decided to forfeit right then and there. They chose to wait for the next trial cycle. With only 3 challengers remaining, the next phase was set. Yeon-woo advised his companions to retreat, as staying by his side would earn them nothing, but they were eager to witness how far this monster could climb. Requesting to start, he asked for a solo instance to face the trials alone. Aaron warned him about the immense danger, but ultimately wished him luck. The second trial immediately commenced, tasking him with dominating the entire forest by defeating waves of beasts. To Yeon-woo, this was the ultimate playground to test his limits. He easily slaughtered monster packs one by one, quickly securing the rare Key of Deer. Pressing onward to the higher floors, he found himself completely surrounded by mobs. But instead of panicking, he remembered that Archie's group took 10 days to beat the beginner zones. Smirking, he decided to crush their record by finishing in just 5 days. Back in the control room, observers watched in disbelief. He cleared the 7th floor in 12 hours and 27 minutes. It was utterly absurd. Even RT's group had pulled off fast clears, but Yeon-woo was entirely solo. Next, he conquered floor 8, in 7 hours and 45 minutes, snatching another key. The admins started panicking, and the goblin realized he was about to win a fortune. Soon, Yeon-woo reached the fiery 9th stage of lava. A booming voice demanded how he dared challenge the Fire King. Now, I know what you are thinking. Is he too weak? Well, for the first time, he called upon his summoned spirits for assistance. Leaping down with dual daggers, he drove them straight through the beast's skull. With the monster slain, he claimed the key of Hepahasta. He now held 10 keys, needing only 2 more to unlock the legendary treasury of Olympus. 1 key was awarded for setting the ultimate clear record, while the final key awaited him on the 10th floor. Arriving at the destination, his allies bid farewell. They only wanted to witness his legendary run. Now, he stood on the white stage of the 10th floor, a desolate zone separated from life and death where time itself stood completely still. This was the ultimate graveyard for careless challengers. Even his brother's famous group had grown incredibly arrogant here. Having smashed every previous record, they foolishly assumed this floor would be an easy breeze. However, the tower excels at crushing hope. This floor forced a strict solo battle. Artia's group suffered immensely because they relied on cooperation. But for Yeon-woo, that weakness meant nothing. He just needed to locate the exit door hidden somewhere on the 10th floor. Systematically smashing through fake barriers, he eventually spotted the genuine doorway. Against all odds, he finally pulled it off. Securing the 11th key, he absolutely shattered his brother's clear record by 83 hours. Feeling a wave of nostalgia, he refused to display his name on the public leaderboards, choosing anonymity instead. He received rare clear rewards alongside the 12th key, combining them all to forge the legendary key of Olympus. Standing before the treasury's grand gate, he turned the lock, and a figure appeared. The god Hermes stood there, smiling at the mortal who had thrown the entire tower administration into utter chaos. Though Hermes praised his uniqueness, Yeon-woo bluntly demanded immediate entry to the vault. Hermes chuckled at his impatience, leading him inside the treasury. As they walked, the god grew strangely hesitant, suddenly offering a high-tier artifact and proposing to make Yeon-woo his direct apostle. This meant receiving direct divine training and wielding incredible influence. Since Hermes was one of the 12 prominent gods of Olympus, such an offer was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for any climber. Despite the massive temptation, Yeon-woo calmly declined the god's offer. Moving deeper, sentient weapons on display began whispering to him, begging to be chosen. But our hero had his sights set elsewhere. He was searching for a specific divine relic. Spotting the legendary shield capable of turning foes into solid stone, he claimed it. He then wondered where the legendary items of Zeus were hidden. Suddenly, his original watch began glowing brightly. Behaving like a magical compass, the watch guided him directly toward a concealed door. Hidden in the shadows behind it was an iconic relic. He recognized it instantly as Zeus's own thunderbolt, but when he touched it, the weapon shattered into dust. Before he could react, a blinding light flashed, and a heavy, chained bracelet materialized. The chains wrapped tightly around his arm. Confused, he used his special eye skill to inspect the artifact. The item description was entirely glitched, displaying only one terrifying title, the Black King. Even his brother's detailed journal contained zero information about this ancient power. Left with no guide, he would have to figure out how to wield this mysterious force entirely on his own. Having claimed his loot, he was teleported out. Hermes offered congratulations, completely stunned by his choices. And trust me, you and I are going to love seeing how he breaks the next floor. Alright, you and I are diving back into this chaos. With the tower giving rewards randomly, Hermes finally moves on to the rest of them. There were 12 items total, but our guy wants them fused into one single prize. He is dead set on the Thunderbolt, making it clear to Hermes that he is not playing. He really wants that Thunderbolt. Since it is off limits, Hermes hands over a different item with the shield. They say goodbye, but the god just laughs. Something hilarious is happening elsewhere. In another zone, players are gossiping about our main character. One guy is actually happy his record got shattered, but their real goal is getting him to join their squad. But not as friends. If he dares to refuse, they plan to completely crush him, just like they did to all the other players before. The exact same threat is targeting Arya's party. Their constant record-breaking made the 8 great clans super jealous, so they decided to wipe them out. Looking down, he realizes he has arrived at the spot. No time to waste, they need to strike immediately. Descending, he casually greets them, but Leonte snaps back, asking if he even realizes the massive mess he has just made. Oh, he knows. This is how wars start, right? Thrashing one of the 5 war gods of the Blue Sword clan is the perfect opening move. Since they were friends, just hand over that mana organ. Maybe he gets to live if he does, but nope, he refuses. Meanwhile, our main character meets a talking rabbit who explains that the 11th floor is a whole different beast. Before, you could fail, retry, and heal in the safe zone. But here on the 11th floor, there is no waiting area. If you fail, you stay stuck. If you get hurt, you patch yourself up. Basically, you are trapped until you clear the test. With no questions left, the next stage begins. Welcome to the dream world, where he must hatch his own magical beast egg. Nobody knows what will pop out because it feeds on dreams and devotion. It takes genuine effort, meaning the more love you give, the stronger your partner gets. With that, the rabbit vanishes. Our guy sighs, thinking this parenting gig would have been tough for his brother. But actually, his brother treated it like a normal, loving life, pouring endless affection into the egg to hatch a top-tier species. Too bad our main character is absolutely terrible at this. Unlike his warm-hearted brother, he has 0 nurturing skills. Now, pay attention here. This is where raising his partner gets tricky. Armed with his brother's tips, he must cultivate this fiery beast inside the land of the Phoenix. Since he has fire and wind affinities, he knows his friends will lag behind. He leaves them a secret coded message before traveling to the land of the Phoenix, and, where the giant bird is already glaring at him from a distance. The intense, murderous aura is off the charts. As he approaches the nest, the Phoenix moves, warning him to freeze. One step closer means instant death. He explains he traveled far just to get a quest for its flame, but the bird rejects him. He must leave. Yeon-woo feels something is off here, likely due to the mana in the surrounding stones. Approaching slowly, he apologizes for intruding, but the birds scream at him to back off. Just as he suspected, she is actually sitting on her nest. The shouting stops. He points out that one of the eggs is missing. Confused and angry, she tells this mere human to get lost. But Yeon-woo proposes a deal. If he recovers the stolen egg, will she grant him a quest? Her response is pure venom, but he takes it as a yes. The quest pops up, showing the mana trail ends nearby. Right there, some thieves are bragging about stealing the egg while the mother was away, planning to sell it. But their celebration gets cut short by a sudden spray of blood. One thief boasts that their special potion worked perfectly, so he will deliver the egg himself to cash in. He is absolutely ecstatic about this massive payday, right before a cold blade pierces his heart. For Yeon-woo, this was easily the quickest quest of his entire life. Returning the egg, the mother phoenix weeps tears of joy, and our hero can't help but feel a strange warmth inside. You and I both know nothing comes easy in this tower, right? To host this legendary life flame reward, he has to craft a divine vessel first. For that, he must collect 5 albatross eggs, 80 snake apples, and a lesser dragon heart. Talk about an absurd grocery list. That night, he sets up a cozy nesting space to keep his egg happy. Following the manual, our ruthless protagonist finds himself in the most ridiculous situation ever. He cannot believe he is actually standing here, gently petting an egg. By morning, the egg is doing great. Checking his quest rewards, he shakes a magical earring, summoning a lost soul. With a cold command, he orders the spirit to obey. After plenty of failed tries and whining from the soul, he finally succeeded. It was the witch doctor. It followed every command, and it could even use lower-level magic without trouble. After more testing, he found it was a bit slow, and the farther away it got, the less he felt connected to it. That wrapped up his tests. He also wanted to know what the bracelet did, but nothing made sense. Even his eyes couldn't identify it. Then the phoenix came over and asked about it. He could see many kinds of objects, but he still couldn't tell what this one was. Most likely, it was an opposite force. The phoenix was a being that burned with life and was reborn through fire, but this thing brought life through death. The bird also noticed he had been blessed by the goddess of war because he carried that shield. It protects against dark magic and can petrify enemies across a wide area. It also boosts allies and weakens enemies in battle, which meant that spirits the protagonist controlled would get those benefits, too. But there was a problem. His allies were afraid of something. The shield and the black bracelet didn't work together. Then he came up with a plan. Merge the divine sword with the bracelet's curse, creating a cursed but divine sword. That way, he could use both the shield and the curses. The phoenix was stunned. It had never seen anyone wield both powers at once. Before leaving, it asked him for one more favor to name the baby he had saved. Back in the phoenix's nest, he held the chick. He laughed. Even if someone like him could get nervous. Now he had to choose a name. After thinking, he called it Jian. When asked if something was wrong, the phoenix coughed awkwardly and said it guessed the chick would like that name when it grew up. Once he gave it a blessing and a name, Jian felt something strange spreading through his body. Now he only needed 0.5 more to complete his body growth. After that, he left and tried to control the shield, which we learned could split into 9 pieces, but it was far harder than he expected, like drawing a circle with one hand and a square with the other. That night, after all his skills had gone up, we finally get an update on his stats. Strength 253 plus 23 from armor, agility 245 plus 29 from armor, health 239 plus 4 from armor, magic 320 plus 22 from armor, along with all his skills and their percentages. Then when he checked the rankings, Adora had passed him, but he still hadn't found them. Something must have happened and he wondered what it was. 5 days passed and Fonte and Adora still never appeared on the 11th floor. On his own, Jian kept training and learned to control 3 shields. His spirits had grown too, to the point that they could now think for themselves. Then it was time to make a vessel for the life flame. He arrived at a dry wasteland where the quest waited. Kill that creature and its eggs because they were damaging the area's ecosystem. When it came closer, Jian told his spirits to come out. He used Devour and gave each of them a reward for the job. Honestly, it was amazing to sit back. The next quest is fetching apples. Done in hours. Seriously, those poor spirits are being worked like day laborers. And that is where we leave things today. Stay tuned. Alright, you and I are about to dive into the story of Jian, who was secretly draining all the local resources for his craft project. Talk about being a massive hoarder. The city was usually bustling, so he doubted his little crafting spree caused this dead silence. Before he could investigate, a bunch of angry giants crashed through, yelling at everyone to scram. These big guys belonged to the Giant Clan, sworn allies of the powerful Blue Sword Clan. Since they were marching in like a riot squad, Jian knew some major drama was going down. Following them to a local merchant, Jian dropped a heavy bag of cash to buy every single evasive wing in stock. But his real target was some sweet, juicy gossip about the 11th floor. Throwing in extra gold, he got the merchant to talk. The guy asked if he knew about the massive beef between the Red Dragon Clan and the Blue Sword Clan. Spoiler alert, they are warring. Hearing this, Yeon-woo's blood started boiling. He cursed his own carelessness, quickly calmed down, and begged the shopkeeper to keep spitting the facts. How did this chaotic war even erupt outside the tower? After Bahal clashed with the Red Dragons, Leonte barely escaped with his life, causing both sides to declare all-out war. Naturally, the battleground was set right here on the 11th floor. The floor was packed with resources to buff their magic beasts, which explained why everyone hated the mysterious resource thief. Realizing he was that thief, Yeon-woo decided it was time to pack his bags. But as he strolled through the woods, some soldiers ambushed him, calling him the infamous hoarder. They accused him of stealing all the local loot and demanded he cooperate with their little investigation. He basically told them to cut the small talk and fight him already. The moment he admitted to hoarding all the good stuff, the soldiers charged in, ready to make him pay. Too bad their captain's head immediately rolled on the grass. Before they could even scream, Yeon-woo's terrifying dark beast summoned spikes to skewer the fleeing survivors. Nobody was getting out alive today. Between our main character and his monstrous pet, the battlefield was a complete sweep. Meanwhile, another hidden squad watched from the shadows, foolishly believing they could take him if they surrounded him. As they tried to flank him, a weird, heavy fog rolled in, completely blinding them. Suddenly, half their squad vanished into thin air. The terrified general screamed at his men to retreat immediately. Now pay attention, because this is where things get spooky. Forget monsters, literal ghosts were tearing them apart. Out of the darkness, a shadow appeared right behind the stubborn captain. The magical mist completely ruined their vision, making any hope of an ambush impossible. And once his enemies spent 10 seconds in this fog, a wave of pure terror washed over them. This panic boosted his curse magic by over 200%. A ridiculously broken combo. Even his spirits now possessed free will, happily cheering on their dark master like loyal little fans. The cute spirit healer was especially eager to level up just to please him. Out of 150 elite soldiers, only 3 terrified survivors remained. Yeon-woo gave them a choice. He casually deleted 2 of them and spared the last guy to deliver a warning. If they ever messed with him again, he would erase their entire clan. Talk about a brutal threat. With the warning sent, he ordered his dark hound to follow. Meanwhile, a local bartender watched the chaos unfold, noting how many major factions had teamed up to target this legendary hunter. Either way, the information was worth a fortune to sell. But when that lone, trembling survivor finally stumbled back into town, The bystanders realized the massive ambush squad had completely failed. The survivor cursed his boss for the suicide mission, but before he could escape, the Dark Hound leaped out. It was here to ensure no loose lips leaked any secrets about its master. Back at the Phoenix Nest, everything was set. Thanks to those premium, hoarded materials, something amazing was about to hatch. Once again, Yeon-woo had scored the absolute highest rank in the trial. Looking at the nest triggered sweet memories of his childhood. Warm, happy days filled with laughter and mischief. Every single beautiful memory had his beloved brother right there beside him. The usually cold, emotionless badass finally broke down in tears. Seeing him cry, the mother phoenix gently comforted him. Her mystical fire of life was burning away his deep, lingering hatred. Out of the ashes, only beautiful memories remained. The phoenix teased that her newborn daughter was already attached to him, begging him to visit often. He smiled and agreed to her cute request. Now, let's watch this highly anticipated moment together. The legendary phoenix egg was finally ready to hatch. It grew to an insane size, but then, absolutely nothing happened. Talk about awkward. The phoenix tried to play it cool, telling him some babies are just stubborn. But as the silence dragged on, she admitted this little guy needed some serious emotional motivation to come out. Since this floor ran on dream magic, he needed to feed the egg his deepest desires. But looking back at his tragic past, Yeon-woo realized his heart held nothing but cold, dark revenge. Vengeance was a goal, not a beautiful dream. He felt completely stuck. Just then, Chirpy hopped over, chirping that his new friend was just sleeping. That gave Yeon-woo a brilliant, slightly chaotic idea. If the baby was sleeping, he would wake it up with premium, burning flames. And if that failed, he would inject the raw power of 3 legendary beasts to force it out of its shell. He was basically threatening to overfeed the poor egg until it burst. Talk about tough love. But before he could cook the baby, a messenger handed him a letter from Fonte and Adora. They had been summoned back to their tribe for urgent royal business. They apologized for leaving him behind, but promised to catch up soon, sending a helper to guide him in the meantime. This helper was a psychic heir, which shocked Yeon-woo. These legendary shamans were known to speak directly with the gods of the One-Horn tribe, but the boy quickly tried to downplay it. The kid admitted he was actually the weakest successor of the bunch. Still, he begged for a chance to join the team, offering his sister's incredible powers of foresight as a handy bonus. Yeon-woo initially told the kid to go home, but then remembered the tribal elders actually wanted to meet him anyway. Visiting the village seemed like the perfect next move for his journey. Since this was one of the oldest tribes in the entire game, they held ancient secrets he needed. As the kids stared at the giant phoenix egg in awe, they realized time was wasting. Since the tribe hated outsiders and kept their village completely hidden, Yeon-woo wondered how they'd even get in. But the boy laughed, explaining they actually traded with traveling merchants all the time. However, the village was protected by a massive barrier, so our hero had to stay close. The kid handed him an escape ticket to safely leave the tower for their secret destination. Glancing back at his unhatched egg, Yeon-woo crushed the ticket. To bypass the barrier, he had to mimic every single step the boy took with absolute, total precision. One wrong move and he was toast. He had no idea what kind of skill this was, but as they walked, the chaotic steps slowly began to make sense. He carefully followed the invisible, winding path through the heavy mist. The guide was simply walking along the natural flow of hidden energy. Yeon-woo memorized every single turn to avoid getting lost. 45 degrees to the left, then 16 degrees to the right. He finally got it. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed, shocked that an outsider had successfully crossed the cloud of Hojo and mystic Jin. A horned warrior appeared, demanding to know how they pulled off this impossible feat. If he had missed a single step, he would have been trapped in the void forever. Yeon-woo just shrugged, calmly stating he simply followed the path. The guards stared at him like he was a monster, and just like that, the hidden village appeared. As the shocked locals whispered about this mysterious human, you and I can already tell that things are about to get extremely wild. While Yeon-woo ignored their muttering, Adora finally showed up with a bright, beautiful smile. The guards were stunned. They had never seen their fierce princess look so soft and happy for any man. Alright, you and I are diving back in with the terrifying Martial King, who looks like an absolute monster. No wonder Yeon-woo bypassed their mist, but when is he marrying his daughter? Adora screams at her dad to let go, threatening to beat him up. He just laughs it off, saying it has been ages since they had a guest, so they should at least serve some tea. After changing into proper clothes, the king gets down to business. He knows Yeon-woo is the top rookie from the tutorial, blood brother to the beast, and the guy who defeated Arandon, right? Our hero stands up, shocked by how the king knows all this. But a sudden wave of heavy pressure forces him back down. With everyone seated, the elders bring up a mysterious ancient egg. Apparently, someone possessed a similar alien object before the tower was even built. Yeon-woo's egg seems to have been corrupted or warped by some completely mysterious force. To hatch it, they need legendary moon seeds passed down through generations. Yeon-woo asks how to get them, but they cannot just hand over such priceless treasures. The seeds take 15 years to grow. He offers piles of cash and rare items, but they decline. However, they notice his incredible physical potential and make a proposal. They ask if he knows about the war between Red Dragon and King Dao. They are joining as merchants and want him as an ally. And just like that, his next mission is locked in. For the first time in decades, the one-horned tribe is joining a war. Yeon-woo must tag along as one of them. He hates getting dragged into trouble, but he accepts. The elders congratulate him, noting that this battle experience will be perfect for his future climb up the tower. Plus, unless anyone objects, Khan will be tag-teaming with him. Suddenly, a hand goes up. A rival argues that because Yeon-woo is only on floor 11, he is way too weak to join them. As the hotheads bicker, the elders step in. The solution? A simple test of strength. Outside, they apologize for the mess, explaining their clan has 51 families and this challenger is actually the strongest candidate around. His brother denies it, but the power gap is obvious. Seeing Adora looking worried, Yeon-woo tells her to relax and just enjoy the show. He has this totally under control. They move to the arena for the official duel. No killing allowed, just a pure display of martial might. Once the rules are set, the fight is ready to begin. Now pay attention, because the opponent starts trash-talking, promising to slice our boy's fingers off, but Yeon-woo just moves his arm and vanishes, completely throwing the guy off guard. Yeon-woo tells him to stay out of his business, but the stubborn challenger refuses to yield. He unleashes a forbidden sword technique, screaming that Yeon-woo will never walk again. Cue the epic sword dance. The crowd goes wild because this showdown is way better than expected. With his skills proven, nobody can deny he is qualified to join. Later that day, they ask how he knew about Arandon. He admits a spirit told him, but reassures them he will keep it secret, even though others share this gift. Apparently, 3 others possess this ability, including All for One, a godlike player at the top of the tower. The diary warned him to be extremely careful around that monster. They also reveal the one-horned tribe joins King Dao in 5 days, so they must cooperate and play nice. That night, the chief asks if they should really take him in. The chief questions whether this mysterious boy is truly worthy of becoming his personal disciple after the war. Meanwhile, the tribe throws a lively welcome party for their new recruit. Yeon-woo is totally not vibing with this super happy party. Suddenly, some rowdy dudes spot him and complain that the newbie should be bowing to them first. A brawl is about to start, but the princess steps in to shut it down. She mentions his egg is safe with the elders, and thanks him for the deal. The villagers actually want him to stick around so they can examine the egg. Yeon-woo then asks for her help analyzing some mysterious chains using her special eyes. She explains they are ancient restraints made of ultra-rare divine iron. But the set is incomplete. It is missing a leg shackle and a collar. Finding them might unlock their secrets. After asking one more favor, they meet with the chief, who surprisingly offers to teach Yeon-woo his tribe's secret martial arts. Our hero agrees, but only under certain conditions. First, he must prove he is worthy. Walking back, Yeon-woo remembers his brother's tragic death. The weapon left in his body was made of that exact same divine iron. The next day, he asks the princess for an update. She gets annoyed by his lack of manners, but admits he got permission to enter their sacred archives. You and I both know this sounds impossible. He has only 4 days to reach enlightenment entirely on his own. They open the massive archives, revealing thousands of ancient books. His first task is finding the right scrolls and deciphering their complex language. He grabs whatever he can, desperately memorizing characters to crack the ancient code. He devours book after book, learning about magic flow and the powerful gods and demons on the 98th floor. Soon, curious onlookers gather to watch his insane study session. For 4 straight days, he optimizes his own skills, studying without rest. The princess eventually falls asleep beside him. When she wakes, she asks if he is doing okay. He looks completely exhausted, yet his eyes gleam with impending enlightenment. Incredibly, all 12 of his magic meridians have burst wide open, achieving the absolute impossible. Adora gazes at him, completely smitten. He feels like a totally new man after those 4 intense days. But suddenly, Yeon-woo breaks the mood, complaining that he is starving, but he still hasn't mastered the skill. With 1 day left, he must channel this raw energy into a real technique. Tomorrow is the big test, and the chief looks skeptical. The king playfully whines to his daughter about being starved. Then, he commands Yeon-woo to begin his demonstration. Instantly, our hero unleashes a pair of blazing fiery wings. He calls it Wings of the Sky, a technique created to honor his brother. The elders are stunned by its destructive power and perfect balance, earning him a pass. Having mastered his raw abilities, it is time for actual martial arts training. But with the war starting immediately, he has no choice but to follow the king into battle. Yeon-woo agrees, wondering if he can even keep up with this monster on the battlefield. Still, observing the king with his special eyes will surely grant him massive insights. The king offers a quick lesson on channeling supreme power. It is happening incredibly fast, but Yeon-woo's hidden potential is already awakening like a sleeping beast. This is unreal. Can anyone actually pull that off? The king tells him to gear up, because the war is starting. Now, Yeon-woo is more determined than ever to surpass this powerhouse. Back in his room, the king drops, wheezing that he almost died. He just had to act tough to look like an untouchable god for the kid. The night of battle finally arrives. The leaders joke about checking everyone's pants for fear, but then get serious. Do not die, or we will drag you back from hell. Everyone hypes themselves up, tearing their entry tickets to step onto the battlefield. Yeon-woo agrees that the day of reckoning has finally come as he rips his ticket. And as they teach him the legendary 8 points, you and I are left holding our breath to see what kind of monster he becomes next. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into this wild journey where things flow together like a stream. And boom, the first 32 steps are done. Closing his eyes, he feels there should be more, but maybe Spirit, the old man is ready to admit defeat. But Leon claims he memorized every single move and wants a shot. Just like that, Leon begins his run. First Gum, then Tekka, then Leon. That's right? He is proud. After all, if Leon failed here, he wouldn't deserve to be his disciple. And so, the path to mastering the 8 fists begins. His kids can totally tell he is frustrated. Though, while Lion feels his mana flow growing stronger. But, let's be real, it is still just the baby basics. Even so, he desperately wants to test this out with total confidence. Leon asks if he can handle the war, knowing it's not that simple. Still, he wants to see his flashy new skills in action. So, he cooks up a plan. Meanwhile, in the city of Kurum, panicked people are running around completely clueless. They wonder if the Sword Oracle clan is invading, but nope, it's the legendary Horn tribe. Everyone is losing their minds because those guys never join wars. Suddenly, someone tells their general to look up. It's the Martial King himself. He freezes, getting asked if he wants to live. He gets exactly one chance. Fanta spots someone flying their way and complains, asking if they are in the kidnapping business now. Classic. But they were brought here for a reason. He orders them to fight this guy, win, and they walk free. There are 5 generals here, and they can use any cheap trick they want. The only rule? One-on-one. One angry general immediately steps up to fight first, even though he's absolutely furious. He can't believe he has to fight some rookie, so he mockingly offers him the first move. Big mistake. The match starts, and that speed is unreal. That brat is dangerous. Now, time for the next opponent, and then the next. He never thought he'd actually have to try. But looking at Jan, he knows the kid is pushing his absolute limits. Someone warns him to watch out, because even exhausted, Jan is highly dangerous. Now pay attention, because here's how the power system works. Rankers are the absolute strongest players climbing this tower. Most peak at floor 50th, which acts as a massive barrier, so those stuck at floor 49 are called semi-rankers. Jan fully believes that one day he'll challenge the 8 clans, crush the high rankers, and topple the 9 kings. So, battling a semi-ranker is his golden ticket to break past his limits. As their swords clash, the opponent asks for a single favor. No matter what, let his men go free. Hearing that, Jan realizes this man is fully prepared to die, so he has to face him seriously, going all out. This guy is on a whole different level compared to the other 4. No matter how hard Jan attacks, he can't find a single opening, until he spots a gap near the upper left forearm, but he misses. Shoot, it's too late to back off, and there is no way he'll dodge this in time. But wait, what just happened? He was positive that blow connected. There is no way he was hallucinating. Suddenly, there are 2 openings, but once again, Jan is the one bleeding. He is left wondering what is real. His instincts are screaming not to trust his own eyes, or he is dead. The opponent smirks, realizing Jan has no clue what focal points even are. One look at Jan's face, and he knows he's going to walk away from this alive. He charges in with insane speed, totally different from before. Jan tries to find an escape, but the only outcome is certain death. So, he triggers his foresight skill. The general is utterly confused. Sure, he just killed John, but John has no intention of explaining. As his life slips away, the man is just glad that at least he managed to save his men. Later, they ask John if he wasn't terrified of dying. He admits he absolutely was. He was trembling when he first arrived, but duty called. As the general fades, he thinks that if his own brother had a loyal ally like this, maybe his tragic end could have been avoided. Barely breathing, John asks to learn about focal points. Essentially, they are ultimate feints where one possibility can be turned into a complete lie. Simply put, focal points let you manipulate reality in battle, but only peak rankers who have pushed their mana to the absolute limit can pull it off. And yeah, I know what you are thinking. He is just a beginner at the fists, right? Well, the battle in the city ends, and up on the 11th floor, this mysterious man orders them to move. Mama Phoenix senses an approaching presence. It looks like John has finally made it back. Later, our hero is resting up to regain his full strength, but a sudden chill hits. Chirpy looks absolutely terrified. The siblings are in the middle of talking when the door is suddenly blasted open. John charges out like a madman, sensing her pure terror. What on earth happened? When he reaches the nest, it is completely demolished. He panics, unable to feel even a shred of Phoenix magic. Clawing through the ruined debris, he spots a faint glimmer. It is Chirpy. As he gently scoops her up, her life force is fading, revealing her tragic memories, where someone coldly tells her mother she is not that impressive. Mockingly apologizing, they unsheath the god's saber. We find out Chonghua Island is a powerhouse among the 8 main clans, despite having fewer members. What makes them terrifying are their 5 martial gods, each one a legendary high ranker. The killer in Chirpy's memory is the god of the sword, and that is how Mama Phoenix met her end. The poor baby just weeps. Knowing Chonghua Island is plotting with the Horn Tribe, he realizes it's too dangerous to keep Chirpy here. He must find a safe haven. Suddenly, a mysterious voice thanks him for finding her youngest child, urging him not to grieve her passing. In a few decades, she might reincarnate, but Cha knows that death is final. Even if she returns, it won't be the same. So, she asks one final favor before she fades away: protect her precious baby. A truly heartbreaking plea. In return, she offers him a small gift, a power designed to keep her little one safe from danger. The legendary legacy inheritance begins. Receiving the raw power of the Phoenix, he vows not to waste a single drop. A brand new skill is born, and his physical vessel is now 99.8% complete, completely healing every single injury. Still, he can't comprehend why the Phoenix spirit is swirling near the stone, granting him such massive power. Sobbing, Kirby begs him to save her siblings. John is deeply moved by her incredible courage, but that is a promise. They will save them together. Just then, Adora arrives. Relieved he is alive, but questioning what this ruined place is. He explains it was his friend's home, and that Chonghua Island is hunting down the legendary beasts. Since he didn't request aid from the One-Horn Tribe, he warns her to stay out of it. But Adora refuses to back down, insisting she absolutely despises how they dragged her tribe into this mess. Smirking, John tells her he knows the path, so she just needs to keep up. Later, arriving in the eastern territory of the Empty Dragon, he fears they arrive too late. Suddenly, a mocking laugh echoes. So, this is the brat favored by the sacred beast. John's eyes narrow as he recognizes the figure. Turns out, he is the remnant of the Empty Dragon. If that was, with a wild laugh, the remnant offers to help him secure bloody revenge, but only in exchange for his power. A massive gamble, but John accepts. After all, that monster didn't just awaken him, he also stole his core and his heart just to force his hand. Just this once, the gap in their power is massive, so he'll help close that distance. Boom! Just like that, the contract is signed, granting him a legendary new title, Dragon Contractor. Meanwhile, in the freezing north, the Bisao turtle has also met its end, leaving behind a final blessing. Now, only one sacred beast remains. When asked about their next move, John reveals the tiger is still safe, but warns they should back off. He intends to handle this mess alone, unless they hand over the little phoenix resting on his shoulder. Adora is absolutely disgusted by how incredibly rude and arrogant he is, insisting they walk away. The tiger, however, has other plans. Since they have already done everything in their power, shouldn't they just pack up and head back to the village? He respects the choice, but he can't return with Chappie. Once he secures the egg, his target is the red dragon. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the air. It has begun. He tells Chappie to open her eyes and look closely at the enemies they must conquer in the future, activating shared vision. John watches in awe, wondering if the sword god was always this monstrously powerful. He must have some crazy artifact on him. Just like that, the mighty tiger is brought down. Arriving at the scene, the battered beast asks if John is there to mock him, growling to leave because he'd never yield to a human. John just smiles. He never planned on asking for anything. He is here to devour him. The panicked beast roars, demanding he back off. But it is over. And trust me, you and I are about to watch John. Alright. You and I are about to watch him gain his spirit as his body hits 99.9% completion. He grabs the Saber Tiger Slayer title, absorbs 4 legendary beast souls, and feeds them all into Chirpy using that vampiric dagger. Boom, quest cleared. He has no idea why, but the system counted Chirpy as a hatched beast, meaning he officially conquered the 11th floor. Now his cute new companion chirps her thanks. Adora is totally bewildered, asking if that tiny chick is seriously his. She can feel a wild aura radiating off it, strong enough to crush high-level mythical beasts. He says thanks but insists they must go. Dragging the one-horned tribe into his mess is a terrible idea. She asks if he really does not know why she is following him, when Chirpy suddenly asks if the two of them are going to mate. Cue the panic. He immediately scolds her, wondering where she even learned that. But as they step into the territory, an intense gaze locks onto them. It is the Spear God, boasting a one-horned tribe physique and master swordsmanship, making him the absolute biggest headache of the Azure Sword clan. He glares down at our main character with pure disdain. Did he show up just to apologize in person? He wants to end his guest status, but the master gets furious. He got everything he wanted, and now that danger is coming, he is just running away. He denies it, saying his beef is only with the Azure Sword clan. His master whacks him, asking if he forgot he is his disciple. If trouble brews, he should bring it to his master. He wants to decide whether to back him up or scold him. They are bound together now, so what is his deal? Then he asks point blank what they are to each other, catching him totally off guard. Sure, his master always jokes around, but he has taught him everything. Deep down, he always knew it. Realizing this truth, he bows his head, calls him master, and thanks him for everything. On their way out, they run into the brothers. They are absolutely fuming and refuse to leave him behind. He asks if they are really not scared of turning their own tribe into enemies. They are totally prepared for that. Staring at those Azure Sword clan jerks every day is something they simply cannot tolerate. Our main character laughs. Honestly, this is such a wholesome squad moment. He found an amazing master and 2 loyal comrades. Right now, the Red Dragon is focused on the outer estate while expanding territory, but the Azure clan keeps launching relentless attacks. They mention Bahal is reclaiming the 11th floor. The Azure clan boasts the Martial King, the Knowledge God, and the Sword God. Pay attention here, because this lineup is absolutely terrifying. The Red Dragon is at a massive disadvantage, but if Lion joins, everything flips. They ask our hero if he plans to align with the Red Dragon, warning him the clan likely despises him. But our main character thinks the tribe is in way more danger than he is. They understand, joking that since their tribe wanders, they can easily avoid any direct confrontations. He agrees completely. Knowing Bahal is searching for him, he heads straight to the outer zone. He hands a letter to the guards, and moments later, Bahal arrives with a massive grin, claiming he has been waiting forever. His companion groans, wishing Bahal treated his brother with that much respect. Bahal apologizes for the delay. Now he finally gets it. Bahal wanted him to make a big name in the Red Dragon. They are welcomed inside, where Bahal introduces the player and the one-horned tribe brothers. The crowd consists of former Arthea members, once branded as traitors, and he spots some very familiar faces. He remembers the legendary 81 Eyes. They were once a single force of 81 high rankers serving the queen. Suddenly, a powerful presence completely grabs his attention as Bahal starts speaking. Bahal points out how incredibly valuable this is. Their guests brought a map with the enemy coordinates. If it is legit, this war is ours, and they will reward their new allies handsomely. Cain is granted command of the Foreign Legion, a mercenary force of 3,000. He figures it is a solid deal. He can lay low and level up here, so he gladly accepts. Later, the captain commands the mercenary squad to salute their new leader, Cain. As they walk away, he is warned not to trust them, but that is exactly when some soldiers recognize him. So, this is the rookie player and the exiled tribe brothers. Thick bloodlust instantly fills the room. They demand answers because Cain looks identical to a certain guy they hunted in the past. He owed them plenty, and they are still major pains. Fonte is eager to handle this, and looking at their ugly faces, he happily agrees. He was bored anyway, so let the beating begin. Chirpy squeaks that she really hates these guys. Some idiot tries to charge, but Fonte instantly blows them away, complaining that he expected a real challenge but only got dust on his hands. Now, I know what you're thinking. Did he just ruin his own squad? Not even close. He uses holy fire to instantly heal them, ordering Fonte to keep shattering their bones. A few hours later, the entire squad is kneeling in terror. The guy is worse than a demon, beating them, healing them, then repeating it. He warns them he needs loyal house dogs, not mutts. This is their absolute last chance, and Fonte is going to teach them some discipline. Fonte complains about doing chores even outside the tribe, and when he gets ignored, he hilariously threatens to kill him. Back in the command room, the higher-ups are pleased, realizing they recruited someone incredibly useful. Plus, since he is that master's disciple, they must keep him on a tight leash. They ask about Lion next. Since the sword god is protecting him, it will take more time. She bitterly curses that if it were not for Heaven's Wing, they would never have had to come down here. She stands up. They must hurry and secure the stone so she can fully restore her dragon's heart. Suddenly, the spear god barges in, furiously demanding to know what those three are up to. The response is simple: they do as they please, and he does not meddle in personal matters unless it harms the tribe. He slowly calms down. Speaking of general tribe rules, he mentions how he left to join the sword god. But if that is true, then if they clash on the battlefield, he won't hesitate to kill them. He trusts they won't back down. Later, the platoon trains under Fonte's brutal, screaming leadership. He treats them like dirt, but surprisingly, they are actually improving. Since he is a natural leader, Yeon-woo can leave them to him. This gives him time to study the second section of the 8 extreme fists. He is amazed his father actually trusted him with this legendary martial art technique created by the martial king. The second section is reserved only for a chosen elite. Just then, Bahal shows up, highly impressed by how well the soldiers are trained, and asks if they are ready for war. Yeon-woo says his troop is ready, but brings up a crucial detail first. Does Bahal know the sword god's son is currently hiding out on the 16th floor? Bahal is completely shocked. The sword god only cared about power, so having a son changes everything. The kid was born extremely frail, with zero magic power. Since his body cannot handle the legendary beasts, he needs the phoenix's inner elixir to survive, along with the heart that was consumed. Knowing they do not fully trust him, he offers to handle the dangerous 16th floor mission entirely by himself. His target? Wipe out the Azure Sword Clan forces. But first, he has a little surprise. He still has not cleared the 12th floor trial, and the gate is officially opening up right now. They groan, never wanting to return to that scorching place. But Chirpy is absolutely thrilled by the heat. Yeon-woo knows hidden treasures await here, including the rare fire gem. He leverages the Red Dragon's resources, sending his squad on a massive hunt for materials. This precious gem makes Chirpy ecstatic. Once they find it, Yeon-woo plans to feed her half as a snack, and the other half to his spirits to unlock their sealed potential. The more they absorb, the stronger they become. Finally, Chirpy gives him a sleepy yawn and heads to sleep. You and I know she earned that nap. Alright, stick with me here. His spirits only got half power because that bracelet was capping their growth, but as they gain traits, they'll become complete. Then, cute little Chirpy gives him a sleepy look and vanishes back to his heart. Alright, you and I are back with Yeon-woo, who still has no clue why Chirpy loves that weird stone. After hours of grinding, his quests are finally complete. Since he is fully prepared, he heads straight to the 13th floor. But someone suddenly stops him, asking for a quick word. Seeing how busy he is, they cut right to the chase. His brother apparently had major issues with the Guardians, especially the top dog. That Guardian was Plaza, the rabbit of the Zodiac. Total shady character. He was only there to drop off a message from the higher-ups. Yeon-woo might not know, but the 12 Zodiac Guardians act as messengers for gods and demons. This time, he brings a chilling warning from one specific demon. Beware of the 3 Norns, especially those ladies. Yeon-woo is completely confused. If he means those 3 ancient goddesses, he has to mean Erd. But why warn him now? No real answers are given. The guy is just a messenger. Still, Yeon-woo guesses he is about to piss off those goddesses anyway as he steps onto the 13th floor, the Wheel of Life. The second he arrives, he orders everyone to present their loot: 182 fire gems and 35 ice crystals, plus 91 Frostfield roses, and a unique inventory item. The squad nervously asks where the Azure Sword Clan forces are. He calmly replies they are at the temple. Bird of the past, Verdandi of the present, and Shold of the future are the 3 goddesses living at the Spring of Life. Right beneath the tree where they spin the threads of fate, their temple is constantly packed with loyal worshippers. Even so, these deities keep their distance from the gods on the 98th floor and stay on the 16th. The party is absolutely floored. Is this crazy guy seriously planning to raid a temple? It makes zero sense. Even if the Norns are different now, they are still literal gods. But Yeon-woo just shakes his head. They can only read fate and cannot actually harm anyone because the tower has bound them. Plus, this crazy mission is locked into their contract. Refusing means massive penalties, leaving them with absolutely no choice but to advance. But once inside, they wonder why on earth the Red Dragon is hanging around. The temple priests ask them the exact same thing. First rule: all dangerous weapons must be left at the door. Yeon-woo realizes that as the Red Dragon's representative, a massive brawl is actually better. Pay attention here, the bigger the chaos, the louder the news, reaching the Azure clan and the Sword God. Suddenly, hostile soldiers launch an attack, shouting for them to get out. Nobody is allowed inside, but as the doors swing open, a totally wasted guy stumbles out. It is Hanbin, the Sword God's only son, acting like a spoiled brat who knows absolutely nothing about the real world. They knock him out cold to shut him up. Yeon-woo realizes the legendary Sword God was completely blinded by fatherly love, totally ignoring reality. Hanbin had struggled with his disability his whole life, finding an easy escape in substances. Our main character smiles. At least Hanbin's words will echo through the tower, ruining the reputation of the three goddesses and the Sword God alike. Back on the 11th floor, a mysterious figure smiles, noting how the boy looks just like his father. Yeon-woo cannot believe he just secured such a massive trump card without even lifting a finger. Now, he begins scheming on how to steal the stone. Vante, his secret weapon, needs to be awakened. Just then, an influential goblin appears, asking Rabbit if he screwed up. Elsewhere, a powerful figure is sweating bullets. He just received news that the Red Dragon kidnapped his precious son. Furious, he roars that he must save him, vowing to hunt him down. But as he grabs his gear, a mysterious note drops. It demands the stone in exchange for his son. Trembling, he opens an accompanying box, only to find a severed finger inside. Rumors say that after leaving his tribe, he crushed every single rival in his path, always securing victory. Eventually, loyal followers gathered, forming the very foundation of the mighty Azure Sword Clan. Quite unlike Artia, which fell far too easily. He wanted to wrap up this war quickly, but doing so meant the Nine Kings would fade into history. He absolutely could not let the Azure clan vanish. Just then, an urgent report arrives that someone is raiding his general. He rushes out immediately. The attackers demand the stone, but the general insists he has no clue who holds it. Seeing a devastating ultimate attack coming, he begs them to stop. He honestly knows nothing, but they do not care. They just order him to hand it over if he wants to live. Suddenly, Spear arrives, telling him to get out of the way. But Spear thinks he is completely insane. How could he betray them? But the command echoes move. Right then, a masked man steps between them, asking what is going on. He demands the stone, but Fist refuses. You and I both know he is totally clueless. But with Hanbin taken hostage, they need that stone fast. He is willing to face punishment later, because right now, every single second counts. He draws his sword. It gets instantly swiped away. They tell him to cool his head in his room while they handle this mess. Long ago, he loved a woman, and the only piece of her left was their weak son, whom he swore to protect. Now, he has to beg his child for forgiveness, for failing that vow. Right on cue, another delivery arrives from the shadows. Trembling, he opens the ominous box, only to find his son's eyeball sitting right next to the exact same note. Unleashing a terrifying wave of power, he glares at his men, demanding to know where their true loyalties lie. The moment they swear absolute allegiance, he commands them to rally every single soldier. Tonight, a bloody revolution begins. Later, in the Grand Hall, everyone is singing Cha Yeon-woo's praises. Everything is falling into place perfectly because of his genius. Inside the war room, congratulations pour in. Now, they prepare for the final phase. This war is about to end, and his name will be carved in history. Every bastard who ever labeled him a traitor will deeply regret it. They ask Cha Yeon-woo to lead the charge. He remembers the day Artia was founded, a precious memory his brother carried to his grave. But Bahal had long since tossed that memory aside. He once claimed the Red Dragon had eyes and ears everywhere, which meant he was their mole inside Artia all along. Yeon-woo realizes that with Hanbin's arrival, the board is set. If he wants to win on a rigged board, he needs a backup plan, so he begins weaving a massive magic barrier. He needs all the raw power he can gather. Suddenly, a voice greets him. It is the very first time a bound soul has spoken directly to him. The speech is clunky and dumb, so he feeds it items to test a theory. If this works, Boo will evolve into a higher being. It is said Artia succeeded for two key reasons: meeting the dragon Cadus on the second floor, and crafting a unique strengthening element. That elite booster is notoriously hard to craft due to the rare ingredients. But our main character has his witch doctor, using his own body as a biological lab. The creature coughs, but he orders him to endure, absorb the energy, and survive. Sure enough, his witch doctor undergoes a massive evolution, becoming a death mage. It bows respectfully, and thanks him for pulling it straight out of the abyss. It swears absolute loyalty, showing off its powerful new toolkit. For starters, it can raise undead summons. Then there is Blood Mist, along with corpse absorption. Its scaling power will ultimately depend on the amount of bodies and souls nearby. It can even cast basic magic. Yeon-woo is incredibly proud of this project. With a reliable ally by his side, he can fight much smarter while delegate minor tasks. Having a mage to command the undead is great, but he still needs a frontline tank. He wonders where that stubborn ghost is hiding. After searching high and low, Yeon-woo lays out the entire war plan, insisting he needs his help. At first, the warrior refuses to clash with the Red Dragon soldiers, but once Yeon-woo points out he can easily force his hand with raw strength, the ghost agrees on two conditions. He must keep his free will, and he must surpass his living power level. After consuming the exact same upgrade as Boo, he swears absolute fealty to his new master. They discuss the 5 focal points, teaching Yeon-woo to hone his physical senses. But he must also unlock the legendary 6th sense, which translates to pure battlefield instinct. And trust me, you and I are going to love seeing how he uses those combat instincts to destroy his enemies in the battles ahead. But this quick lesson gets cut short because alright, you and I are jumping right into the chaos because Yeon-woo suddenly senses danger. He snaps on guard, looks up, and boom, there is the Summer Queen herself, staring him down while the entire sky starts glitching out. Meanwhile, the Sword God is giving a major pep talk, thanking his loyal troops for not chickening out. Even though they are about to be branded as dirty traitors, they are all in, marching straight forward. They invade the Sword Sura clan base, where Sura drops some crazy news. Turns out he popped a secret cheat pill he took from a dead commander ages ago. It unleashes forbidden power, but the side effects? Absolutely brutal. Still, with his back against the wall, he is swallowing it anyway. His allies warn him to back off, but he is totally blind to the danger, screaming at everyone to find some cover. They scream, asking if he really has to take things this far, but his mind is made up. The enemies demand the stone and the target, but he just laughs, shattering their illusion with raw magic. The bad guys are utterly confused. Their fake base is gone, their allies are toast, and he is totally surrounded. Yet, he still has the audacity to offer them one final chance to walk away. He wants his old comrade to repent, but the guy just scoffs. Does he actually think those dead soldiers died happy? He claims pity is an insult, and there is one harsh truth he needs to accept. Whether it takes 1, 10, or 100 sacrifices, he only cares about reaching one person. But the enemy survives the massive blow, leaving him completely baffled. Honestly, the guy is a cockroach. His combat skill is insane. In a flash, he teleports right next to his target. Finally, he is in range to end this. But Waith is supposedly at peak power, yet he cannot even land a single scratch on this man. Instead, the villain thanks him, revealing he had no clue the 4 legendary beasts were sealed inside. The crazy pill fused them together, and now he is just going to rip them out. What a massive troll. He knew he was being played all along. With a tragic apology to his son, he remembers some secret portal coordinates from an old letter, realizing his enemy just made a fatal mistake by over-explaining. By explaining how the core works, he gave away the key, and boom, he rips open a giant portal in the sky. Yeon-woo realizes this is the legendary beast magic, which means the sword god is toast. As the portal opens, look closely at this insane transformation. His magic levels skyrocket as his body absorbs the energy. The succession hits 100%, and his epic dragon form finally awakens. The enemy army is terrified. They are totally panicking, wondering how to fight a literal dragon god. Meanwhile, the masked leader realizes his plans are ruined. He wanted the stone to crush the sword god, but now everything has failed. He completely loses his cool, screaming about his ruined plans. But suddenly, the Summer Queen leaps straight onto the massive dragon, yelling at it to end her life right then and there. Talk about dramatic. The soldiers think they are safe because the sword god has backup. The bow god and the spear god suddenly show up to join the party. The spear god even cracks a joke about how long it has been. If they take down the Summer Queen, the giant dragon falls with her. With 3 powerful gods on their side, they actually stand a chance. Meanwhile, Fante is out there trolling his opponents, calling them pathetic. Adora sighs in relief because the rest of her tribe did not show up. If her overpowered father was here, that red dragon would already be chopped meat. Still, she wonders where our main guy is hiding. Well, Yeon-woo is actually busy screaming in agony. His magic circuits are stretching to their absolute limits, making him feel like he is being ripped to shreds. But finally, the brutal evolution finishes. All his stats get a massive boost, and he bags some legendary rewards. But the real shift? It is not just his physical body. His actual soul has evolved, letting him see through absolutely everything. Sure, he cannot fully control this crazy vision yet, but he can literally analyze the ultimate truth of the universe now. That is the power of a dragon species. And thanks to this crazy transformation, he can now unlock all 8 primal authorities. It is only stage 1, but it is a massive start. Suddenly, a mysterious voice calls him the new successor that the child once spoke about. He recognizes the voice as Kalatus, which is impossible since he is dead. Still, the ancient dragon promises to wait until they meet face to face. Yeon-woo wakes up with one main goal in mind, and I know what you are thinking. Is he going to hunt the saber god? Absolutely. His allies beg him to lead them. Realizing these guys are strong enough to form an entire top-tier guild, he wants them as his loyal subordinates, but it is too early to celebrate. He orders them to split up, because Leonte and Bahal are still breathing, and this war only ends when they are dead. While they plan their sneak attack, Bahal is busy swatting soldiers like annoying flies. He screams for his real enemy to face him, insulting the guards as weak warm-ups. He even calls him a total coward. Leonte is absolutely fuming, but he is forced to stay put because of the saber god's strict orders. Bahal knows a trap is brewing, but scoffs because he does not have time for these games. Suddenly, he teleports right next to Leonte, demanding the stone. All of Leonte's men are already wiped out. Bahal asks if he is ready to surrender yet, unless he wants more of his people slaughtered. He just needs to hand it over, but Leonte keeps screaming that he does not have the damn thing. Bahal knows he is stubborn, but if he keeps lying, he is going to have to get violent. Actually, he starts wondering if the guy is telling the truth, but he still needs the creation secrets. After all, his queen cannot hold out against 3 gods forever with a shattered heart. He needs that stone. He wants to make her the absolute ruler of the tower. Following a massive explosion, he demands Leonte's surrender. But Leonte is done playing nice, and he is about to show Bahal his real, terrifying strength. Bahal cannot believe his eyes. He senses the raw energy of a legendary dragon, which should be impossible. Leonte tells him to shut up and fight, while Bahal struggles to trace the magic circles. Leonte suddenly blitzes right next to him. Bahal curses as a slowdown spell traps him. He admits his rival blocked the first hit, but challenges him to survive the next blast. But Bahal is in trouble. That weapon in Leonte's hands belongs to Odin himself, an unranked, god-tier sword. He cannot comprehend how a weakling is wielding it, screaming that Leonte must be burning through his entire mana pool to use it. No wonder the saber god handed it over for emergencies. Bahal curses him in jealousy, realizing if he had that sword, he would not even need the stone. But then, out of nowhere, a scream echoes. Bahal is screaming, drenched in blood and missing an entire arm. He vows bloody revenge, but Leonte just laughs at how pathetic he looks. He has clearly burned through all his inner energy. This is an easy win, and Leonte is ready to unleash his final revenge. But suddenly, a chilling voice whispers that he finally found him. Leonte freezes in absolute terror. Where did this guy even come from? With pure killing intent, he slices, sending Leonte's head rolling across the ground. The onlooker is stunned that this man actually swallowed the mythical beast's core. That beast is the whole reason the dragon Kalatus favored his brother in the first place, so he is happy to reclaim it. Meanwhile, a bleeding Bahal screams, demanding to know why Yeon-woo is here instead of leading the secondary group. Yeon-woo thinks he is clever, but he has no idea what danger he is facing. But wait, Bahal suddenly freezes. He senses a faint trace of dragon fear, a power reserved only for real dragons. Only his queen should possess that pressure. If this kid actually has it, he needs to tread carefully. Things are spiraling out of control, but he still has 4 loyal beasts left to fight. With his remaining forces, this should have been a cakewalk. He has no clue what is happening, but he knows they are mortal enemies now. Since everyone is exhausted, it is the perfect time to strike. Bahal refuses to give him the satisfaction. He orders his men to scatter and warn the high ranks. Trust me, Yeon-woo really wants to end him, but another stone cannot ruin his plans. But Yeon-woo laughs, because Bahal is completely misreading the situation. There is absolutely zero chance he is letting anyone escape from a dragon's territory. He activates his new domain skill, and trust me, this rookie is about to show them what real power looks like. You and I are about to watch this epic clash wrap up. Bowing his head to his betters, Jan just smiled. Bahal wanted him dead, but his plan totally failed. Bahal was wrong again, still reading the room horribly. He completely misread the situation. Everyone summoned here was going to die. Bahal was in sheer shock. Controlling both dragon power and the dead was impossible, since just one of those could shake the entire tower. He screamed in terror, wondering what these monsters were. A voice answered, "Glory to the Master," as another knight appeared. This was the end, and Bahal could only look down in despair. His body was totally wrecked, and his flame beasts were wiped out. Talk about a disaster. Ever since leaving Archa, he faced nothing but non-stop struggles, but despite everything, he still pushed through. He mastered the Fire Fist skill, earned his rank, and became the Eye of the Red Dragon. Yet, he cursed his weak mind. He could not believe he almost threw in the towel, especially against a rookie. He pushed his power past the limit. Yeon-woo was shocked he had any strength left. Bahal roared that he was the legendary Bahal of the Fire Fist Rain of Fire, while Yeon-woo braced himself. He cursed. The move was just a flashy distraction while Bahal hid inside the roaring flames, but he deflected it easily. Who was this kid? Our main fighter decided to end this drawn-out battle. Things were taking too long, so he had to finish it. Bahal screamed, calling him a damn bastard. But moving like lightning, Yeon-woo dodged his strike and stepped right into his blind spot. Bahal's body was sliced open. He could not believe a mere rookie had done this. Was this really his end? No. He refused to yield. Gasping for air, he demanded to know who he was. If you are that curious, look into my eyes and see your brother. Then, Yeon-woo sliced off his head. Now, pay attention here because this next moment completely shatters a contract linked to her eyes. The contract was severed. Bahal was dead, despite those beasts. It should have been impossible. Her heart was failing, but she still marched to war. She risked everything for that curse stone. She had to claim that curse stone. Unleashing pure fury, she knew they were tough, but even 3 gods could not bring her down. Suddenly, a massive shockwave hit her, triggering a horrifying realization. It was impossible. Leonte should have been dead. Meanwhile, Cha Yeon-woo worked to absorb all that raw energy. With the battlefield wiped clean of enemies, his mystical bracelet began to vibrate violently. It made perfect sense. Along with the beasts, he had absorbed 2 insanely powerful players. With countless souls now locked in limbo fighting each other, they would soon learn his power. They would learn the bracelet's power is absolute. He felt slightly guilty that so many lives were sacrificed to craft the stone. But if the Red Dragon desired it, it had to be incredibly useful. His mission was complete. Now, he needed to warn Fonte and Adora to retreat immediately. Meanwhile, the Saber God realized half their army was gone, along with the legendary beast forces and their 2 strongest warriors. It was their worst defeat since the war against Arcus. Suddenly, a surprise strike cut him off, telling him not to hesitate. Was he too old to fight? Snapping back, he declared he would handle this. He summoned his sword once more. Spear and Bee prepared to watch his back. The queen refused to let them strategize, but with Bee stepping in, Spear charged forward to strike. They executed a flawless tag team combo. Meanwhile, a massive skill was charging up while she was distracted by them. A lethal blow aimed straight for her skull. But the situation suddenly shifted. A voice screamed for the Saber God to run. Crashing down, battered and dazed, he finally understood why the Sword God went mad. It was all a carefully laid trap for the stone. The Bow God smirked, mocking him for just now realizing the truth. They roared in anger, calling him a filthy traitor, but their words were cut short as the queen's tail slammed down. You and I both know morale is key, but for the first time, these soldiers watched their leaders collapse. Their sole motivation shattered. Their gods were heavily wounded, and one of them had betrayed them. The queen admitted this took more effort than expected. This was the end of the Ashura clan. Yet, Spear blocked her path. Was he unconscious? No. He refused to let this be his end. He was their core, the clan's king, and his dearest friend. He would not let him die here. While one god breathed, the clan survived. He had to stop her, even at the cost of his soul. Suddenly, the remaining players of the clan snapped out of their shock. Light returned to their eyes, their blades gleaming as they all charged forward into the fray together. Weapons drawn, they had one goal: delay the queen so their gods could escape, even if it cost their lives. Meanwhile, Fonte questioned if leaving things like this was okay for his tribe. They reassured him. His tribe knew of the battle but never appeared, proving they had severed ties. They wouldn't seek revenge. Instead, they were likely just focusing on recovering from the devastating war. When they returned, he only welcomed his children. He had zero interest in greeting someone who only showed up after causing a massive mess. It was also painfully obvious he possessed a dragon skill. Smiling, he found it impressive. He tried to hide his immense growth, but the raw power still leaked through. As they prepared to part ways, he asked if his task was finally complete. He bowed his head, admitting it was all thanks to him. Later, outside the village limits, an ally desperately begged for help because the Red Clan had breached their main headquarters. Hearing silence, they yelled that the pact was sealed and one of their members was in mortal danger. But he denied it, stating that none of his actual clan members were present. That warrior had already cut ties, and the contract only applied to one conflict. Having won the first battle, they were completely free of any vows. Leon believed he was safe, but who knows? There was no telling what would happen once he departed. Plus, with those 2 traitors, one of the 8 legendary clans had collapsed. This would spark a brutal war for control over their assets. The fall of the Ashura Sword Clan was just the beginning. He needed to grow stronger and master his newly forged body, since his duel with Bahal proved he still had a long way to go. But first, His next priority was hatching that mysterious egg. Yet, the moment he arrived, furious shouts erupted. They scolded his extreme impatience. But seeing how badly he wanted this, they relented. Bowing down, they suggested he keep it in his care a bit longer. They still had no idea how to hatch it. However, he believed he finally held the key to unlocking the shell. By channeling the energy of the 4 sacred beasts, a crystal-formed skill emerged. This was his ticket to hatching it. Right then, Cherry happily appeared, eager to meet her brand new friend. The elders stood stunned by the overwhelming majesty of the beast. He brought forth a creature from a tribe second only to the king. No one truly knew the limits of its potential growth. Since they lacked the knowledge to hatch it, they suggested he perform the ritual outside. They questioned if he truly knew what he was doing, and upon his confident nod, they made a move. They handed him the rare moon seeds. But those belonged to Adora and Fante. Inherited at birth, his loyal companions had decided to pass these precious relics down to him instead. He closed his eyes in deep gratitude. They were truly incredible friends. After a long talk, the Martial King urged them to hurry up because he was starting to get sleepy. He expected a truly magnificent beast to emerge, so they better not disappoint him. Chang'o knew the moment had arrived. He gathered the seeds, hearts, and beast souls to begin the hatching. He had to awaken it now. A voice echoed, stating it had been waiting to hear his call once again. The elders gasped. This creature was completely different from a normal mythical dragon. It resembled a massive serpent charged with dark, demonic energy. You and I have never seen a mythical beast with this insane level of raw, chaotic power recorded in history. It wielded 4 distinct elements. How was that even possible? A beast like this would throw the entire tower into utter chaos, and it was clear this beast had patiently waited for him. All right, you and I are about to see the ultimate dragon bromance. This beast literally threw its body into the void and locked itself in the dark for him. But our main character still is not happy. Normally, he would be jumping with excitement, but Chao-mu just apologizes. He is not the actual master the dragon wanted. Now, he asks to talk in private because things are getting super awkward. A mythical dragon packed with demonic energy is no joke. This is floor 98 level devil power, guys. It twists your mind and turns you into an obsessive stalker. Super dangerous vibes here. The beast demands to know what trauma made him lose his smile, but Cha Yeon-woo finally gets it. His brother hid this dragon to protect it before his tragic end caught up. Taking off his mask, he explains that he really is not the guy it wants. He is Chi, the older brother of Che. Since the dragon is speechless, he apologizes. He only came here to avenge his brother by absolutely destroying the bastards who murdered him. He says he will leave the dragon alone to process this family drama. But as he turns around, the beast stops him. Sure, he is not the original master, but they share the same blood. And if he wants to murder those jerks, it is totally down to help. When he admits he wants to destroy the entire tower, the dragon just laughs. This guy is completely insane, but it loves the attitude. To become his ally, it just needs a name. But he has to wait, since its power is still recovering. Now, Cha Yeon-woo gathers Faye and Adora because he has an insanely big plan. He wants to conquer floor 11 and use his creatures to turn them into legendary beasts to dominate everything. It is a win-win, since they get a legendary ally and a massive load of experience points. Then he sneaks off to a quiet spot and summons the souls of Bahal and Leonte. He basically tortures and threatens them until they spill all the tea about the magical stone. After a long interrogation, Leonte finally spills the truth about the stone, so our guy casually feeds their souls to his soldiers. Now pay attention, because Bahal also reveals secrets about the Red Dragon and a special ring. This ring leads to a hidden vault packed with rare treasures and the exact items needed to finish the magical stone. Only a few ingredients are missing, and they need a specific alchemist to complete it. This alchemist was his brother's old buddy. But even though the guy begs for his life, John shows absolutely zero mercy and feeds his soul to the troops. Talk about a cold-hearted boss. This means they can never reincarnate, which is a pretty brutal punishment. But on the bright side, his soldiers just absorbed all their epic skills. Plus, he managed to collect one last soul. By casting a magic circle, he summons the sword god himself, who immediately tries to make a deal. He wants John to join forces to save his son, but the god claims his son is already dead. He thinks the red dragon killed him, but John casually teleports him and points to the kid standing right there. The sword god is completely shocked. How on earth is his son actually alive? John admits he smuggled him out before the war started. But the real hero here is Chirpy, the child of the Phoenix. She wanted revenge for her friend, but chose to break the cycle of hate. She did not want anyone else to feel that terrible grief. The sword god is stunned. Mercy like this is unheard of in this brutal tower, where everyone only fights for their own selfish gain. Deeply moved, he drops to his knees. The legendary sword god officially pledges his loyalty to his new master, forever grateful. Just like that, John gets another overpowered general for his army, but after clashing with the Martial King, he realizes he is still way too weak. So, he locks himself into absolute demon mode training, pushing his body to the extreme limit to break through. He trains tirelessly for 15 whole days to smash past his power ceiling. Once he is done, he heads down to the lower floors to visit a forge, feeling a bit hesitant to step inside. After all, the blacksmith loved Bahal like a brother and definitely knows he is dead, but his companions call him an idiot for standing outside, telling him to just go in already. He finally explains the crafting job he needs. No use lying since the blacksmith already knew his motives. You and I can probably guess what happens next, lots of shouting before he demands answers. The old man yells, asking what he wants. Keeping it short, he just hands over the blueprint papers. Seeing the design, the blacksmith's eyes light up with pure, nerdy excitement. Before leaving, Leon mentions he is totally used to saying goodbye, so there is no need to worry. Our guy just stares, thinking the old man is a terrible liar. But he keeps moving. Honestly, his resilience is pretty admirable. But later, we cut to a cave where he is completely broken. His energy is fully drained, and he barely remembers how he ended up here. It feels exactly like when he almost died before Spear saved him. Confused but desperate, he drags himself outside the cave to search for his friend, only to see people standing completely still. Walking closer, tears start to fall as he witnesses the horror. His entire army is dead. They died on their feet, surrounded by thousands of slaughtered enemies. He can only curse his fate. Why is his dead friend smiling? What is there to be happy about? Why did he throw his life away like an idiot? They were brothers, and now he is left all alone in this world. Without his brother, he loses the will to live. But suddenly, his saber starts to glow. In that instant, all his doubts vanish. His warrior pride does not matter anymore. He unleashes a forbidden skill he swore never to touch. If it means fulfilling his friend's final wish, he will throw his ego away. Even if they can never fight side by side again, his buddy will always live on inside his heart. Meanwhile, John is trying to enter the 16th floor to visit the Temple of the Three Goddesses, but the guards block his way. If they will not let him in, he is ready to break the door down. Lucky for him, the goddess actually wants to see him. Turns out his entry ban to the 16th floor is lifted. Her sacred territory is now open to him. John has no reason to decline, but being the untrusting edgy guy he is, he plans to use her help only until he gets what he wants. She agrees and guides him inside. The temple is eerily quiet. Even with his intimidating presence, the locals do not seem bothered. Still, he stays on guard because of the warning. The rabbit warned him to watch out for the eldest goddess. His guide stops at a giant door, explaining she cannot go any further without permission, since this is holy ground. John senses a bizarre energy radiating from within. Normally, massive power feels heavy and suffocating, but this is different. He cannot describe it, but he knows something godlike is waiting. When he demands to know what is inside, she tells him it is a literal god. But that is impossible. Gods are locked on the 98th floor and can only project their minds here. They do this to escape their confinement. She tells him not to stress because he will see soon. John bravely pushes the door open, eager to witness this deity for himself. What waits inside completely blows his mind. The energy is far too intense, instantly swallowing him whole. It feels as if his very soul is being slowly devoured by an endless void. He feels as tiny as an insect, his very existence starting to fade away. But he refuses to go out like a pathetic loser. He fights back, trying to block the overwhelming pressure. A mysterious voice tells him to chill out, calling him a stubborn kid. It promises no harm, but asks who trashed its temple. John is totally lost. She notes most humans just beg for freedom. John is built different. He has no regrets or earthly attachments. However, he is drowning in his own dark past, constantly blaming himself for everything that went wrong. His thoughts are consumed by his brother's tragedy. He can't trust anyone after that brutal betrayal. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are going to want to see what happens next. All he can think about is his brother, who got stabbed in the back by his own crew. Naturally, our guy can't trust anyone now. In his mind, betrayal is always just around the corner, so he keeps his guard up. Now watch this, because this constant doubt triggers a dark flashback to his past war. His squadmates ran out of time, so they just abandoned him to die. They were his closest brothers in arms, yet they turned on him, left him to rot right in the middle of an enemy camp. He risked everything for them, only to get stabbed in the back. Survival should have been impossible, but his sheer spite and bitterness kept him breathing. He focused solely on survival, slaying countless enemies. Eventually, he discarded his rage. You and I are about to see where this leads. She stripped away his resentment and all other feelings, leaving everyone to call him Cain, the emotionless monster. She just laughed, sure he would never cross that abyss, becoming just another piece in her collection. To survive, he had to unleash the inner monster. But our main character found this whole trial incredibly boring. Was that really his limit? No way. Every player carried heavy regrets, and his were among the strongest. He could never break free that easily. She smiled, thinking her job here was done. She even thanked him for clearing the 16th floor. But her companion, her Ms., simply mocked her. Besides, she was forbidden from touching him because the heavy hitters on the 98th floor were already plotting to make him their apostle. The goddess simply could not understand why they protected that bastard. He was totally humiliated, but she refused to let it end like this. If she could not add him to her collection, he had to die. She ordered her elf to devour him, but suddenly, the link between God and apostle shattered. Did not even notice the shadow sneaking up due to the residual power John had scattered across the room. And that little mistake? It sent an absolute wave of agonizing pain surging through her entire body. Holy war was declared as soldiers rushed to attack Joan, but to him, this was just getting tedious. He told them to say their final prayers, yet they still complained about how incredibly dull the fight was. He calmed them down, promising that much stronger players would show up eventually. Then he cursed. It was his own fault for making his soldiers this ridiculously overpowered. He did not even need to draw his sword. His summons knew he was strong, but how did he break Erd's chains? Humans are usually bound by their memories, yet he realized his bitter past had only taught him one thing: never trust anyone. It had turned him into someone truly terrible. But things were different now. Remembering his brother's words, he knew there was no way he could let him see such a pathetic, shameful side of himself. With that, he advanced to the 20th floor. This trial was a total breeze because it was just wrapped in pitch darkness. Thanks to his extra abilities, finding the right path was practically child's play. For ordinary players, this was a nightmare. They kept wandering into danger because the deeper they went, the more their senses faded to absolutely nothing: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. But for Cha Yeon-woo, his intense training made this way too easy. His raw senses were already insanely sharp. So, to keep challenging himself, he unequipped all his gear and completely sealed his active skills. Strip away everything, and it felt like starting all over again. Sure, it was highly dangerous with so many enemies hunting him, but he wanted to use that absolute crisis to break his limits. Before long, he realized climbing without any senses was brutal. As he ascended higher, he even started doubting if he was moving in the right direction. By then, only his touch remained unnerved, but it was time to awaken his sixth sense. He started focusing on the subtle energy waves of his surroundings. At first, everything was a chaotic blur, but slowly, he began to tell them apart. Every single being had a unique frequency. Pushing his awareness far beyond his physical body, he just let himself flow. Instantly, his raw combat mastery skyrocketed, jumping all the way from 20 to 62. He completely lost track of time, hours, days, maybe even a whole month passed as he finally gained true control over the soul itself. This was a total awakening, a legendary power normal players could never reach. Now he fully got why the top high rankers came to this specific floor to train. Right now, he could feel every single aura. If he mastered this, he could unlock that legendary skill his teacher mentioned. It was a technique even his master had never completely mastered. Passed down through a tribe descended from a god, his teacher never understood the manual anyway, only wishing him the best of luck. Back then, he did not have a single clue. But now, it was finally starting to click. Meanwhile, his internal generals, the sword god, and the semi-ranker offered him some major pointers on sixth sense control. Still, he had to tread carefully. One wrong move could permanently sever his soul from his body. But Jan only heard one thing: more sixth sense meant more power, and expanding it sounded absolutely amazing. So, he trained relentlessly with his allies for days until the system finally began matching compatible skills for him. The reward? He was officially granted the legendary skill, extrasensory perception. His allies were utterly speechless. That skill was easily one of the top 5 defensive abilities in existence. It should have been physically impossible. No normal player was ever supposed to obtain it. But with this guy, impossible is just a word. Jan felt his perception expanding infinitely. It was totally different from when he awakened his dragon body. The entire world around him was suddenly crystal clear. He had literally gained an entirely new sense. Now, he could not wait to test his new sensory powers alongside his regular skills. His allies finally understood why Fante was always so incredibly jealous of him. Honestly, standing next to him was just depressing. The guy was getting stronger by the second. He told them to pipe down, saying it was time to head to the Mountain of Penance. Nearby, someone wondered if such a freak of nature actually existed here. Another voice replied that things were finally getting interesting. He had arrived. Time to give him a proper welcome. Jan immediately sensed danger and ordered his captains to retreat. Whoever was approaching was incredibly powerful and coming straight for them. Suddenly, a figure appeared on a branch, so the rumors were True Cain was here. Why was he staying silent? Was he still as incredibly rude as always? Jan instantly recognized that voice. It was Khan. But why was he here? The tutorial was over, and they had abandoned him. How did he even manage to get here? He never expected to run into his old comrades so quickly. He demanded to know what Khan was doing here, and where on earth Doyle was hiding. The guy felt completely different from the friend he met back in the tutorial. Suddenly, a new voice cut in, suggesting Khan introduce his companion. When Jan stayed silent, she casually threw lightning at him. It was too fast, completely bypassing his new extrasensory perception. It was pure rune magic, the complex language of the gods. Almost nobody in the entire tower could cast that kind of magic. Was she a sadhu? He had heard about those hermits living on the final mountain. They thrived on solitude, pain, and extreme pressure, training non-stop right here on the 20th floor. She apologized, explaining she had to bring him in or face death herself. Asking him to follow, he noticed her insane growth as they walked. Unlike him, who relied on summons and borrowed powers, she did not. No beasts, no soldiers, just pure individual effort. You could easily see the sheer desperation and hard work she put in to reach this peak. When they finally arrived, two mysterious figures were waiting. They greeted him wearing masks and simple robes. It was clear she was here solely to train. Jan realized she was indeed the famous caster of runic magic from the Crimson Divine Tree. Victoria was one of the very few rankers permitted to speak the language of the gods. Yeon-woo knew her legendary reputation but had no clue why she was here. To her right stood Kindred. Known as the Ghost of Pestilence, his presence was almost as overwhelming as our main character's own teacher. The diary noted he served the demon army, a cult worshipping an unknown god through 8 bishops. Kindred was the second bishop, and absolutely nobody had ever seen his face. The diary placed him on the 20th floor, but that entry was 10 years old. Yeon-woo could not understand why he was still here. Khan just laughed, asking how she could call him handsome while wearing a mask. Plus, did she not know he was way younger than her? He still could not detect her magic activating. She was incredibly powerful, casting complex spells without any mana fluctuation at all. Unless, of course, those strange bracelets were doing the work. Victoria smiled, telling him he really was handsome. She told him not to stare so intensely as it made her blush, even offering to teach him runic magic. Khan quickly warned him not to fall for her dangerous charms. She would promise a wild night, only to tie him up as a literal lab rat. Victoria pouted, claiming she did not lie. But Khan yelled back that he almost died in the process. He told her to stop bothering Cain. Just then, Yang's massive aura began spreading across the entire clearing. Victoria wondered if he had simply vanished, but he was just moving too fast. Our main character is suppressing his body and power, but then his magic circle flares. Boom, all senses merge. The peanut gallery asks if he overdid it. Well, obviously, yes. A calmer voice chimes in, saying Yeon-woo is totally fine. Honestly, our main character is shocked by this guy's sheer power. Without those cheat-level prediction skills, he was a goner. That strike felt like a literal cannonball. This dude is a walking hazard. Even going full power, Yeon-woo has doubts about winning. Offered another round, he politely says, nope, he just wants to admire that beautiful, devastating power a bit longer. He can wait. But first, he asks about his connection to the saber god. Yeon-woo is confused, then remembers his master. Ah, the martial king. It all clicks. Turns out the saber god was also the martial king's former disciple. But wait, was not the martial king done with taking students forever? Either way, the man gets it. He asks if Yeon-woo is heading to the 5 mountains of penitence. If so, follow Khan. Meanwhile, Victoria is screaming because they ruined her beautiful garden. Next, they show Yeon-woo his cozy new room. Khan promises those two are just rough around the edges, not actual monsters. Just do not annoy them, and they will give great advice. They swap life stories until Yeon-woo asks about Doyle. Khan immediately gets defensive, saying she is gone. They broke up, so stop asking. It is hard to believe since they were practically glued together. But hey, none of his business, right? He knows they will cross paths again because Doyle is a total genius. Khan is actually thrilled since nobody ever survives the test of those two. With Yeon-woo passing, Khan is finally not the rookie anymore. Talk about a relief. Our main character is a complete enigma, but Khan knows this place has even more crazy gains waiting. He also hopes for a friendly rematch. After that, Yeon-woo dives headfirst into training. He is trying to awaken his dragon powers, blending them with his sword and his master's secret technique. His phantom soldiers think he is getting nowhere, but he is convinced 3 days is all it takes. Then, he slips into absolute darkness until a voice starts shouting at him. The voice keeps calling him and, naturally, starts hurling insults. Everyone lets out a massive sigh of relief. If he stayed under any longer, he would have literally kicked the bucket. Normal meditation takes a few days, not a whole month, you crazy guy. They demand to know what he learned, but when he says nothing, they call it a total scam. Yeon-woo does not buy that. He can feel the raw power waiting for him just beneath the surface. The problem? Reaching it is like navigating through a massive, thick fog. He has never been this annoyed about failing to master a skill. But then, a classic tip drops. Stuck? Go back to basics. The sword is just a sword, after all. He has to master the blade first, reaching that epic expert level where raw skill becomes a visible aura. Even his brother's cheat code diary can't help with this step. Thankfully, Yeon-woo has 2 top-tier mentors on standby. He calls Adora, apologizing for being a ghost, but she immediately fires a million angry questions at him for ignoring her. He calms her down, says he is fine, and asks if Hanova reached out. He asked Hanova for a big favor, so she should pass along the message. She snarls back. Hanova is literally staying at her villa right now. If that is all, she is hanging up. Yeon-woo realizes he probably waited too long to call. Back to sword training. He spars with his semi-ranker servant, who is now strong enough to pass as a true ranker. Next up, Yeon-woo faces the sword god. Learning with every single clash, he pours all his focus into the very tip of his blade, channeling how his master did it with bare fists. Shattering his limits, he converts the 8 extreme fists into swordsmanship. The 8 arts of the sword are born. This power is absolutely ridiculous, far exceeding his expectations. In no time, he unlocks the sword aura. Now he just needs to refine it. He notices a distinct fire trait inside the glowing red aura. Seeing him master this like a genius, the other 2 beg him to teach them those 8 extreme fists too. Meanwhile, Victoria is losing her mind. Why is the result not matching her expectations? She calculates every variable, but gets nothing. Then, she remembers Kane, hoping he is the answer. That rookie is definitely punching above his weight class. Asking Kindred or another Zadu for help might work, but she does not want to expose her secrets to them. She takes a breath. Time to unwind and admire some eye candy. She teleports, swearing she felt the rookie's energy close by, but finds absolutely nothing. Actually, she cannot sense any presence at all. Worse, the entire area looks completely devastated. She spots lingering dark energy that looks like a giant Hermes constrictor tore the place apart. Could he really be behind this destruction? Did he seriously gain this much power in only 3 months? The leftover energy is a total mystery. There are not even undead monsters on the 20th floor. She smirks. Yeon-woo feels his captain's sparring sessions are totally paying off. Suddenly, Victoria corners him, demanding answers before smiling and offering a trade. She thinks she has found an easy target. He is handsome, and she is sure she can read his mind within a month. He thinks he is playing her, but he agrees to a deal to learn runes, not that he will actually master them. Still, this deal might finally end her long search. She expects major progress today, but 20 days later, reality hits her hard. Absolutely zero progress. She expected an easy win, but this kid absorbs every poison, magic circle, and artifact like a sponge. Every single analysis she runs just keeps throwing errors. He is literally unreadable. It is not even mental defenses. To make things worse, his incredibly deep questions about runes are starting to freak her out. His mind is just endless. It is vast, wide, and completely limitless. Clueless but stubborn, she spends another 10 days digging as deep as possible. She finds absolutely nothing. Cursing, she admits she lost. She never expected to get played like this. Back at his hut, Yeon-woo summons his captains and asks the witch if she can combine the magic rune with Blink. He wants to boost his magic, speed, and raw strength. She warns him it is possible, but Blink is different. The pain will be unimaginable. But Yeon-woo says do it. He must stay focused so a whole month of training does not go down the drain. Slow and steady wins. She agrees, but warns him again. If he passes out, it fails. And so, the torture begins. Since runic magic flows through bones, and he lacks it naturally, they have to carve the runes directly into them. His soldiers think he is insane. Carving magic runes into your own bones is the ultimate agony. But if he survives, he will evolve to a level they cannot even comprehend. Another 3 months fly by. Yeon-woo realizes he has overstayed his welcome here. He needs to wrap things up and head back. But first, a quick test drive of his new power is mandatory. Activating Vigrid, he prepares to unleash it. But the sheer scale of the power is shocking. His buddies run out to check the commotion, but a guest is approaching. The newcomer asks if Yeon-woo caused this wild storm with just his aura, cursing. This kid is totally breaking the game balance. He asks if our hero is leaving already. He says no. Honestly, they barely hung out, probably because Khan was avoiding him over the whole Doyle situation. But Khan decides to be completely honest. Something massive happened. Not long ago, Kindred kicked the bucket. Meanwhile, two mysterious people corner Victoria, demanding to know if the rumors are true. No way should he die on this floor. Floor 20. Victoria admitted it had been ages since she last saw Darksword and House God. This was serious business, and Khan was already swearing, mad that they were the very last to arrive. Yeon-woo immediately recognized the newcomers. The guy was Sol Luna, a deadly vampire swordsman, and the lady was Rebecca, a high ranker. Talk about bad vibes, especially from that vampire guy. Once inside, she confessed even she was clueless about the full truth. She was simply reporting back after finishing her mission. Honestly, the crew could barely believe what they were hearing. Was that even possible? John wondered if the legendary Mew King actually existed. See, this mission was tied to Sun Wukong. To other gods, this stone monkey-turned-deity was a total wildcard. After unlocking ultimate powers and reaching enlightenment, he got bored and just wandered the heavens. Eventually, he was sealed, fought demons to pay for his sins, and became a true god. Almost no one in history ever reaches that godlike level. John knew his reputation was massive, especially in a tower where everyone chases godhood. But a mission this huge on floor 20? The tower does not lie, but something felt totally sketchy. Rumors always linked floor 20 to the legendary Monkey King. For ages, people called those rugged peaks the five elements, mountains. He even wielded the golden cudgel, that holy weapon stolen straight from the Dragon Kings. Jahan had a bad feeling about what would happen once these crazy rumors started spreading around. A deity is no joke. We are talking about someone who transcended humanity to gain godhood. His brother had never seen one. Still, he doubted a literal bishop of the demon army would die here. It smelled like a trap set by the demon army. Those cunning bishops would happily wait years just to spring the perfect ambush. They were absolute monsters, and Kindred was definitely no exception. Jahane could feel that terrifying pressure. What was Kindred even plotting? The guy was stronger than all five of them combined. Seeing the group looking super skeptical, she decided to step up. She offered a binding mana oath, but had one condition first. They had to head to the mission site and bring back Kindred's body. She did not care about the corpse, just her promise. She was not asking for charity, though. She offered a sweet deal: complete the mission, and they would get the location of anyone inside the dungeon. All they had to do was guide her. Cha Yeon-woo knew the stakes were way too high to pass this up. He agreed to join, needing to verify a few things with his own eyes, while also keeping tabs on what Khan was up to. Khan and the fiery redhead both agreed to sign up. The vampire, however, flat out refused, not wanting to risk his neck. Too bad for him, magical bindings immediately wrapped around his body. If they let him loose, he would just leak their plans. There was zero chance they were letting him walk. After a harsh warning to keep his mouth shut, they finally set off. Their destination was a secret cave Kindred had spent ages searching for. Arriving there, they were completely baffled. How on earth did a portal exist in a random spot like this? It was unreal. A mysterious passage lay before them, their only lead to Kindred. Rebecca volunteered to take the lead, but the second they stepped inside, a suffocating, evil energy slammed into them, locking them in place. She quickly deployed a protective barrier. This place was incredibly creepy, but turning back was not an option. Everyone stayed on high alert, walking until they hit yet another confusing fork in the road. They were clearly walking in circles, and tempers started flaring. John realized the party was falling apart. Whatever skill was guiding them was burning way too much mana and mental stamina. Even Victoria looked like she was about to pass out. Surprisingly, Khan was holding up the best. He braced his willpower and refused to let this creepy cave play mind games with him. The others forgot that the cave itself was a deadly test. If they kept panicking, they would literally break their own minds. Luckily, John stayed totally chill, his passive skills keeping his head clear. He had to step in, but suddenly, those creeping dark thoughts vanished. No, wait. Something was actively purging the hateful energy of the monkey god inside his head. What was happening? The crew was shocked and asked how he did it. John apologized, claiming he just had a super handy skill for this floor. Naturally, they cursed him out, annoyed he did not help sooner. John was not trying to be a jerk, but why reveal his trump cards? He realized the dungeon was designed like a tangled spiderweb. Trying to backtrack now would be suicide. Now he saw the real trap: endless hazards and phantom monsters. Normally, they could breeze through this, but here, one tiny slip-up meant death. Rebecca might survive as a high ranker, but Victoria and Khan were in serious trouble. He had no choice but to take charge. They had to bulldoze forward and slaughter everything in their path. So far, things were going exactly as planned. He was rapidly mapping the maze, but suddenly detected strange energy traces. With his extra sensory perception and some handy guidance, he realized these were actually ancient inscriptions on the walls. These were the sacred archives of a legendary master. After being sealed away by Shakyamuni, the furious Monkey King had carved these very marks into the stone during his desperate attempts to break free. For 500 years, he trained to master his explosive rage. These inscriptions detailed the famous 72 divine transformations. But John realized he was missing the bigger picture here. The 72 forms were just the tip of the iceberg. This place contained the entire legacy of the Monkey King. John was dying to comprehend the god whose power the whole universe once envied. He was suddenly cut off and forced to focus. The maze was still a mess, and splitting up meant certain death. She told everyone to wait while she investigated, but John suddenly sensed danger. He unleashed his aura instantly. Rebecca gasped, completely baffled by his sudden strike. John apologized but couldn't explain. He knew a lingering remnant of the Monkey King was trying to trap them. As a proud apostle, how could she let herself look more useless than a common player? She cursed under her breath, refusing to believe all her brutal years of training would amount to nothing. Her power was incredibly destructive. Even at half strength, she was absolutely dominant. Then, in a shocking twist, she told John to take full command. A high ranker handing over control? Unheard of. Victoria agreed immediately. She was too exhausted to lead, and John clearly knew this crazy terrain better than anyone. Right then, John noticed that sneaky vampire was stalking them from above. The bloodsucker was definitely after the final treasure, but at least they had him on their radar. With that settled, the group fell in line behind John, ready to follow his lead. They rushed through endless tunnels, shredding any monster that dared block their path. Before long, they reached a dead end, staring up at a gigantic, ancient stone door that John instantly recognized. Reading the inscription, it clicked. This was the ultimate vault of the Monkey King. He was real, but Victoria quickly ruined the hype, warning that the door was sealed shut with God-binding iron. Even gods and demons couldn't break this iron. They blasted it with everything, but the door didn't even budge. John realized that if muscle failed, Kindred must have used some secret trick to get inside. As John leaned forward to investigate, a brilliant light suddenly flashed. Slightly embarrassed by how easy that was, he ushered them inside, revealing a colossal chamber guarded by towering stone monkey statues. Suddenly, someone screamed that Kindred's body was right there. All around them, the legendary 72 divine transformations were carved into the walls. Khan cheered, thinking about how this could save Doyle. But then, that annoying vampire crashed the party, claiming the legacy for himself. Suddenly, a booming voice ordered everyone to back off. John realized they had it all wrong. The king wasn't speaking. It was actually his loyal guardians defending the tomb. They declared death to anyone violating the king's rest. To make matters worse, those giant stone statues were completely immune to their attacks. Khan bought them time, unleashing a massive battle cry to block the enemies. Meanwhile, John scanned the chamber and screamed that he found their weakness. They just had to hit the exact spots he marked. I never expected giant stone statues to have a weak spot, but hey, a chance is a chance. Victoria was busy screaming that she was out of mana when suddenly, their vampire buddy crashed the party. He thanked them and casually told them to handle the rest. John knew if this leech was here, a whole demon army was probably lurking outside. Then, Victoria spotted the body and completely froze. Wait, was it just a doll? John knew things are never this easy, but he finally cracked the puzzle. The 72 divine transformations were the key. If the first test proved their basic power, then the second was proving they could actually serve the Miho King, with those colossal statues acting as the judges. The only mystery left was that fake body. But then, everything went wrong. Victoria screamed for him to run, but he was completely blinded. Out of nowhere, Rebecca got launched like a Team Rocket extra, and a massive strike came straight for his face. His arms shook so hard he thought they would snap. This opponent was fast, heavy, and hitting like a truck. With Rebecca down and other statues waking up, he needed a solution right now. How do you prove you are a worthy heir to a king? Do you show power or respect? Desperate, he yelled at everyone to bow down. Kong was baffled. Was it seriously that simple? Victoria was in tears after risking everything, and even his healing magic could barely keep her eyes from fading. Meanwhile, Dion was obsessed with inheriting the legacy and grabbing that legendary golden cudgel. But first, no more distractions. He cooked up a wild plan to reach the door. On 3, 2, 1, he summoned Shannon and told him to launch him skyward to distract the giant monkey. He tried to make a break for it, but with 0 openings, he had to pop his defensive gear just to survive. His friends made it to the exit, thinking he was right behind. Guan just smiled, drew his celestial sword, and told them he would catch up later. Time to unleash his true strength. And then, he locked them out. Classic idiot hero move right there. Always playing the martyr. Dion flared up his five senses. That 6 months of intense training was finally paying off, as his extrasensory perception reached a whole new level of sharpness. He could practically see the energy wavelengths in the air. This strength was unreal, nothing like his weak old self. He popped every skill in his arsenal, including those legendary defensive shields. Next, he summoned his entire shadow army. As he unleashed his full power, the monkey statues roared that he had to prove he was worthy. He was strong, but these things were ridiculously tough. Even worse, they were actively leveling up mid-fight. He had only one option left: master the gods' 72 techniques. Analyzing their patterns, he noticed something very fishy about how they moved. Each statue used 6 unique moves, paired up perfectly. 12 times 6 equals 72. This was the legendary trial. Realizing this, he pushed his body and mind past their absolute limits. With his brain about to explode, he cast Flame Jail. Boom! It worked perfectly. Achievements started flooding his screen like spam, and the monkey judges officially declared the test cleared. But no time to celebrate, because the third trial started instantly. A massive door swung open to reveal a gorgeous fantasy land, where a colossal dragon asked if he was the new challenger. This beast's aura was absolutely insane, putting regular dragons and phoenixes to shame. When it questioned if he was the true successor, he nodded, and was told to climb aboard. After a long flight, they finally touched down. As the dragon left, he came face to face with a mysterious figure. He wondered if this was King Mew, but the guy just told him to relax. Then, the man started shamelessly hyping himself up. When our main character tried to speak, the guy cut him off. Apparently, there was a 3-question limit, and he had already wasted 2 of them. With only 1 question left, our hero had to think fast. The rules prevented a simple explanation, meaning this Q&A session was actually the third trial itself. So he asked the ultimate question: "Who are you?" The man gasped. He definitely did not see that coming. By asking that, Yeon-woo passed. Meet the legendary Sun Wukong. He explained that he was just a leftover projection of the king, living in an imaginary world. He had no clue where the real king went, and was honestly bored to tears waiting around. But now, a worthy successor had arrived, so it was time for a reward. He handed over a piece of divine iron. Our main character recognized it instantly, a fragment of the golden cudgel. The catch? The other pieces were scattered across the tower, some hidden inside random people. Nobody had ever collected them all. If he wanted to quit, Sun Wukong was fine with waiting another millennium. But our boy had no reason to back down, so he gladly accepted the secret quest. Sun Wukong wished him luck and pointed to a portal that would send him back to the tower. Before stepping through, he asked about his black bracelet, which looked suspiciously like the same divine metal. Sun Wukong completely froze and demanded to know where on earth he had found it. That was a genuine weapon of the gods. It needed 3 parts to be complete, but he warned Yeon-woo that carrying it meant a lifetime of being hunted by terrified enemies. Why? Because it was the only artifact in existence capable of sealing actual gods and demons. Yeon-woo thanked him for the heads up, and they parted ways. Back inside, the projection smiled. He muttered how much the kid reminded him of his old master, but then panic struck. An intruder had breached their sacred space. It was an undead entity, claiming to serve the celestial demon. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Yeon-woo looked around and found no sign of Khan or Victoria. They had clearly made it out. Staring at the fallen ranker's body, he felt a bit of pity. She was a decent person, even if they barely talked. He wanted to harvest her soul, but his cheat code bracelet only collected souls he personally finished off. Guess he would have to experiment later. He realized he wasn't the only one hunting this legacy. Other players were definitely sniffing around. To make sure nobody else got their hands on her, he turned the body completely to stone. After that, Yeon-woo headed back to the village to check on some newly hatched legendary beasts. But as he walked in, he spotted a guy babbling total gibberish like a madman. He barely recognized the dude and had to rack his brain. The guy looked completely high, his face totally warped. Looking closer, Yeon-woo saw dark, demonic energy practically oozing out of him. But hey, not his circus, not his monkeys. He ignored it and went to find the elders, who were still busy worshipping the newborn creatures. This time, though, they actually had a good reason. The eggs had hatched into majestic griffins, the absolute gold standard of mythical beasts. Seeing their insane potential, Yeon-woo officially granted them the title of Legendary Guardians, completing his quest. His reward? Some epic serpent shell armor. But then, the dragon looked at the tiny creature in his chest and asked if that little squirt was replacing the giant abyss turtle. Yeon-woo gasped. Was that really Growl? The little guy had been napping inside his chest stone for 6 months. Meanwhile, Chirpy chirped that she was ready to fly. He asked how his pets were doing, but the dragon sighed. Was Growl seriously the best name he could brainstorm in half a year? Laughing, Yeon-woo apologized, admitting he sucked at naming things. How about Nemesis instead? The dragon approved. It was the name of the Olympian goddess of vengeance and justice. They explained that while a name itself carries no weight, the divine blessing tied to its rank is everything. Using a divine name could grant you their protection. But it was incredibly risky. Plenty of cocky fools tried it, failed to handle the energy, and got cursed. But our main character was 100% confident he could master the path of vengeance. So, Growl was officially renamed Nemesis. The goddess accepted him as her disciple, but warned him not to tarnish her name. Jealous of the cool new name, Chirpy demanded one too, so she became Nike. With his pets upgraded, Yeon-woo turned to Nemesis for a serious talk, wanting to know why he had been summoned. Our main character demands to know how he got reborn, and why the ancient dragon, Ketis, is still breathing. Nemesis explains he spent eons drifting through the void, a bridge between infinite worlds. He just waited for him to return, guided here because Colas told him to. But that is the strange part. Colas died after giving everything to Yeon-woo, even his precious dragon heart. They watched his mana fade, but when Nemesis was dying at the clan's hands, he heard Colas' voice. A dead man told him to wait because that child would return, and it actually happened. Remembering this, the protagonist realizes he has always wondered who returned his brother's dead body to Earth. Could it have been Ketis? Where is he now? He figures Kalatus might be waiting on the 50th floor where he died. But there is a problem. Our main character is not strong enough to reach it yet. He needs to put his name in the Hall of Fame, which means climbing again from floor 21. After teleporting, he arrives at the Shadow Training Hall. The building on the 21st floor is absolutely massive. Inside, there are 5 doors numbered 1 through 5. The lower the number, the harder the challenge. Once you enter, there is no turning back. He has to keep moving forward through 33 sections. There is only one goal: destroy the shadow alter egos in each room. Every single clone carries the skills and combat sense of previous players. Only players strong enough to be called top tier get registered in the Hall of Fame. In this training hall, challengers can retry the same level over and over, though for normal players, it is a nightmare. When he checks the rankings, the Martial King is second and his brother is fourth. For the first time ever, his brother is not in first place. This makes Yeon-woo want to learn more. He decides to study this floor. He will have to fight his own illusion on floor 20. He saw his brother was in second place, but once Yeon-woo enters, that rank will drop to third. That is going to spark a hilariously petty contest over who is stronger. Even so, John wishes him luck and tells him to do whatever it takes to secure first place. Though John admits something, back then, even John could not defeat the absolute monster in first place. You wonders what kind of person that leader was, and heads to floor 21. But first, he has a friend to visit. He needs to apologize for making him wait so long. John just laughs. Meanwhile, a rowdy crowd is bidding over legendary weapons. Apprentices are begging their masters not to sell their precious swords. After watching the bids rise, John suddenly offers 500,000. Everyone is shocked by the massive amount, but someone immediately raises it to 600,000. John just bids 1 million. He bids 1 million for all the swords, which makes the dwarf furious. The dwarf chucks them straight at him, but when Yeon-woo inspects the blade, he is stunned. It is a double rank item. There is no way something this incredible was made overnight. Every single item is brand new and completely flawless. The dwarf clearly did not sleep for a single second during all this time. Yeon-woo apologizes for failing to meet up sooner, but the dwarf tells him to calm down. He is fine. He just did not want to lose anyone again. Our main character needs to remember that. He reveals he brought excellent materials and asks for his help again. After getting rare rewards on floor 20, he wants to upgrade his gear. Nova says there is no way he can refuse him. He cannot refuse the only person who believed in his talent from the start. That trust is everything. Still, he warns Yeon-woo that he is just an assistant. Slack off and get hammered. 20 days pass in a flash, and Hanova's magic armor is finally complete. Our guy's eyes light up, but Hanova smacks his hand away. He needs to wait a second and not touch yet. Yeon-woo remembers his brother's words, which makes him feel strange. Since birthdays were never celebrated there, he gave Hanova Hell's Tears as a birthday gift. He cannot believe Hanova still has them. Hell's Tears were completely gone from the world. Belonging to the last giant, the mythical mother of the underworld, they were top-grade items. Hanova worked those tears directly into the armor. The tears transformed it into a true masterpiece with too many insane stats to read. The dwarf tells him to try it on, and Yeon-woo is shocked by how cozy and warm it feels. It feels like being held by his own mother and father. Next, they They want to test their brand new skills. The dragon retains his old abilities, except for a wild new one called Dream. Yeon-woo figures surviving the void helped him gain it. That plays traps and loses everyone, but the skill stats look amazing. It is a powerful ability that can merge with his undead army. As for Chirpy, he is mostly the same, except for his new unrestricted skill. Yeon-woo always felt his wings had massive limits when flying, but now everything is completely different in the air. He is much faster now, and his Nike skill gets stronger with every single movement. After the chaos he caused, he decides to focus on the blue spirit given by the Abyss Turtle. It has massive potential, but he has no idea how to raise it. Still, he can feed it to his controlled bodies. He first thinks of Hebern, but she is too loyal to her goddess. The same goes for the vampire who left him with only one soul. But then there is Rebecca. Her original power is gone, but her trace remains, so he can use her to meet the conditions. Awakening in total confusion, Rebecca asks where she is, since she was supposed to be dead. She demands to know if he is insane. How did he manage to awaken her soul trace? He is stunned to hear he wants to use her power, since she is an apostle devoted to her goddess. But Yeon-woo points out that being alive like this is better than being dead. She curses, then shares that when she was young, she saw a beast in a distant land. All she felt was pure terror. It crushed her village and devoured her entire family. That creature's terrifying power was burned into her mind. She endured hell to get stronger to face it, but even as an apostle, she lacked power. That is why she braved that dungeon. She never expected to end up like this. Yonai is completely unmoved and only demands her power. She insults him but accepts, wanting one condition: the freedom to move as she pleases. When his captains appear, Yeon-woo asks if they look like prisoners to her. She is amazed by his phantom soldiers, so he explains the blue spirit and gives her Yurid's soul and the vampires. This allows her to recover some of her ancient holy power. Devouring them creates a perfect synergy. But the demons watching through the system start bickering, which deeply annoys our main character. This is definitely not the first time they have argued. Suddenly, someone calls him a bastard. He demands to know who is speaking. The whining voice just insults him again, revealing it is Kai. This high-ranking guardian of the 12 zodiacs is named Loopy. Despite his clean looks, he is a thrill-chasing hedonist. He asks why the kid is calling curses and asks about Plaza. Plaza has been accused, taken into custody, and is under investigation. They end the call and part ways. Then Yeon-woo notices that Khan and Victoria are missing too, which is super frustrating. To make things worse, everyone in the room starts whispering about him. Shaking it off, he enters and decides to start clearing from the 5th gate. Remember, there are 5 gates in total. The first gate holds the top-ranked players, while the 5th holds the weakest. Choosing gate 5, he plans to smash through every single opponent without taking a break. His first target is Creighton. Creighton is ranked 165, and fights using hidden daggers masked as swords. Yeon-woo wants Rebecca to handle the fight, but her spirit form needs more time to adjust to her new body. He also wants to test out his new dagger from Hanova, which is covered in demonic runes. That skill makes his power burn even hotter. Outside, people wonder why the masked man picked Gate 5. Shouldn't he be trying to get his name on the ranking by picking Gate 1? Some guess he wants to clear every single trial, which is ridiculous. Even if these clones are younger versions, instead of just the first floor. People wondered if he wanted his name on the ranking, or maybe he was trying to clear every single trial. Sounds crazy, right? Even with these weak, younger player copies, these guys were still some of the absolute strongest to ever climb the tower. Sure, Yeon-woo was a beast, but could he really take on these legends back-to-back without a single break? They asked Heidi what she thought, but the high elf stayed dead silent. Suddenly, the entire area began to shake violently. What on earth was happening? Why was the dungeon trembling as they stared at the gate? What was going on inside? While Heidi quietly counted 6 minutes, 8 minutes, 9 minutes, and on, Yeon-woo cleared the 5th, 4th, and 3rd stages in record time. He crushed Gate 2 in 2 hours and 30 minutes. It took longer than planned, but he used every second to memorize his opponent's moves. It would be dumb to waste such good training by just rushing straight to Gate 1. But from here on, the vibe changes. The upcoming bosses are actual monsters. Pure luck won't save him now, and there is no backing down. Once he steps inside, it is victory or death. First up, he has to defeat the warrior waiting right ahead. The rebel swordsman, Valdovich, his late brother's very first companion. Standing 5 meters tall, the giant was terrifying initially, but over time, they journeyed together as trusted allies. Valdovich, Vieira Dunn, and his brother eventually founded Team Arta. But once his brother was gone, everything changed. Valdovich vanished without a trace. No one knew why, but he was definitely the one who steered Arta to ruin. Even if he did not land the killing blow, he is still a traitor, just like Leonte and Bahal. so Yeon-woo is taking him down. The giant charges forward using his runic magic gear, but our main character counters with a boosted dagger blast. Meanwhile, the god of Bo is desperately hunting for info on the stone. 6 months pass with 0 leads. He keeps thinking of Kane, though it feels impossible a rookie is involved in something so massive, but his search eventually leads him straight to Hinova, now a top 5 blacksmith in the tower. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo advances deep into the 21st section. On the 23rd floor, he defeats the first tail of the 9 tails, then the second bishop of Kindred's army. Now, he stands before the saber god, his master's first disciple. Even though this guy is hailed as a pure genius, he stands absolutely 0 chance against Yeon-woo. Down in the lobby, everyone is losing their minds. It is pure insanity. He was just at gate 15, and now he is already at gate 8. Can he actually take first place? Highly unlikely, since that spot belongs to the unbreakable wall. Biva spot. They press Heidi for her thoughts, but she just apologizes. She has no words, but silently activates her special eyes. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo reaches his next opponent at gate 11, Nocturne. Our guy has no clue who this is, and his brother never met him either. But his aura is bizarre, it feels exactly like his master's. Wait, did not his master mention a third disciple? This must be the second disciple. Yeon-woo can tell he is incredibly tough, sensing the familiar essence of the 8 extreme fists, but with a different kind of wild energy mixed in. Either way, our main character apologizes because he has a schedule to keep. But on the next floor, talk about unfair. His opponent is none other than the Summer Queen herself. She is smaller and weaker than the one in his memories, but still incredibly dangerous. He forces his way through the challenge anyway. Now, Gate 4 begins. Thanks to his epic clear times, he gets 30 minutes to rest up. But when the next shadow appears, Yeon-woo freezes. It is him, his brother. The dragon asks if he is all right. Even knowing it is just an illusion, Yeon-woo whispers an apology. For the longest time, he hated his brother, thinking he had just abandoned him. It was the same dark feeling he carried back when he returned to Korea. Nobody cared about him, and he lived like his life had 0 value, basically searching for a place to die. The only anchor keeping him alive was his mother's wish to protect his brother. The dragon asks if he has finally sorted out his heavy emotions. Yeon-woo apologizes once more, knowing his brother was suffering too, but the phantom asks if he actually thinks he can win, mocking him to ask for help if it gets too tough. Yeon-woo's reply? Simple. He has never lost to his brother. The countdown hits 0, and the ultimate sibling rivalry begins. His brother unleashes massive energy, spreading his iconic sky wings. Losing now would be incredibly embarrassing, especially after talking big. Nemesis actually gets it, even without having any siblings of his own. He would hate to lose to that white dragon too. The giant beasts clash just like the brothers do. But Yeon-woo can tell his own dragon partner is on a whole different level. He has to win, no matter what. Activating his booster skill, Yeon-woo goes for a follow-up strike, but his brother predicts it with dragon eyes, effortlessly dodging into the open air. He is in trouble as chaotic bombardment rains down. Yeon-woo quickly teleports behind him using runic magic. He lands a solid blow, but knows his brother will recover instantly. No breathing room allowed. He presses the offensive with the 8 extreme fists, but that legendary sword is a major problem. It might even be superior to Vigrid. And then, another realization hits. His brother is reading his attacks perfectly. If this keeps up, he will be completely shut down. He cannot afford even a single mistake. When his brother suddenly retreats, Yeon-woo hesitates. What is his plan? He throws up a defensive wall of fire, but his brother ignores it completely. Suddenly, hundreds of lightning bolts rain down. This is the devastating wave of light, a combination of magic and lightning causing massive random explosions. Yeon-woo is stunned his brother was this powerful on the 20th floor. But that move is highly self-destructive. Why play so reckless? His actual brother would never fight like this. Is he copying him? Back in the day, Yeon-woo was the reckless one, and his brother always cleaned up his messes, always lecturing him to think first. Now, his brother is acting just like him, but he has to snap out of it. The next incoming attack is going to be absolutely devastating. The power is overwhelming with no obvious defense. But maybe if he mixes aura, dark energy, and dragon blood, then compresses and detonates it, he can forge a counter to match that wave of light. Even if it is risky, he did not expect the sheer heat to melt dragon scales. It is boiling hot, but his brother keeps charging forward regardless. This is getting dangerous. Yeon-woo is cornered. He orders Nike to activate her domain directly on him as warning screens flash. He needs tighter control over this energy. His body goes completely numb, but then he breaks through the paralysis, gaining control over both fire and light while unlocking the concept of dragon pressure. He managed to minimize the environmental damage, but his sword is now too heavy to lift even with both hands. Worse, his brother possesses something Yeon-woo still lacks: elemental contact. A level of mastery most players risk their lives to achieve. His brother was a flat-out genius. Seeing him so battered, his summon captains want to intervene before he gets killed. But Yeon-woo refuses, refusing to suffer an embarrassing defeat. He powers up to the maximum, unleashing his newly acquired dragon pressure. He cleared the third stage and gained massive benefits, but his brother's phantom still radiates an overwhelming pressure. Perhaps he should have given him just a bit more time. Then, surprisingly, his brother chuckles and remarks that it was fun. Yeon-woo is stunned. Sure, illusions can sometimes carry residual memories, but it genuinely felt like he was speaking with his actual brother. When he finally opens his eyes, he realizes that grueling fight lasted 3 entire hours. If that was just stage 4, what awaits him in the final 3? Especially the next boss, the chief bishop of the devil army, an apostle of the demon god carrying the monarch trait. But first, he needs to test his brand new skill. He believes he can master this wave of fire. Even if it meant reducing everything to a desolate wasteland, he got it done. The third door was cleared, securing a piece of the Monkey King's staff. Moving right along, he finally stepped inside, door number 2. Standing right there was his master's younger self. Sure, he looked youthful and playful, but he exuded a feral, beast-like aura that felt completely different from any ordinary shadow. Honestly, any student with a legendary master has dreamed of beating them at least once. But strangely, Yeon-woo just flat-out gave up. He knew his master was way too powerful, making a head-on victory completely impossible. Instead, he proposed a peaceful trade. If the shadow let him pass, he'd share gossip about the outside world, since the master's shadow had been trapped there for ages, knowing absolutely nothing. Yeon-woo agreed. After all, he had absolutely nothing to lose. Two bad things never go as planned. The master instantly barks, asking what he's up to. Yeon-woo snaps back, asking why he should ever trust him. The shadow curses, realizing he couldn't just bully this kid. Left with no choice, the fight begins. Yeon-woo roars that capturing this shadow is his only shot at reconstructing his brother's past, so they have to drag him down no matter what. The shadow's power is unreal, exactly like the beast he is in real life. But wait, he just used the wave of fire, which makes zero sense. Years ago, his master only knew the bare basics of the 8 extreme fists. Did this shadow actually train itself and evolve the technique? Yeon-woo realizes that's exactly what happened. If so, this shadow's growth is directly linked to the real master. Now, he wanted real answers. Activating his declaration of dominion, our main character apologizes because he's about to beat this shadow to a pulp to capture it alive. The master's old advice echoes in his mind, telling him to climb to the peak. But this shadow is way more annoying than expected. Has it actually developed its own consciousness? And at the same time, it seems the shadow is still refining the technique. The system prevents creating new skills, but it still managed to evolve the 8 fists. Suddenly, his summoned captains beg to be unleashed, but Yeon-woo says no. They need to wait. Honestly, watching this guy, it's mind-blowing. Even after tanking the wave of fire, the shadow barely has a scratch. A direct loss is guaranteed like this. But ganging up with his captains would only net him a cheap draw, and that is not how our main character rolls. He needs a real strategy to secure an absolute victory. They are similar, but this shadow spent decades mastering the 8 extreme fists. What separated Yeon-woo from legends like the Saber God or Nocturne? They carved out unique paths using their skills, but he still lacked his own clear direction. One thing was certain, he wanted a path that multiplied both his speed and destructive power. But does he need hellish training to awaken it? No. He immediately tosses that boring idea aside. If he couldn't forge his own path, he'd just steal everyone else's and make them his own. Talk about ultimate cheat codes. He already memorized countless legendary techniques, starting with the deadly Saber God style. The Martial King Shadow is completely flabbergasted. What is wrong with this lunatic? His entire fighting style keeps shifting. Now, he's seamlessly blending in Nocturne's incredibly smooth, elegant path. He grumbles, confused by this insane hybrid martial art. It feels like taking on 5 masters simultaneously. Worse, Yeon-woo is still channeling the Demon King's apostle's secret art. Now, he channels the path of the strongest monster he knows, the legendary Martial King himself. The shadow roars in sheer fury. Is this brat seriously mocking him with his own moves? This wild, unstoppable force completely shatters the shadow's defense. For his grand finale, he unleashes the Skywing's path. The legacy of his brother, defined by absolute freedom. Right then, Yeon-woo realizes this shadow is nothing like his real master, who would never obsess over a single style. His captains ask if they should harvest the shadow to summon his brother, but he flatly refuses. He was blinded by grief. Forcing his brother back as a puppet shadow is just a cheap insult. The brutal truth is his brother is gone forever. Clinging to that fantasy was holding him back, and it's time to stop stalling and move forward. Right on cue, the tower announces the first door is starting. Yeon-woo is highly anticipating his clash with the legendary All for One, but the tower suddenly reveals that the simulation of Vivasvat was mysteriously deleted. Guess he just cleared the trial, automatically. Meanwhile, an unexpected visitor arrives at Hinova's forge. As the rankings refresh, the grumpy dwarf is stunned to see Yeon-woo took first place, right before someone calls out to him. The bow. Todd finds this whole situation extremely bizarre. Hinova's shop was supposed to be in shambles after Arthea collapsed, and his beloved disciple died. Yet, instead of sobbing, the dwarf was actually smiling. Meanwhile, a suspicious stalker spots the bow god. Hating his vibe, he tails him. The stalker curses, planning to deal with him later, and demands instant answers to spare his life. But the bow god just scoffs. He's not that gullible. Our saber god summon agrees, noting he prefers doing things the hard way anyway. It's time to feast on his memories and get some juicy answers. Soon, they discover that Cain was actually the mastermind behind the entire war. Talk about a massive plot twist. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo enters the 21st floor, still wondering why All for One was completely wiped from the tower's shadow system. What are the administrators hiding? Pushing forward, he breezes through the 22nd floor, racking up insane achievements. Even Poseidon starts watching him, contemplating making him an apostle. Too bad our boy has zero interest in selling his soul to gods. Having previously learned that the mysterious Brahm is hiding out on the 23rd floor, he heads straight there. The trial for the 23rd floor officially kicks off. This place is literal hell on earth, filled with nightmarish terrain and monsters. It's home to the demon tribe, bizarre creatures born from trees. To clear it, he needs a purple devil flower and a ceratopsian from Lake Deroy. But first, he has to hunt down Brahm. While searching, his loyal spirits absolutely love the demonic energy here, grow much stronger. After a tedious search, he finally locates his target's hideout. But wait, members of the Elohim are already there. They are a proud clan where only high-ranking bloodlines are allowed to join. Why are these snobs sniffing around here? They definitely despise Brahm. Now, you might be wondering who this Brahm guy actually is. Honestly, we are about to find out together. Looking closer, he spots a senior member of Elohim who used to be in Arthea, and next to him is Galliard. Knowing Galliard is Brahm's close friend, is he desperately trying to block these snobby invaders? Suddenly, a sharp arrow flies, prompting the Elohim guards to scream about a treetop ambush. They think they have the sniper cornered, but the absolute madman instantly vanishes, reappearing right behind them. The enemy commander fires blinding arrows of light to cover his troops. Galliard hopes the protective shield Brahm gave him can hold up. He's amazed by the raw power, but he's a veteran, fighter himself. Suddenly, Yeon-woo blitzes in, effortlessly slicing down the hostile disciples. Our main character tells Galliard he'll explain later, but they need to evacuate immediately because the enemy has gone totally berserk. After escaping to a hidden sanctuary, Galliard notes how much Yeon-woo has matured, asking how he even tracked him down. Yeon-woo claims it's pure coincidence, explaining he only came to ask Brahm for a favor. Galliard senses he is telling the truth, but still keeps his guard up. Suddenly, a message from Brahm arrives, demanding to know why this intruder smells like a literal dragon. Yeon-woo is stunned, since his dragon blessing was supposed to be completely masked. Even the mighty Summer Queen missed it, so he just plays dumb. Shrugging, Galliard tells him to follow, since the master wants a chat. As they walk, a secret path opens through an incredibly complex illusion barrier. Galliard warns him to think twice, because entering means he'll be trapped in this mess for quite some time. If he wants out, he'd better turn back now. Yeon-woo asks if they are guarding the very treasure those Elohim bastards are hunting. Just what is so crucial that they set up this colossal barrier? It must have drained an absurd amount of mana and rare resources, but when they finally arrive, he is stunned by the person waiting. Here stands the legendary rebel Elohim, a seeker of ultimate freedom, and the literal incarnation of the god Brahma descended to earth, and standing right beside him was an actual half-dragon, a rare being born from a mythical beast, a human breaking all racial limits. Since the ancient dragon, Coladas kicked the bucket and true dragons went extinct, only 3 folks in the tower still had a dragon connection. First up, the Summer Queen, who was half-human, half-dragon, then Ananta, and her brother, the actual heir to the ancient dragon. Now, Ananta vanished out of nowhere. Cha Yeon-woo had no clue why, but her brother definitely did. Could this little girl be Ananta's daughter? Brahm asks if he actually knew her. Cha Yeon-woo says he just figured it out. The Summer Queen refused to have kids, and the Sky Wings were dead. So, Ananta was the only option left. If that explains why Elohim was hunting them, yet they still let our boy inside, then Brahm must want a deal. Brahm agrees, but first, he needs to know if Cha Yeon-woo is worthy of that transaction. He demands to know where his loyalties lie. Yeon-woo simply activates his dragon skill, figuring that flex speaks for itself. Brahm accepts the answer and tells him to follow. Yeon-woo asks why he is babysitting Ananta's daughter. It makes zero sense because this strict old guy did not even help his own dying brother back then. Brahm's only excuse? It was all part of a deal with Ananta. She requested just one thing, teach her daughter dragon knowledge while staying safe. The girl's name was Sasha. When Jong-woo agrees, he lays down his own terms and reveals his real goal. He wants to study the Book of Mercury, which Brahm wrote. It is a legendary magic tome Brahm created using his divine knowledge on the lower floors. Brahm hates the idea initially, but after locking in a mana oath, Jong-woo gets 2 hours of intense tutoring every single night. Plus, Hova's alchemy teachings help him grasp the advanced concepts, and by day, he plays nanny to the baby dragon. Nemesis totally roasts him for the babysitter gig, and the captains join in on the teasing. His master was notoriously brutal, so how could he ever win over a little kid? But Jong-woo has a secret weapon. He bribes Sessa with sweet desserts, showing a soft side nobody knew existed. Meanwhile, the mad villain is busy cursing his terrible luck. He hired elite high rankers to secure his success, but his grand plan to revive the extinct giant and dragon races just got majorly delayed. Still, he refuses to quit, which means he absolutely has kidnapped that little girl, the tower's last remaining dragon descendant. He screwed up his first chance, but not this time. If he just had the corpse of Skywings, none of this would be needed. She was Hera, his sister, showing up to clean up her useless brother's mess with an army big enough to hide all his failures. Later, Jin-woo, fresh off his nanny duties, gets sent to gather some violet devil flowers. Historically, dragons and demons were absolute mortal enemies who could never coexist. Legends say a dragon can devour a demon's elemental body to purify their soul and magic, while demons snacked on dragons for a massive mana boost. And if you could actually capture a demon, you found a major shortcut to gaining their blessing, the violet devil flower. They offer a weak apology, but they really need that plant. Jong-woo wonders if they are trying to force a demonic blessing onto him. They soothe him, explaining the little girl was doing something similar. She lacks the skill to control her power, possessing only a quarter of a true dragon's strength. So, she refines devil flowers to boost her magic reserves. Still, he needs to tread carefully. He only needs flowers with 4 concentrations, but Sasha can only handle 3 because anything stronger would make her incredibly sick. Suddenly, he notices the entire area is packed with them. Jung-woo is stunned. Violet, devil flowers are supposed to be legendary, ultra-rare treasures in this tower. Seeing his disbelief, they tell him to follow Galliard. Jung-woo is left wondering, how is this even possible? Can these plants actually be mass-produced? Once they explain Brahm's method, system notifications pop up, warning that an unknown demon king is furious. Jung-woo is blown away. If this actually works, they are not just growing rare flowers. They are breeding real demons. Then his eyes land on the massive transmutation circles, and everything clicks. They are growing demonic trees to harvest the devil flowers. Then, casting mental spells like confusion and madness on the newly spawned monsters, forcing them into a cannibalistic frenzy. The second the demons emerge, a massive barrier traps them. It is a wild mix of high-level alchemy, dark magic, and raw mana. Jung-woo asks Galliard point-blank if Brahm is planning to wage war on the entire tower, or just control a demon army. Galliard just chuckles, saying it is pretty close. Since Jung-woo met Sasha, he must have noticed her body is extremely weak. She has been frail since birth, and no matter how many high-tier potions they feed her, she always ends up bedridden again. Cha Yeon-woo noticed that fragile constitution the instant he scanned her energy. They reveal that she only recently gained the strength to run, and the only time she showed real improvement was after absorbing the demon's blessing. But even that cure is reaching its limits. So, yes, they are actively raising a high-tier demon for Sasha to devour. Cha Yeon-woo cannot believe that Brahm, the cold-blooded legend, would pull off a stunt this insane. He asks what historical drama went down between Sasha and Brahm, but Galliard admits he is clueless too. Brahm kept his mouth shut, sharing only one rule. If Sasha needs it, Brahm would literally hunt down a god. 2 weeks pass in a flash. He studies alchemy day and night, with Brahm sharing secrets way beyond expectation. Boo and Rebecca offer support whenever he hits a wall. He tries cracking the mystery of the stone in his chest, but hits a dead end. Still, whenever Sasha visits, everyone is shocked to see their terrifying grandmaster turn into a total softie. While bringing him some snacks, Sasha shows him a doodle, saying someone told her to flip things upside down if she got confused. The second Cha Yeon-woo stares at the drawing. A massive light bulb goes off. He always assumed the Philosopher's Stone was just a battery producing endless energy. But what if he used it as a medium instead? If so, the power output would skyrocket exponentially. Finally, he gets why Leonti and Bild failed to finalize the Philosopher's Stone inside his chest. If this theory is correct, it still lacks one final spark. That is when he remembers the demon Galliard and Brahm are aiming to trap. Theoretically, its magic would easily fill the gap. With both the Dragon Heart and the Philosopher's Stone working as twin powerhouses, they would generate infinite magical energy. The following morning, Cha Yeon-woo leaks their secret coordinates directly to Fante and Adora, who show up at the hidden barrier. Brahm gets instantly grumpy. How dare he invite random strangers to his secret base? But seeing Sasha's bright, happy face completely melts his anger. Galliard notes, the poor kid has suffered, locked away from the real world for years. Looking at her now, he cannot even recall when she last smiled like this. Everything Brahm did was to protect her, but it ultimately trapped her in total isolation. Suddenly, Cha Yeon-woo is summoned and told the massive transmutation circle and defensive barrier are almost set. Best of all, there is absolutely no sign of the hostile Alihim or ether groups. Once this barrier locks down, they cannot breach it even if they stumble upon the location. Cha Yeon-woo explains that the finished illusion world will transform this zone into Brahm's absolute sacred domain. It has its boundaries, but within them, the god Brahm can unleash his full divine authority. Brahm then grants him a break to handle his personal business. Naturally, he invites Fante and Adora along for a quick raid. When our protagonist explains his edgy disguise is to avoid recognition, Fante decides to copy him. They soon reach Lake Roy, which is currently packed with massive crowds. Everyone is here to capture the legendary demonic Ceratopsian dinosaur, a rare monster capable of evolving into a high-class threat. Naturally, Cha Yeon-woo decides he is just going to steal it from under their noses. For now, they must stick together and lay low. But if anyone blows his cover, instant death. Fante agrees. But minutes later, he is already throwing hands and picking fights with the entire crowd. The reason Fante starts this drama is simple. A massive guild suddenly rolls up, ordering everyone to back off immediately. Naturally, nobody dares to complain, since there are 0 high rankers present, except for one. At that moment, Cha Yeon-woo smiles, realizing this actually helps him because an unexpected guest suddenly arrives. Meet Lao, the poisonous ice serpent and total high-ranking tryhard. His squad, the Bloodland clan, is one of the 8 big families who basically think they own the place. Their vibe? Insane. They want to reclaim their lost promised land. No land, no crown, just massive delusions of grandeur and a scary level of military discipline. Plus, they're obviously secretly dating the Elohim group. Yeah, they are totally holding hands under the table. You do not send a whole elite squad and a high ranker for a basic errand. Fante has 0 clues, but he starts throwing hands anyway. Fante is ready to play tough guy, getting all excited when their big boss walks over. But wait, total heartbreak. The boss completely ignores him and walks straight to Cha Yeon-woo instead. The boss flashes a charming smile, calls a truce, and introduces himself as a royal messenger. He is here to invite our main character, his team, and Brahm to meet his king. Our hero is shocked. How did they find him out? And how do they know he is hanging out with Brahm? Clearly, the major clans are way more obsessed with him than he realized. Time to lock in. Since Brahm is involved, there is no hiding anymore. Lao smugly explains his fancy serpent skill basically acts like a scanner, reading every single detail of a target. He says his king is totally infatuated with him, so he should just accept this fancy date. But Cha Yeon-woo knows this king is actually the Gluttony Emperor, the Lord of Absolute Greed. The guy literally eats everything he wants, including actual people. Talk about a toxic diet. He absorbs powers through cannibalism, and he once tried to completely gobble up Cha Yeon-woo. His ultimate dream snack is dragon meat, which is just bizarre. Our main character cannot believe this lunatic is still craving dragon. Still, maybe we can use this invitation to our advantage. First, we have a quick errand. The ranker promises to watch our back, but our main character knows this is just a sneaky test to see what kind of skills we have. Suddenly, a massive dinosaur appears, and some lady remarks she finally gets to see the guy her emperor is so obsessed with. Fante is sweating, realizing this place is extremely sketchy. They are literally walking inside the dinosaur, which is basically a crowded demon subway. But then, Cha Yeon-woo randomly finds one of the creature's 5 hearts lying around. 5 of them! We need all 5 to hack into the beast's brain. Right on cue, a mob of monsters spawns, but Cha Yeon-woo just uses his broken bracelet skill to swallow them whole. He points out 2 directions, telling the team to go fetch the other hearts. But while he is searching for something else, he accidentally slips and falls into a random void. A voice asks whose body this is. Our hero realizes he has hit the jackpot. This is the main body, a perfect place to farm experience. But then, deadly devil venom strikes. This poison is lethal to dragons, meaning someone bred this monster specifically to counter him. No matter, time to activate Demon Declaration and a massive wave of fire. Let's cook. Lao thinks our hero got eaten, but inside, things are getting spicy. Suddenly, the annoying Elohim group shows up laughing, and everyone is wondering why these party crashers are here now. They start throwing insults, which escalates to Lao summoning a massive wall of ice. He thinks he is cool, but a spear suddenly aims for his back, igniting a total war. Chaos erupts. Lao orders a retreat to the lake. Meanwhile, some blonde guy decides this is the perfect moment to kill the dinosaur and completely eliminate those annoying bloodland fools. He thinks he has won, but the dinosaur suddenly turns to stone. Some insane power is calcifying the area. Still, the blonde guy claims he is Freya's heir and cannot lose. He refuses to lose to a regular human, so he decides to just murder him. He gloats that Ether is already raiding their hideout, but Cha Yeon-woo is just like, yeah, I know. Did they honestly think he didn't set a trap? He knew about their ambush plan, so he intentionally baited them here to be demon snacks. Lao is completely stunned by this betrayal. Lao cries about how they helped him, so why the backstab? Cha Yeon-woo dramatic reveals his face to show him exactly why. Lao realizes he was just a pawn and prays for his boss. Meanwhile, Brahm arrives and tells Galliard to watch over Seisha. As he leaves, he coldly declares he will use these intruders as sacrifices to cure her illness, no matter the cost. This is the final gift from her mother, and his way of making up for a man who is gone. He casts a massive spell, warning everyone to stay on high alert. The magic activates, and soldiers literally start vanishing into thin air. It is terrifying. Their divine powers are draining away, as if the entire world is swallowing them whole. He signals his followers. The spell is working, and his power is solidifying. They celebrate, but the enemy leader curses Brahm, screaming to know what kind of cheat code he just used. Her soldiers are completely useless here. She yells at everyone to run, but then her own brother stabs her in the back. Family drama is wild. She reminds him they share a lifelink, but Aether does not care. He activates a forbidden spell to steal her life force instead. He yells some generic villain lines about how the world belongs to his god. The soldiers shake as the devil army actually spawns. Aether bows to his bishop, apologizing that he messed up and failed to secure the target's body. The bishop has a simple solution: just kill everyone. Meanwhile, Sheila senses a massive threat and warns Galliard that Brahm is in deep trouble. Galliard trusts her immediately because her sensory skills are off the charts. She is better than any ranker, but he needs to get her to safety. She refuses, of course. Meanwhile, Brahm realizes he made a bad math error and looks into the magic sphere. It is Kindred. This triggers a flashback. A woman begged him to protect her daughter, even though he argued the kid was not his. But the mother insisted otherwise. She was born from her heart, not her body. She begged him to protect her. That was the very first and last time she ever called him her father. Talk about a tearjerker. The daughter who hated his guts was begging him, and he just could not say no. At first, it was about guilt, but eventually, he genuinely became her loving grandfather. He became Seisha's real grandpa, but suddenly, a voice breaks the illusion. Brahm is shocked. His vision is shattered, and his entire pocket dimension is being completely overpowered by the enemy. Looking closely, he recognizes the sinister aura of the Devil Army spirits. No wonder Kindred could bypass his defenses. These soldiers are basically possessed by the terrifying god they serve. And Brahm knows exactly who this entity is. Not quite a god, not quite a demon. Tower players call it the demon god, an entity that is strangely close to pure light, yet it preaches total destruction and rebirth. That is why they call it the heavenly demon. Even if Brahm unleashes his full power, taking down this force is going to be incredibly tough. Beating the heavenly demon is almost impossible, and Kindred is no pushover either. Worse, the heavenly demon's energy is slowly corrupting and staining his beautiful illusion world. So, Brahm decides to just blow up his own illusion world. The enemy followers are worried about their bishop, but suddenly, an arrow flies in. Are they trying to assassinate him now? The battle rages on. Brahm is losing strength rapidly because he is fighting outside his personal barrier. But if he falls here, these villains will take Seisha, and he will never let that happen. As his strength fades, he thinks of his precious granddaughter. He will protect her with his life, even without his godlike powers. It is time for a last resort demon summoning. The summoned demon jokes that the air down here is much nicer. Say hello to Agares, the Grand Duke of Ruin and pure madness. Kindred is absolutely losing his mind right now. An elite demon shouldn't even be down here on the lower floors, let alone a high demon. Was he targeting the human dragon? No time to think. So he triggers possession, mixing two opposite elements to trigger an explosion. He knew winning was impossible, but he could at least smash the demon's avatar. Ekreza simply laughed, mocking him as a decent disciple of the king, even if he still had a way to go. The demon vanished, leaving behind a fading shadow. Well, at least the annoyance was gone. Turning to Brahm, the demon demanded to know what his contractor wanted. But Brahm was completely lost. Did he summon Belly or Dandelion by mistake? Why on earth was Agaris standing here? Before he could figure it out, Agaris demanded to know if he possessed a dead dragon corpse. Brahm immediately denied it, but Agaris warned him to stop playing stupid. The demon wanted his payment, starting with the weak, talentless human girl. After all, being the daughter of Wings of the Sky was more than enough reason to take her. Hearing those terrifying words, Brahm made up his mind. He would sacrifice himself to save his granddaughter, Sesa. His mercury book and his own body were already failing, pushed past their absolute limits. He had frozen Sesa's aging using divinity to keep her alive, but now he was out of options. In that split second, he surrendered the rest of his lifespan. Meanwhile, Yong got his reward for defeating the dinosaur. Right then, Bu blocked a sudden storm of demonic energy. It felt dangerously close to the power of Ageris. Fearing the worst, he rushed toward Brahm, realizing how incredibly dangerous this situation was. That demon was completely obsessed with his brother. They used to study each other's powers as allies, but Ageris desperately wanted to merge their souls. His brother rejected him every single time. Those constant rejections drove Ageris insane with rage, causing him to cut all ties. Years later, he crawled back just as his brother was dying, begging him one last time to join together. But the answer never changed. Why would Ageris resurface now? He should have obtained what he wanted ages ago. As he arrived, he looked around, wondering what on earth had actually happened here. Only faint traces of Brahm remained. By piecing together the scattered memory fragments in the air, he finally pieced the truth together. He wondered why those traces felt so incredibly terrified, and he heard it. The girl was the daughter of Wings of the Sky. Wait, what? Did his brother have a kid? That made zero sense. There was absolutely nothing about a daughter in the diary. He only ever loved Viera Dune, and never betrayed her. Honestly, she was the one obsessed with him, though his brother only viewed her as a friend. Then, a crucial memory flashed in his mind. Someone had sworn to protect her at all costs. Finally, the pieces clicked. More memories flooded his mind. Brahm did have a daughter, but kept his distance to protect her with his divinity. Even though she resented him, she never stopped searching. For years, Viera Dune kept her child hidden from the world. But then, a random traveler stumbled upon the secret by pure accident. He took the baby girl to keep her safe, raising her as his own. Now, Yeon-woo finally understood the tragic truth. He failed to save his brother, but he swore to protect his niece. Agaris saw through the old man's desperate scheme, but Brahm could only apologize. He couldn't fulfill that final wish. As the barrier flickered, the sealing circle weakened. Brahm watched the burning pages of his book fall like ashes, his hopes crumbling. Sesa screamed for him. Agaris sneered, mocking the pathetic legacy his brother had left behind. He dragged Sesha closer, planning to use her as a trophy. Shaking in terror, she remembered her mother's soft voice, telling her she looked exactly like her father. Her mother told her to always smile and never cry. But just as the demon prepared to devour her, Ageris' arm got sliced clean off. Runes activated, teleporting her to safety. The mysterious savior finally removed his mask. Looking at him, Sesha realized he looked exactly like her. Tears streamed down her face as she reached out to embrace him, asking if he was her father. They shared a tearful, emotional hug. Brahm wanted to ask questions, but there was no time. The details had to wait. She needed medical attention immediately. But Brahm noticed something strange. This wasn't Jong-woo. The skills, the attitude, the way he carried himself, everything was completely different. Could this actually be his brother? Meanwhile, the nearby captains panicked. An actual archdemon had descended. Hearing rumors from the upper floors was nothing compared to facing Ageris in person. Yeon-woo stepped forward, declaring he was here for Sesha and for the demon himself. Ageris smirked, eager for payback after being humiliated long ago. But a Grand Duke crushing a weakling would look bad. So, he offered a deal. If Yeon-woo wanted true power, he could have it. All he had to do was hand over his niece. In exchange, Ageris would grant him godlike strength. But Yeon-woo simply scoffed, asking what would happen if he flat-out refused. That rejection instantly triggered the demon's fury. His brother had always refused him too. How dare a filthy human act so arrogant? Unleashing a pitch-black veil, he prepared to force him into submission. He wanted to force Yeon-woo to become his loyal servant. Refusal meant death, but suddenly, a chill ran down the demon's spine. Something felt incredibly off about this human's presence. It felt like facing an entity on his own level. Unbelievable. Yeon-woo knew Agaras was strong enough to obliterate Brahm, so fighting head-on was suicide. He needed to summon someone who actually could. Brahm got the message, quickly repairing the magic circle to open an otherworldly gate. A voice from the gate demanded to know who he sought, and what price he was willing to pay. Once the gate saw Aegis as the offering, the contract was sealed. Hermes materialized, noting it had been 900 years since they last met, back when Lucille was sealed away. Agaras gasped in shock, but Hermes cut him off. He was simply here to fulfill his end of the bargain. He offered Agaras a choice, fight or run. Agaras burst out laughing, having absolutely no intention of backing down. This was a clash of titans, a literal war between a god and a demon. Just watching their reality-bending power nearly drove Yeon-woo insane as the landscape shattered and rebuilt in milliseconds. Without a protective light shielding him, he would have collapsed. He realized this divine energy belonged to Athena. Trading Aegis to summon her was a wild gamble, but she was protecting everyone. He didn't know why Athena was going so far to protect them, but that didn't matter right now. They had to trap Agaras. He knew his body would pay a heavy price, but he had to act. He needed to awaken the demon's blessing. As the system announced the awakening, agony ripped through Yeon-woo's body. Through the pain, he remembered what his brother wrote about the legendary demon dragons. Dragons and demons had been mortal enemies since the dawn of time. Their mutual hatred burned into their very souls. Yet, some rare entities crossed those boundaries, abandoning their own kind. They became demon dragons, wielding both light and dark attributes to command absolute authority. But to Kalatas, accepting a demon's energy was the ultimate disgrace to the dragon race. If his brother ever accepted it, Kalatus would void their contract instantly, so he swore never to touch it. But now, Yeon-woo was about to make a different choice, changing his body. His physical form mutated at terrifying speed. He had already maxed out the dragon's blessing, and now the demon's blessing was reaching its ultimate threshold as well. Stage 3 unlocked, activating his elemental authority. Ordering Nemesis and Nike to follow, he unleashed a devastating combo of fire, lightning, and the 72 transformations of the Monkey King. Spotting the opening, Hermes unleashed his giant serpents. Agaras screamed in pure rage, unable to believe their audacity. Yeon-woo was exhausted, but he knew this was their one shot to end this. One more clean strike, and the demon would fall, saving Sesha. But his vision blurred as his body reached its absolute limit. Fearing the worst, his allies screamed for him to stop. He refused to give up. He lost his brother, so there was no way he would let them take his niece. He had to save her. But right then, Agaras shattered the seals. Harris wanted to end him right there, but banishing him back to floor 98 is a far better punishment. He tears open a summoning gate, but Eris refuses to believe he can be pushed out so easily. He is determined to drag his enemy down with him, but Cheong-woo reacts on pure survival instinct. He unleashes his vampire dagger, feeding on every drop of energy, even though his body has already shattered its limits. His demon dragon body is on the verge of total collapse. Agarius watches in absolute disbelief. Was this guy actually challenging him? Suddenly, someone severs Agari's arm, tossing him right into the gate as he screams for vengeance. Screaming for revenge, he gets dragged into the abyss. Hermes just laughs. Agarius was always far too stubborn for his own good. Akawu wonders why the administrators are here, but they just hand him a drink. It is the legendary nectar. He cannot afford it with his current karma, but they are footing the bill. Cha Yeon-woo is completely stunned. Next, they show him a gem, forged from a demonic blessing. The demon core holds massive energy that could save Seda. This core contains enough power to heal him, but it was forged in such a chaotic way that removing it from his own body is incredibly dangerous. Still, he cannot save Seda if his own body breaks first. Hermes tells him to relax, noting he gets stressed too easily. Then Athena wraps him in her divine blessing. When asked if he is leaving, he nods, leaving the rest in their hands. Hours later, Cheong-woo wakes up on floor 24. He tries to clear his head, but his heart stops when he realizes his mask is completely gone. Adora asks if she is holding his missing mask. Realizing they saw his face, he silently curses his own carelessness. How many people saw him? Then he pauses. Adora would never be that sloppy. It had to be just her and Fonte. Did they recognize his face? Even if they did not, he cannot afford any loose ends. Reaching for his dagger, he prepares to eliminate them right now. But suddenly, Adora's warm hand through the cold hostility radiating from him. She hugs him tightly, whispering that everything is fine because she is right here. She adds that Fonte never looked at his face, refusing to do so without permission. She wanted to respect his privacy too, but someone had to tend to his wounds. She softly apologizes for interfering. Cheong-woo hesitates, wanting to reveal his secrets, but in the end, he only promises to tell her the whole truth when the time is right. That is enough to make Adora smile. Later, he visits Bram, who notes they look identical. even if they are entirely different inside. He admits he's resented that face because of the pain it brought his daughter. Cha Yeon-woo asks if he wants to live on, offering to turn him into a shadow subordinate. Brahm agrees he cannot leave that young girl behind. He has to watch over her and cure her. With those final words, his eyes close forever. As Yeon-woo prepares to harvest the soul, Sesa stops him, explaining that Brahm left behind a way to use his spiritual essence. This was the precious spiritual fluid of a homunculus. Brahm knew his soul could serve a greater purpose through this medium. Chadi, our main character, is shocked to see it. This item is as legendary as the Book of Mercury itself. Sesa completely trusts her uncle to handle it. He knows the stakes are incredibly high, but he takes the leap anyway. Suddenly, the system congratulates him for mastering a new method to control death itself. Up on floor 98, the gods grow highly displeased, though some demons find it thoroughly entertaining. Meanwhile, Sesa throws herself into her grandfather's arms, wondering why he feels so stiff. Brahm gently admits that this is his new form now. But first, they must focus on curing Sasha and saving Ananta. He shows them his work, pointing to a complex transmutation circle he designed, along with the legendary Philosopher's Stone. Viradun had stolen it, but now it is finally back in his hands. Even without knowing every single detail, he asks if it can actually work. By combining this formula with the Book of Mercury, the answer is a resounding yes. The Philosopher's Stone is the missing piece. With its raw power, they can activate the circle. This time, there will be no failure. They can capture the demons safely and transplant them into Sasha without risking her life. That solves their first major problem. But what about rescuing Ananta? She is likely fighting for her life in Walpurgis Night. Cha Yeon-woo suggests a brilliant plan, an auction. He will put the Philosopher's Stone on the bidding block alongside other rare artifacts. Ram realizes this will throw the entire tower into absolute chaos, especially the Red Dragon. The Summer Queen's dragon heart is failing, making them desperate for the stone. Our main character plans to bait them straight into Walpurgis Night and kick off the ultimate wit hunt. To grab their attention, he has a plan. Just then, a goblin asks if he is ready to move. Once they arrive at their destination, they sit down to talk. He reveals messages from some powerful entities. Cha Yeon-woo wonders what they want. Are all these beings actually watching him? There are 41 gods and 55 demons, and every single one of them wants him as their apostle. Normally, ascending requires a blessing, but they do not want to wait until the 50th floor. Instead, they offer him a temporary contract. But Yeon-woo immediately declines. He has no desire to serve anyone. Still, he recalls a piece of advice from the goblin. As the goblin prepares to reject every single offer, Chai-hee stops him. If they want him so badly, they need to pay up first, by handing over their authority. The goblin chuckles, noting this is only the second time someone has dared to play with floor 98 like this. When Cha Yeon-woo reviews the updated bids, he is stunned. They are offering massive gifts without demanding a contract in return. They are absolutely desperate. Our main character scans the list and claims just one reward for now, the skill known as Faceless Law. This power grants Boo massive wings to take flight. He does not reject the other offers outright, choosing to save them for later. But then, another urgent issue is brought up. Hermes and Agarus fought so violently that the entire stage was devastated, forcing a temporary shutdown. Most players left behind perished, and furious complaints from powerful clans are flooding in. This means he has to watch his back. They might easily pin the blame on him. After parting ways, Cha Yeon-woo knows the major clans will target him, Bra and Sesa, once the dust settles. To avoid trouble, they leave floor 24 behind and head straight for the One-Horn tribe. But the moment they arrive, they find the village in a state of panic. Adora runs to her father, who grimly reveals that Yanu was murdered by the Blue Sword clan's Bog. A pursuit squad was dispatched, but they were wiped out too. Cheong-woo cannot fathom why the Bogod is targeting the tribe. The Martial King makes it clear that he will personally hunt the killer down. Nobody hurts his people and gets away with it. He promises to snap the bastard's neck and orders everyone to prepare for war. Cha Yeon-woo realizes the tower is about to plunge into madness, so he decides to seek out Hanova. Upon meeting him, he asks if the blacksmith knows anything about the Philosopher's Stone. After sharing his crazy journey, he asks for assistance. Hanova agrees, not for Chatham, but because the stone sounds amazing. Soon, the five of them gather around a table with a single goal, creating a functioning Philosopher's Stone. They pool their knowledge, endlessly refining and rewriting the complex formula until Nova can finally work his magic. Their progress is incredibly fast, and it feels like the stone is within reach. But a month passes, and they still find themselves hitting a wall. They are close but completely exhausted. They have solved every single step except how to successfully pour the energy into a vessel. That is when Rebecca suggests contacting Victoria, who knows exactly where to look. Adora cannot comprehend why such a powerful mage would hide in a dump like this, but they explain she is there following her master's roots. Upon finally reaching their destination, they find a room packed with mysterious women. John steps forward and demands to see Lady Anastasia. The second her name leaves his lips, the system alerts him that a seduction spell is being cast. Hearing him search for Victoria, she flares up in anger, but suddenly, a loud voice orders everyone to halt. The moment she lays eyes on Rebecca's spirit, her mind goes completely blank. Rebecca is supposed to be dead. After escaping the palace with our hero's help, they were relentlessly hunted by mysterious foes. All she knows is that their pursuers did not belong to any minor guild. After days of running, Khan stayed behind to buy them time and vanished without a trace. She never found him, and the painful memory makes her collapse. She still has no idea what they wanted. With everything falling apart, it was definitely time to pack up and get out. Rebecca realized that despite spending 5 whole years together in the mountains, she never actually understood Victoria. Back then, she was just a selfish, shameless drama queen who secretly cared and outclassed everyone. And honestly, she was only like that because of Rebecca. But then, they found a book that left them completely speechless. It was the exact magical tower presentation Victoria had been gatekeeping. John was totally baffled. Why just hand over years of intense research? Maybe her guilt caught up to her, but hey, we are not complaining. Because that legendary book was the ultimate cheat code for their Philosopher's Stone project. The squad literally threw a party at the table, scrapped their old plans, and confidently restarted their entire research from absolute scratch. And boom, now they had this shiny new scroll. The catch? It was insanely risky. One wrong move, and they would have to farm 10,000 fresh souls all over again. No pressure, but John was starting. Time for the ritual. One shot at glory, or instant game over. With the container ready, he had to merge the stone directly with his magic core. The final step? Wire the stone to his own circuit. Suddenly, a massive mana storm erupts. They scream at him to drop a shield before Kane's energy evaporates. Meanwhile, his captains are absolutely trembling from the stone's sheer, ridiculous power. Rebecca realized this absurd energy could easily promote her from a basic spirit to a literal goddess. But Cha Yeon-woo sensed a nasty vibe. There were definitely some angry, vengeful ghosts trapped inside that thing. The Philosopher's Stone was a literal hazard zone. One slip and he'd get eaten alive. Suddenly, a creepy voice from the shadows whispered that his time hadn't come yet. Once he grew stronger, it would return. All Cha Yeon-woo heard was his own name echoing on repeat. When he finally opened his eyes, the crew demanded to know why he just wrecked the place. But first, they needed the juicy details. Did the Philosopher's Stone actually work? Smirking, Cha-hye admitted they had no clue and needed a test run. Meanwhile, little Sasha was throwing a tantrum, demanding to see her uncle after days of being ignored. Since they treated her like a baby, she demanded to know his location. Chirpy just laughed and said her uncle was out playing virtual fighting games with his buddies. But the captain knew this power was scary. It was honestly terrifying. He remembered him as a tiny kid, and now the guy was a walking cheat code. Still, the captain had survived wars by his side, so quitting now was out of the question. Right then, the system flashed a massive warning about the Devil's Blessing. He was literally draining the Philosopher's Stone while casting a crazy spirit summoning spell at the same time. Even his teammates were stunned. Talk about double trouble. Ham couldn't even process the ridiculous amount of power being thrown around. To make matters worse, his summons were ridiculously buff and moving in perfect, creepy harmony with him. Getting hyped up, Cha Yeon-woo declared it was time to reclaim his lost divinity. But let's be real, that's practically impossible. No player in Tower history had ever managed to regain godhood, except for a few rumors. Apparently, All for One had a secret method. Still, our main character promised to follow suit the second he pulled it off. The guy was completely shocked. Could Cha Yeon-woo actually do it? He just gave a confident nod. He already confirmed the stone's cheat codes worked. Next step? Wipe out the witches and rescue his daughter. Later on, over at Kel's famous auction house, Cha Yeon-woo started mapping out the grand master plan. He disguised himself using that weird, tribal, face-changing skill Fonte liked. He even chose his favorite regular merchant to run the deal, and the poor guy didn't have a single clue who he was dealing with. With everything ready, he quickly scribbled down the Philosopher's Stone formula. Of course, the main chunk was missing from the ruined tablet, but the trap was already set, and now he just had to wait. Time for the seeds to grow. The merchant sliced the rare inscription into 3 neat pieces, hyping them up as the legendary lost legacy of Tresus, the alchemist. Naturally, the real collectors went wild. Anyone who knew anything rushed to Kel's auction house. Even the 8 giant clans got a whiff of the rumors and started snooping around. By opening day, the entire venue was packed with players. Every single major bidder was in the crowd. On day one, Croy, the ultimate rich guy with connections everywhere, verified the artifact was absolutely legit. And guess what? Its actual worth was off the charts. That expert stamp of approval sent the hype into overdrive. Everyone wanted a piece. Before long, rumors of the legendary treasure leaked off the floor and spread like wildfire throughout the entire tower. Right in the middle of all this chaos, round 2 of the auction kicked off. The magic tower snatched the winning bid, greedy as ever. Meanwhile, the Summer Queen was having another terrible nightmare. She woke up screaming curses. Ever since that annoying jerk died, she couldn't escape the bad dreams. Her broken heart was literally turning her hair white, and she was rapidly running out of time. She blamed it all on that winged trash. But just as she was about to lose it, an urgent message popped up. Jackpot. They had finally tracked down the location of the legendary Philosopher's Stone. Sure, it was missing some parts, but the inner workings perfectly matched their data. The greedy magic tower bragged about it right after winning the auction, basically painting a target on their backs. The Queen's right-hand man insisted they steal the final piece by any means necessary. No rules, just results. When the final bidding day arrived, every single heavyweight in the tower showed up. Seriously, even the Summer Queen's adopted son made an appearance. The guy was supercharged with her actual dragon blood. Then, the host cleared his throat, and the bidding war officially started. Prince Express literally offered up a mythical elixir as his opening bid. The crowd lost their minds. That thing is legendary holy medicine that even top-tier high rankers would kill to obtain. It was the kind of treasure money literally couldn't buy, proving just how insane the Philosopher's Stone hype really was. Trembling with excitement, the auctioneer began reading out the outrageous offers. But the other whales refused to back down. Did this guy seriously think he was walking away with the prize that easily? He stood up with a smirk, declaring they weren't just taking one piece. They wanted the whole set. Just then, breaking news hit the previous buyers. The secured inscriptions were stolen. The entire room erupted in panic. Was this crazy bastard seriously declaring war on the entire magic tower? He just laughed like a cartoon villain. Finally, he had the key to cure his mother and make the Red Dragon Guild unstoppable. Little did he know, our guys were laughing too. They completely expected this. They had deliberately forged a fake, poisoned formula. Since dragons and demons are incredibly weak to this specific toxin, it was going to destroy them, and with her heart already failing, she was basically doomed. By the time the Summer Queen realizes she got scammed, she will already be fatally poisoned. Blinded by pure rage, she'll probably storm right over to the exact spot where the deal went down, which happened to be the witch's sanctuary during Walpurgis night. Brahm was honestly blown away by the scheme. He didn't think our guy had it in him, so now they had to move fast. Meanwhile, the Summer Queen was absolutely ecstatic, thinking she finally secured the legendary stone. You see, she wasn't just some leader, she was the absolute powerhouse, keeping the Red Dragon clan at the top. The whole tower feared them because she directly shared her ridiculous dragon authority with her followers. She was the core of the entire guild. But what happens when the core suddenly breaks down? Right on cue, a sudden, agonizing pain hit the queen. Her subordinates panicked, asking what was wrong. Meanwhile, our protagonist casually headed back to the floor of disaster to gather some old journal pages. The journal confirmed the auction house was indeed the real deal. With everything aligned, he used the stone to unleash some broken new skills and summoned his third, highly chaotic celestial spirit. It unleashed a swarm of terrifying monsters and malicious spirits that he ordered to scatter. He smirked, remembering Brahm calling him a villain. Hey, his methods might be a bit darker, but they worked. Everyone watched in absolute horror as the beasts began cannibalizing each other. Talk about a warm welcome. With the preparations done, a newly born low-class demon sniffed the air and smiled. But then, the system alerted him that every high demon on the 98th floor was completely furious. Undeterred, the summon politely introduced himself, thanked his new master, and swore eternal loyalty. Yeah, shut it. Our main character cut him off because nobody has time for endless yap. Meanwhile, Brahm was staring at this tiny ring, shocked it could actually cure a fatal illness. But wait, even Maris Caliburn of the Bloodland was asking about him. He was one of the Emperor's top 2 prized swords, demanding the truth about that day. But our boy Yeon-woo decided a little lie wouldn't hurt. See, he knew these players lived by a strict honor code, so he spun a wild tale about clashing with Elohim. He claimed Lao bravely told him to run while buying time, and just like that, they escaped while Lao died like a true, dramatic knight. Caliburn totally bought the lie and invited him back. Our guy could not refuse after his buddy's supreme sacrifice. Right then and there, Caliburn swore on Lao's memory that Yeon-woo was now an ally, guaranteed safety. Elohim was going to pay big time. Yeon-woo smiled at his successful manipulation, but the mood instantly died when they got home. Complete massacre. Everyone was dead. When asked what went down, the Bloody Duke ignored his own injuries and explained the crazy news. The Red Dragon had completely lost their minds. The magic tower, the merchants, and the officials had managed to anger the entire tower. With everyone now a threat, and hearing about Elohim's fate, he vowed to rebuild his army from scratch. Outside, they vowed to slaughter those Red Dragon and Elohim pests in the name of their emperor. And boom, Bloodland officially declared war, shattering the fragile peace they only kept because of their shared enemy, Arthea. Arriving at the scene, the place was an absolute dumpster fire. Yeon-woo summoned Boo to investigate the ruins. Watching this, Brahm asked where on earth he found that spirit. Because seriously, even for a legendary lich, this power growth was downright illegal. He must have been a superstar when he was alive, probably one of the 9 kings. But Yeon-woo was skeptical. Was Boo really on the Summer Queen's level back then? And why would a king end up as a simple soul? Suddenly, Boo projected the memories. On screen, terrified women screamed about escaping the prince. Those two matched Yeon-woo's memories perfectly. Ark and Margaret, the first witches born from the mother of witches herself. Boo immediately opened a portal straight to their secret hideout. And through it, he ordered everyone to dig up info on Ananta. Sure, it felt like a giant trap, and the creepy vibes triggered some bad memories. But they had to push forward into the endless night. Instantly, the system warned them about trespassing on private property, meaning a massive debuff was active. Walking through, Yeon-woo realized they were trapped in a heavy barrier of fear and hallucinations. The area was literally sucking their life force dry, though Brahm managed to buffer the drain. To survive, they quickly formed a party contract for immunity. Right then, Yeon-woo received 2 sudden quests. Mission 1, capture the Red Dragon, dead or alive, within 3 days. Mission 2, obliterate Walpurgis Night. There was no talking their way out of this, because the Summer Queen was not accepting apologies. Yeon-woo got the memo. The Bureau had finally intervened. With the Red Dragon retaliating with full force, everyone forgot about Walpurgis Night. But either way, Vieira Dune and her witch squad were totally cooked. That played right into their hands. But time was ticking, so they rushed through the ruined zone, keeping their eyes peeled. Suddenly, Yeon-woo spun around and realized his team had completely vanished. Spooky. Then, he heard Adora's voice. A relief, right? Wrong. Our brutal protagonist immediately decapitated her. His ghost companions complained that was way too extreme, but Yeon-woo knew this was just a fake. It was a doppelganger, a failed lab experiment. Summoning Shannon, he ordered her to bag it. Surprisingly, Shannon was flexing some insane new power, and her attitude had gotten way more chaotic too. The monster kept regenerating, but Shannon kept happily shredding it to pieces. Eventually, the fake broke and spilled all the secrets just to beg for a quick death, detailing the fortress's weak spots. He even gave up the tea on Walpurgis Night. The clone thought talking saved its life, but Yeon-woo never actually promised that. He simply tossed the liar to Sez for some future science experiments. Yep, zero mercy here. With the intel secured, he sent Rebecca to rescue their squad. She hesitated to leave him to fight solo, but he reassured her he had everything totally under control. After all, these witches were just glass cannon magic nerds, and he was far from weak. In a flash, he infiltrated the castle and held a blade to a witch's throat. She was utterly dumbfounded. Security was supposed to be foolproof. Yeon-woo tried to interrogate her, but she just told him to shut up and end it. Little did she know, he could literally read the memories of souls. Talk about a cheat code. 1/ later, he discovered Ananta was locked deep in the dungeon. That explained why she lost contact with her dad, and how Sess got captured by Vieira Dune. He needed to rescue her immediately. Meanwhile, the god of the bow was absolutely drenched in blood, narrowly escaping the terrifying One-Horn tribe. Their leader, the Martial King, was a complete beast. Honestly, that guy was a certified monster even among the 9 kings. But getting chased by a legend? Thrilling. For once, he felt that old raw danger from his days back on Earth. He still had a massive mountain to climb before he could finally see his sister. Just then, some flyers fluttered down from the sky. He grabbed one, finding that Walpurgis Night quest. Ruining Walpurgis Night sounded like a fun weekend project. Plus, he could hijack their entire setup. Accepting the quest, he prayed that mysterious masked guy would show up to play. Meanwhile, hundreds of witches unleashed a massive magic barrage, absolutely decimating the Red Dragon forces. The prince was losing his mind. How were these witches pulling off these ridiculous spam attacks? They had to be abusing some broken cheat item. Watching their lines crumble, a panicked commander reported they had lost a third of their army and needed to run. But the stubborn prince refused. No way. His mother's cure was inside that castle. Then, in the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield glitched. The prince had no clue what happened, but it was their golden opportunity. They had to beat them to the punch. Over at the Castle of Shadows, reports flooded in that their beast formation collapsed, and 5 major barriers were shattering. Only the deepest underworld shield remained. Some mysterious powerhouse was speed-running through their defenses, and they were dangerously close. They had to hold the line. She hoped their incomplete barrier could buy them just enough time. After all, they possessed a pure, genuine Philosopher's Stone, not those cheap knockoffs. Since every single witch had consumed a piece of it, they locked and loaded for a final stand. Suddenly, the thick stench of blood hit her nose from behind. Who was this intruder? She hadn't detected a single footprint. Spun around, expecting her witch squad, but they were already dead. She panicked, needing to warn her boss, but her power suddenly short-circuited. The stone was acting up. Yeon-woo smirked, knowing every single witch's stone was failing. That made 42 down. Talk about clean work. The Walpurgis Night Stone was too perfect, requiring 0 external mana. Boo exploited that exact trait, hijacking their energy loop to completely freeze their magic flow. Just like that, their legendary magic stones became useless pebbles, allowing our boys to breeze right into the castle. Meanwhile, the enemy headquarters kept getting spammed with emergency reports. Mercenaries were breaching the walls. The Traffler clan was pounding on the south gate, and a high ranker had joined the chat. Even worse, Elohim was camped right outside the north gate. Worse, the Martial King himself had just smashed through their main barrier with his entire tribe. Complete panic mode. Against a raid boss like him, their clan was officially game over. 0 hope left. They all stared anxiously as their mother stepped up to quiet the crowd. The real solution was cooking in the lab, an ultimate weapon to protect her helpless daughters. Yeon-woo appreciated Elohim doing the heavy lifting, but there was no way he was letting them steal his kill on Vieira. Sending Boo downstairs, he slipped into the lab and found her waiting. Cue the flashback of how they first met. His brother originally noticed her powerful spirit, sparking an unlikely friendship despite their totally opposite personalities. But years down the line, she was captured and brutally tortured to leak the location of Subject BX-71, the human dragon she stole. But she refused to speak. They were completely insane. She said to tell that absolute trash, Vieira Dune, that she would tear her to shreds one day. After saving her, Yeon-woo wondered what those monsters had tried to do. Her mind was practically gone. If Ananta was in this state, the other test subjects were probably dead. He quickly teleported Ananta to safety, realizing the kindest thing left was to destroy the remaining test subjects and set them free. Stepping out, Yeon-woo casually claimed he managed to swipe their entire magic library. Yes, he stole the library, the other Philosopher's Stone, and hundreds of witches were panicking because their vault was cleaned out. They frantically ask their leader if she is okay, but after seeing the destruction, she is in absolute disbelief. The essential materials to construct a vessel were gone, meaning they could no longer summon their mother. Still, she desperately orders them to prep a temporary backup vessel right away. She vows to personally hunt down and punish anyone daring to meddle in her glorious plans. Screaming at her useless minions, she orders them to find Ananta and the mysterious intruder, no matter what it takes. Spotting the magical traces, she realizes they look exactly like dragon magic, instantly reminding her of him. Suddenly, boom! A giant explosion erupts. Looking through the mask, she recognizes Yeon-woo right away. She always wanted to lead Walpurgis Night, leaving Archie behind. She believed her brother would understand her dark ambitions. Yet, she still poisoned Jong-woo, and even used his own little daughter as a lab rat. Honestly, talk about making the worst life choices. He wonders if she had a tragic past, or if she was just a fake from the start. Well, he does not care, and instantly slices her throat. Dune wakes up in a panic. Her followers ask why she suddenly jumped into this body. Turns out, she had a cheat code inherited from the mother, letting her upload her soul into another vessel. In short, she could switch bodies like clothes. She curses, screaming that there is no way that bastard is alive. She killed him, yet those eyes were definitely his. Shaking, she threatens her servants, demanding confirmation that she truly killed him. They swear they saw him die. She apologizes, claiming she just lost control. The moment her head was chopped off, her automated Philosopher's Stone had saved her. It was programmed to rescue her in extreme danger. She tells everyone to guard her, but then a cold voice asks where she thinks she is going. Suddenly, she is disoriented, wondering where she is. And then the slaughter begins again. Death after death, loop after loop. She desperately begs him to stop, but Yeon-woo cold shoulders her. He and Ananta suffered way more than she ever did. She has zero right to ask for mercy. Terrified, she screams, asking who he really is. Yeon-woo just chuckles. Since he never took off his mask, this was not even fun yet. He hopes she keeps reviving just so he can spawn kill her until her spirit literally evaporates. But then, a thick, murderous aura washes over him. Oh, interesting. That is some serious speed. The speed is way beyond typical high rankers. His senses are sharper than ever. Kindred suddenly appears, demanding to know where the dead Brahm is hiding. Yeon-woo is instantly on high alert. How did the Devil Army trace him? Did they hire a stalker? He needs to be super careful. They brag that they have been waiting for him. The heavenly demon commanded that Sesha must go with them. Kindred does not know why. He is just blindly following orders. But inside, Yeon-woo is laughing. What a joke. He stopped taking orders from that guy a long time ago. Kindred snaps, telling him to get moving. But our main character casually asks what happens if he refuses. That instantly triggers Kindred. How dare anyone resist the orders of the heavenly demon? Did he think he actually had a choice? Yeon-woo just grins and says yes, he does. Meanwhile, Dune is shaking in terror as her castle begins to collapse. What did our boy do? He smiles. This is only the beginning. Galliard says everything is ready. But what are they actually doing? Is not this magic supposed to cost an absolute fortune? Brahm tells him to relax. This is enough. The witches will never see this coming. The protective philosopher's stones are now literally turned into giant magic bombs. Meteor strike. Normally, this spell drains half the mana of a dragon's heart. Rankers, mercenaries, elite fighters, none of them matter when a literal natural disaster drops on their heads. Yeon-woo figures that after a blast this massive, Dune will not have a single body left for her to soul transfer into. He looks for her corpse, but a furious voice screams his name from behind. Someone actually survived. Yeon-woo is genuinely impressed. To survive, that was incredible. He did not expect him to make it, and now he is curious if he can do it again. Did he seriously think there was only one meteor? Boom! Another meteor strike descends right on his head. Wait, that was just a shadow body. The guy is insanely stubborn, but the mental shock of dying must have severely damaged his main body. Yeon-woo glances sideways and spots her. Honestly, she died too easily. She deserved a much slower, more painful end. He uses his devour skill and feeds her to Boo. Thanks to his black dagger, he copies her skills, though his dragon body rejects them, granting regeneration instead. He realizes this skill actually worked. It brings him one step closer to the absolute being, All for One. High rankers knew this broken ability as All for One's signature cheat code, immortality. It does not mean he is fully unkillable, but rather that he can auto-revive even if his head and soul are completely crushed. It is the power to return again and again. That is why no ranker has ever managed to scale that wall. Master this power, and you could easily surpass legends like the Summer Queen or the Martial King. Having looted everything, it is time to bounce. Just then, a hidden quest registers as completed. His reward? Genuine dragon blood. It is an extremely rare treasure. Since dragons are practically extinct in the tower, obtaining this is nearly impossible. He has no clue how to use this valuable blood yet. But there is no time to think, because a monstrous aura suddenly crushes the area. It is the furious Summer Queen, demanding her Philosopher's Stone. She demands he cough it up. Yeon-woo realizes finishing that quest was a massive blunder. It completely leaked his location to her. She points a finger right at him, recognizing her prey. He is the thief who ended Dune and stole her stone, and she wants blood. Yeon-woo knows one tiny slip-up means instant death. He calculates a 90% chance of dying, yet he is still ready to bet on that remaining 10. But then a hand heavily drops onto his shoulder. He breathes a massive sigh of relief. It is his master. The Dragon Queen barks at them to surrender the stone, but his master playfully acts clueless, trolls her, acting like he has no idea what she is talking about. Classic master behavior. The guy is casually standing his ground against a legendary dragon without batting an eye. Laughing at her rage, his master tells him that while he wanted to show off his greatness, Yeon-woo needs to escape first. Our main character just tells him not to hit her too hard, offering his thanks. Blocking her lethal blow, the master chuckles. He really jumped into a world-ending fight just to cover for one student. He is getting soft. After being burned by 2 former disciples, he swore off getting attached, but he just could not ignore those determined, bright eyes. Plus, a true master can never look weak in front of his student. As his overwhelming power erupts, the battle truly begins. The Red Dragon Guild members look on in absolute disbelief. Their legendary mother is actually being pushed back, but one greedy captain smiles, seeing a golden opportunity to rank up, and charges right into the fray. The princess curses him for acting like an idiot. But since he already made his move, the rest of them have to back him up. She believes not even the Martial King can survive a combined assault. But then, a massive bolt of lightning crashes down from above. A voice booms out, asking who dared to interrupt the king's battle. The princess's eyes widen. No way, Is that the legendary bloody philosopher? He stops, deeply touched that people still remember a dusty old man like him, but his voice turns cold as he warns them anyone who interferes in his king's battle will die. Witnessing this scene, the princess realizes she has no choice left. Activating her supreme power, she soars into the sky, promising to show him the true, terrifying might of the Red Dragon. And finally, we learn her name is Vid, the oldest of the 9 dragon children, orders her siblings to charge forward and transform. Screaming to protect their mother, they crack open massive portals to summon their massive beast army. Unlocking their forces, the Horn Tribe army suddenly emerges on the battlefield. The old martial king laughs, calling her foolish for trying hand-to-hand combat. But her opening strike leaves him completely speechless. He is stunned by her 100 fists technique. How could she possibly know his own clan's ultimate secret move? It makes no sense. After all, the martial king stands supreme. He rules physical combat while the Summer Queen rules magic. Did she create this girl just to counter him? He chuckles, guessing she must belong to the Horn Tribe after all. Demanding to know whose daughter she is, he threatens to beat the answers out of her. He mocks the Summer Queen's efforts, calling her creations highly flawed, pieced-together failures. He claims stitching puppets together has limits, making her path a total lie. As she tries to fight back, her dragon mother is suddenly blasted right through the air nearby. The martial king cracks a joke about the giant dragon needing a serious diet. While his men cheer, an insane aura of bloodlust explodes as she vows to slaughter them all. The martial king declares this battle will decide who gets to crush the annoying face of All for One. Observing from the shadows, Yeon-woo finds their sheer power absolutely mind-blowing. He knew they were beasts, but this is next level. Still, absolute power makes warriors careless about their blind spots. It brings back familiar memories of working with his old boss. Whispering a silent farewell to the martial king, he takes aim, but his vision suddenly flashes bright red. Disoriented, he scans his surroundings until he finally spots his target. Now the real clash begins. Clenching his fist, Yeon-woo claims this battlefield as his own. That giant dragon crippled his beloved brother, and she's going to pay in blood. A dark voice whispers to just go wild, but Yeon-woo ignores the temptation. He anticipated this lingering soul would act up. Searching his inventory, he pulls out the king's festival. Having selected a devil ingot, he approaches a nearby merchant. Disguising his voice, he gets immediately recognized and cursed out as the shady dealer who sold fake magical inscriptions. The bankrupt merchant yells, asking if he came to gloat after his expensive mercenaries failed the mission. Brushing off the insults, Yeon-woo suggests they talk business with Nocturne instead. After hearing about the quest, the merchant is stunned by the reward and begs for any task. Seizing the chance, Yeon-woo demands to purchase his entire inventory of items. He sweeps up the legendary dragon-slaying spears, hired assassins, and powerful relics. Gathering his loyal captains, Shannon firmly reminds him that he is the master who must lead them. Nodding, Yeon-woo apologizes and promises to never doubt himself again. His brother Jong-woo's spirit understands, paving the way for their ultimate declaration. Armed with deadly spirit arts, demon arts, and monster power, he prepares to fuse the souls directly into his magic. Sensing the massive shift, his mages prepare to unleash their spells as he powers up. Flooding his body with magic and aura, agonizing pain rips through his veins. The system screams, warnings that his physical vessel is actively collapsing from the extreme pressure. Fortunately, his regeneration skill fully activates, repairing the damage. Ready to fight, Yeon-woo coats his spear in toxic demonic venom to wipe out the surrounding pests. Terrified, the Horn Tribe orders an immediate retreat to escape his incoming lethal strike. Suddenly, a blinding light pierces the sky as a dragon screams out for his brother. The beast curses him, but Yeon-woo and his spirits strike simultaneously, keeping him pinned. Before they can finish him, a shadow creature bites the dragon and drags him away. Yeon-woo halts the pursuit, focusing entirely on reaching the Summer Queen. When a dragon sibling mentions lingering family affection, he cold-heartedly rejects it, promising a night of absolute bloodshed. Another seal on the queen's heart snaps. The martial king strikes immediately, though he feels highly disappointed. In his eyes, only All for One is a worthy opponent. Ashamed of his weak disciples, he tells her to run and dodge the incoming strike. Suddenly, Yeon-woo's chilling prophecy rings in her mind, warning her she would die completely alone. Refusing to break, she screams for them to bring it on, cursing the wings of heaven. Just as the martial king prepares for the kill, Yeon-woo steps in to block him. Intercepting the blow, he apologizes for interfering. With her final breath, the queen recognizes the wings of heaven, and so the tower's ultimate dragon finally crashes to the ground. Nobody can believe such a mighty legend has perished. Stricken with grief, the dragon princess unleashes her true horn, screaming curses and promising to slaughter the martial king. Puzzled by her horn, the martial king's confusion turns to rage as hundreds of portals open above. The Bloodland clan has arrived, prompting him to demand what they want. Mocking him as a pig, the gluttonous emperor of Bloodland steps forward to greet his old rival. Years ago, their rivalry peaked when the emperor tried devouring the Horn tribe. Back then, the martial king single-handedly wrecked his castle to stop him. Today, however, the emperor offers an alliance, revealing his disciple is actually a close ally of Yeon-woo. Pointing at Yeon-woo, the eccentric ruler suddenly blasts loud, festive music and transforms, urging everyone to party. He eagerly wonders if he can finally taste some legendary dragon meat. Although urged to flee, the princess is consumed by vengeance. As the enemy closes in, Yeon-woo raises his blade, absorbing the powerful soul of the fallen Summer Queen. Her spirit resists fiercely, causing his allies to warn him of the danger. Meanwhile, the martial king is absolutely furious that someone dared to steal his hard-earned kill. Realizing this is part of Yeon-woo's planned vengeance, the king lets it slide. They depart, leaving a chaotic aftermath behind where a worried merchant frets over a major setback. That marked the spectacular downfall of Walpurgis and the Summer Queen. Collecting his rewards, Yeon-woo secures a massive treasure vault, an ancient armory, and a priceless library of spells. He even gains ownership of the vast, empty domain of night. Despite needing to rebuild it completely from scratch, he successfully establishes his brand-new clan headquarters right there. Visiting the Horn tribe, his summon confirms all preparations are complete. Fed with countless witch souls, the creature has evolved rapidly, showing remarkably advanced intelligence and reasoning. The beast even requests a private laboratory, which turns out to be an incredible, high-tech facility. Recognizing its immense value, Yeon-woo walks over to inspect the progress they made. Thanking his team, he prepares to initiate the experiment. The moment the captive queen spots him, she lunges in pure fury, but Boo instantly binds her, completely ignoring her desperate screams. Cursing the wings of heaven, her eyes widen as he slowly removes his mask. He is not the man she expected, but his brother, Cha Yeon-woo, who plans his revenge. He promises to break her for what she did to his sibling. She mockingly laughs, believing she is safe, but Yeon-woo reveals he plans to harvest her body piece by piece. Describing exactly how her dragon parts will be harvested utterly destroys her resolve. Terrified, she begs for a quick death, promising to do absolutely anything in exchange for mercy. Yeon-woo demands to know why his brother was betrayed. Even with the detailed diary, he cannot comprehend their treachery, especially since his brother was as strong as the High Kings. Their clan should not have fallen so easily. What truly puzzles him is why the 9 kings suddenly united to destroy one man. Her brother had to be missing something. To escape death, she confesses everything is because of the Soul Stone. He possessed the Soul Stone of Lucifer, the legendary being known as the bringer of light to this world. He belonged to neither gods nor demons, just a wanderer. But 1,000 years ago, they ripped off his wings, and his fall triggered endless greed. With that stone, anyone could obtain godlike power effortlessly. When he demands its location, she claims she does not know. But Yeon-woo warns her to start playing smart. If she is useless, the deal is off. He hands her over to Boo. Terrorized, she repeats the same story she told Brahm, prompting him to bring out the main dish. He summons Virun. The moment they meet, pure hatred ignites. Knowing she is too stubborn to listen, Jung-woo lets Brahm step up first. He too has suffered immensely because of this woman. In his grip is Jung-woo's special elixir. Sun crafted it out of pure curiosity to see if a ghoul-type creature could feel pain. He was not sure, but wanted to test it. Hours of agonizing torment finally shatter her spirit. Screaming for mercy, she agrees to talk. Jung-woo immediately brings up their true target, the entity they call Mother. They wanted to resurrect Mother Earth, a primordial deity from the dawn of creation. Birun once held a direct connection, but those ties suddenly snapped, forcing them to summon her back. She shrieked that she confessed everything, begging for death. He remains chillingly calm, mimicking his brother's voice, while she desperately tries to justify the horrible things she did. Jung-woo reveals that his brother loved her until his very last breath. He never let her go, despite the betrayal. But now, he sees exactly how foolish that kid really was. She denies it all. He was just as mad as everyone else, always demanding more. He tried to seize everything, consumed by a hunger for power that made everyone utterly sick of him. Laughing, she sneers that his brother was just another selfish bastard. As she invokes a possession spell, her consciousness plunges into darkness. Dong-woo just sighs, asking if she is finished. Foolish girl, not even understanding the scope of his skills. He stabs her repeatedly, locking eyes, demanding to see her true form. She spits curses, and then, the shocking truth is revealed. They were siblings. Jung-woo stands frozen. Was that Mother Earth? He soon realizes that when he absorbed Viera, he had only managed to consume a tiny shred of her soul. Viera Dune had abandoned the lower world, ascending to become Mother Earth herself. Utilizing her completed Philosopher's Stone, she literally devoured the very deity she once pledged to serve. She carved out Jung-woo's dragon heart, fused it with the Soul Stone, and used endless mana to replicate her own soul data. She slowly consumed Mother Earth from the inside out, slipping in unnoticed like a digital virus. Jung-woo finally sees her grand design for ascension, a terrifying monster that devoured its own god, all by murdering the man who loved her. Yet, she claims she only descended to deliver a warning. Jung-woo reels as her voice suddenly splits into a million overlapping echoes. She insists she never wanted to get involved. She feels zero regrets. Since she is dead in this world, he should just drop his quest for vengeance. Jung-woo laughs. He deeply pities his brother for giving everything to her, sacrificing his body and heart. But to Viera Dune, his life was merely a stepping stone. Jung-woo warns her that he knows the power gap between them is absolutely massive now, greater than the Martial King himself. But she better wash her neck and wait, because he is coming for her head soon. This bold declaration throws the gods into an absolute frenzy. How dare a mortal speak to a deity like that? Yet, she accepts the challenge, doubting a human can ever ascend to her height, but promising she will be waiting. Brahm is stunned. The monster that stole his precious daughter is now a god. Turning to Jung-woo, he begs him to keep his vow, pledging his absolute support. Jung-woo solemnly shoulders the heavy burden. At that moment, he chose to believe in this mortal. Though his divinity was gone, a tiny spark of hope remained for a future where they could finally smile. Second life ranker. Alright, you and I are moving to the end of the season. Following the death of the Summer Queen, a brutal civil war broke out. 3 factions rose from the ashes. The White Dragon under the Spring Queen, Waltz. The Black Dragon under Tom. And the Green Dragon led by Hyeol Liso and Baharton. Floor 72 was plunged into absolute chaos. Each faction fought tooth and nail to devour the others. Seizing this golden opportunity, ambitious new rankers flooded in, establishing fresh clans to grab a piece of the pie. This ignited a lawless era where pure strength ruled. But while the tower burned, Jung-woo and his companions walked a different path. Utilizing key information, Anance was finally healed. Before long, she finally opened her eyes. But as Brahm walked through their hidden forest village, the little girl slipped from his arms and ran happily toward her mother. She suddenly froze, paralyzed by a chilling, distant stare. Jung-woo watched in utter confusion. It was heartbreaking they wanted Ananta to wake up, but something was terribly wrong. She did not recognize a single soul, her eyes wandering completely blankly. Drowning his frustration in alcohol, the main character wished he had acted sooner to save her in time. But the voice in his head protested without the ultimate foresight of All for One or the Three Norns, predicting this tragedy was impossible. The voice urged him to stop blaming himself. Yet, the crushing weight of loneliness and guilt remained. Right then, the siblings arrived, with Adora looking deeply concerned. Watching them, he realized he now had so much to lose. His niece, Ananta, Brahm, his loyal spirits, Shannon, Han, Rebecca, and Boo, alongside the siblings in Galliard. Swearing to become an unbreakable shield for them all, he made a decision. It was time to reveal the truth. Dante, buzzing with excitement, hoped he would finally remove his mask. But they completely froze when they recognized his true identity as Heavenwing. Later, Jung-woo finished recounting his devastating past. His chilling composure stood in stark contrast to Fante's explosive fury. Considering him a brother, Fante insisted they must take action. He demanded to speak to their father immediately. However, Adora silenced him with a sharp warning. If their father knew Yeon-woo's secret and stayed quiet, there was a reason. He wanted the boy to fly solo. But you and I know his next move is incredibly reckless. Asking them to be his wings, he warns of the immense danger ahead. Even their entire tribe would face peril. Yet Fante remained incredibly confident, swearing that he and his monstrously powerful sister would stand by his side no matter what. After all, he was destined to claim the leadership or crush anyone who tried. Adora took offense, sparking a hilarious sibling squabble, while Jung-woo watched with a grateful smile. But she had one crucial question: what was his next move? His answer? To build a clan. Striving to unify his body and blade as one, he expanded his sensory perception, channeling the overwhelming aura of the Martial King. His gaze shifts as a dark horn of shadow manifests, determined to master even a fraction of that absolute might. Suddenly, a wild crimson energy shatters like fragile glass, unleashing a massive shockwave that blows him backward. Yeon-woo crashes heavily into a blazing tree, coughing in frustration. Another failed attempt. Even after fusing his dragon physique, the Philosopher's Stone, and rapid regeneration, a combination that boosted his strength to a ridiculous degree, his body fell short. No matter how many times he scales this peak to unleash his techniques, he continuously slams headfirst into an insurmountable wall. With absolutely no path forward, he was stuck. Left with no other choice, Yeon-woo sat down to clear his mind. That's when Galliard showed up and asked why he looked so depressed. He was totally stuck, but you and I are about to see what really threw him off, was seeing the elf carrying a massive basket of fresh veggies. Turns out, Galliard was on a mission to convince his niece, Sesha, to eat healthy because she was completely obsessed with meat. Our main character instantly switched to chef mode, suggesting they make fake meat from beans, sharing a genius recipe so Sesha wouldn't tell the difference between mashed beans, a juicy steak. Hoping to get some help cooking, the elf happily agreed. Before long, the little dragon girl was devouring the feast, praising her uncle's chef skills over Galliard's terrible cooking, which straight up shattered the poor elf's pride. Yeon-woo warned him not to make it too often, or she'd catch on. After putting Sesha to sleep while Galliard did the dishes, the elf kept pushing him to talk about whatever was on his mind. Finally, Yeon-woo opened up, admitting his progress had stalled and he couldn't keep Laura's form stable. Galliard listened closely and led him out to the backyard. There, Galliard picked up a simple tree branch, took a stance, and told Yeon-woo to attack him. At first, our guy had no idea what he was doing, but when Galliard insisted they fight just like back in the tutorial, with zero skills or cheap tricks, he realized the elf wanted to teach him a lesson. Even though his power level was far below the legendary elf's, that supreme confidence left him completely baffled. Deciding to accept, he charged forward at full speed. But with one casual flick of the wrist, Galliard's branch moved so incredibly fast that it bypassed Yeon-woo's sword and whacked him right on the head, knocking him down instantly. Our main character lay there in total shock, staring up, unable to believe what had just happened. Not even with his dragon eyes or extrasensory perception could he react to a plain old twig. Calm as ever, Galliard simply offered a second round. Yeon-woo accepted immediately. Not about to lose to a stick, he locked his focus on the branch, reading every single vibration and calculating its path. He moved in, certain he could dodge the coming strike, or so he thought. Suddenly, a massive force struck him from behind, sending him flying. While spinning through the air, he desperately tried to figure out how he had failed, yet again. Seeing him prep for another round, Galliard warned him that the result would be identical. But Yeon-woo, determined to land a hit, unleashed his full power, only to get slammed down again, crushed effortlessly by a plain old branch. He was utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how, even with all his unlocked stats, he kept losing to someone who wasn't even using mana. Right then, Galliard pointed out his core weakness: awareness. Yeon-woo was still lost, so the elf explained that physically training your body to the limit is fine. But the real problem starts there. His skills weren't failing him, his imagination was. That's what his body was trying to tell him. It was all about the power to translate his inner thoughts and project them into the physical world. This true awareness works in two ways: extrasensory perception to sense his surroundings, and aura to reinforce and harden his blade. Right before his eyes, Galliard was using a simple branch to execute devastating wind slashes and lightning bursts. He was demonstrating so Yeon-woo could truly witness it. Seeing this, the main character slammed his fist into the ground, frustrated but enlightened. He had only cared about pure, raw power, completely ignoring basic awareness. Galliard offered a hand to pull him up, warning him that without mastering this, he would never control his true potential. Yeon-woo then recalled how his late brother always viewed him as his first mentor. Despite hating that title, nostalgia washed over him, remembering his brother Jong-woo, whom he had also trained back in the day, mostly by whacking him with sticks. Now, since Yeon-woo called him master, Galliard would give him some real lessons, just like he did with his sibling. Meanwhile, in a distant city, guards were chasing a mysterious figure lurking in the shadows, someone who remembered Yeon-woo's eyes, calm but capable of burning the world to ashes. It was the gaze of their former captain. They remembered the bloody war where their sister died in their arms. With the captain now inside the tower, they planned to take this perfect chance and finish what started in the war. Back at the training grounds, Yeon-woo kept practicing as Galliard explained how to unify mind and body, beginning with swift footwork, light steps, and a steady rhythm to compress space for explosive speed. It was a signature move of the ranker, all for own, which our guy already partially understood. Next, the elf demonstrated how to become lighter than air, heavier than lead, or so blindingly fast he left afterimages with absolute stealth. It was so flawless that Yeon-woo didn't even notice the elf vanish and reappear right beside him. This prompted our guy to grumble that it was all show and zero hands-on practice. Grinning, His new master handed him his first official assignment: run 1,000 laps around the village. Thanks to this bizarre training, he became the talk of the town. Everyone saw him as a weirdo, hopping around like a frog, his dignity completely dying while Galliard kept shouting orders at him. The scene quickly caught the attention of the horned siblings, who watched as Galliard threw nuts into the air, while Yeon-woo chased them down like a wild squirrel. Fonte cringed hard at the hilarious sight, while Adora thought he looked like a cute puppy. Yeon-woo, however, was too hyper-focused to care about his audience, eyes locked on his goal. Finally, it clicked. For his training, he had to turn his hypersensitive awareness inward to perfectly read the shifting environment outside. This awakened his mental energy, opening a pathway where spiritual power flowed, incredibly versatile, and the more it developed, the closer he would get to true spiritual enlightenment. Yeon-woo sprinted at full speed, realizing that through this brutal grind, his muscles had become rock-hard yet flexible, like rubber, allowing him to feel his entire body's cellular pulse vibrating in the air. Seeing this, Galliard decided Yeon-woo had finally mastered the absolute basics. Time to level up, and our protagonist was ready for what came next. His master pulled out a stick to train him. This time, their clashes were so incredibly violent that the air itself shook, leaving the watching horned siblings completely stunned. Idora looked a bit concerned, but Fonte was the one left genuinely shaken by the massive gap in their power. Later, as he wandered through the village, he couldn't stop thinking about when Yeon-woo had asked them to become his wings. Back then, our hero had spoken with absolute conviction. But now, Fonte had to admit the gap was widening. Since meeting such a genius, he'd been lying to himself, masking how inferior Yeon-woo truly made him feel. Still, he refused to spend his entire life chasing someone's shadow. Gathering up every ounce of courage, he stormed into the governor's office where the bloody philosopher was waiting. Without wasting a single breath, Fonte demanded to learn Blood Thunder. The old man scoffed, doubting the boy even understood what he was asking for, though Fonte knew it originated from the brain demon, a formless art perfected by the bloody philosopher himself. Cruelly, the old man remarked that Fonte was incredibly weak compared to actual genius-level players. He tore his pride down even further, saying people only called him a future king because of his legendary father and sister, and now he had the nerve to seek out a master whom even demonic forces avoided, the author of ancient scriptures, the giant who had shaped his father, the martial king. The philosopher couldn't see how someone so weak and naive could survive his crimson blood training. Fonte's pride cracked, but he forced down his fury. The philosopher assumed he would back down, but with a deep, respectful bow, the boy begged for just one shot. This caught the old man completely off guard, expecting Fonte to snap. He knew that all of the boy's reckless behavior stemmed from his impatience, his ultimate downfall when practicing blood arts. Yet, seeing him stand tall without flinching, the master decided to grant him a single chance. Now, you and I are about to see if Fonte is truly worthy. The boy's eyes lit up, though he had zero clue what to do. Annoyed, the old man told him to figure it out himself and threw him out of the... So, Yeon-woo is just chilling on the library floor when Adora shows up to say goodbye. She gets Ith is climbing the tower too. Different paths, same goal. Romantic, right? He tells him to stay safe and walks away. Then Galliard drops some news. Fonte just locked himself in the sealed training room, a tiny box where they literally mail you food. You cannot open it from the inside. Meanwhile, Idora left nothing but a note to climb the tower. Now Yeon-woo is feeling the pressure to get stronger before his juniors overtake him. And so, our trio begins their quiet grind. Time skips a bit, and Yeon-woo gains total control over his body. He masters flash steps and learns some legendary windpath techniques, created by a lonely dark elf who literally merged with the breeze. Yeon-woo also unlocks Storm Eyes, letting him manipulate air currents to land absolute critical hits. Time for a quick test run. He visualizes the wind, gathers it into a glowing energy orb, and poof, it vanishes. Even he is shocked by this crazy power, and his master is honestly just as amazed, calling it an absolutely insane achievement for a human. Now, it is training time. Yeon-woo takes a stance, trying to maintain his balance while channeling raw energy straight into his sword. He coats it in aura, but the energy just shatters. Epic fail. Frustrated, Yeon-woo remembers seeking advice from the martial king months ago when he hit a massive wall. The king just told him this was not his path. Super helpful, right? But now, our main character finally gets it. The 8 trigrams and martial extremes were never meant for him. With total body control, he accepts his sword skills have hit a ceiling. Galliard tries to comfort him, saying there is no rush and he should go greet their new village guest, assuming Yeon-woo already knows who it is. Meanwhile, a poor merchant is sweating bullets as the tribe inspects his goods. He remembers these scary villagers all too well, like the guy who decapitates monsters for fun, or the one who literally eats dragons. But there is one calm-looking woman who terrifies him more than anyone else. She once piled up a mountain of corpses, starting a tribe contest of who could build the tallest body tower. The merchant is shaking, and then the martial king arrives. Just a giant hand on his shoulder makes him see his life flash before his eyes. The king is just trying to be friendly, but mentioning Frisia instantly kills the merchant's fear. Thankfully, nothing bad happens, and the merchant packs up, but Yeon-woo stops him, asking about his meeting with the big bosses. The merchant explains a physical meeting was impossible. Instead, he hands over a portal orb to connect with the top elite of the business world. In a flash of light, Yeon-woo is teleported to a gorgeous, polished dreamscape. It looks exactly like a refined version of Bra's imaginary world. Feeling the crystal's power, he finally realizes the insane global reach of the secret organization known as the Table. Suddenly, a hooded woman rides in on a giant white wolf. The merchant trembles, bowing to Lady Frisia. He never expected the big boss herself to show up in person. Yeon-woo is just as shocked. As their eyes meet, the tension between these two masked players is electric. He remembers her sponsoring his brother's guild back in the day. It was the first time his brother's rising guild met the Table. They offered massive support for free, which naturally made his brother highly suspicious. The motive was always a mystery. Yeon-woo gets it now. Frisia has a very specific pattern. She only shows up for people she deems worthy of becoming kings. So, she sees his brother's potential in him. She asks what he wants, and Yeon-woo gets straight to the point. He is planning to start a clan, and since the Table sponsors clans, he wants a piece of that action. She reads him instantly. He wants backing, but plenty of people get rejected. Taking that as a no, Yeon-woo literally just turns around and walks away. The merchants are panicking, thinking the deal is dead. Frisia assumes he is just playing hard to get to make her chase him, but she knows he is way too smart for such a basic trick. She asks for a quick chat, and he agrees. Frisia leads with a golden question: why does he even need sponsors when he literally stole all of the Summer Queen's treasure? Yeon-woo calmly replies that the money is already gone. She is baffled. The intelligence report said he secured the fortune. Yes, he did, but he already spent every single penny. It was a massive fortune that could fund a top guild for years. Yet he spent it all building dungeons, restoring outer realms, upgrading labs, and setting up massive workshops. Frisia is speechless. He blew a major clan's annual budget in days. He even liquidated everything through Atran, who is still recovering from the shock of selling all that high-end loot. None of it was easy to move. Frisia just smiles, realizing our resident hoarder is also a legendary spender. As she waits for his loan request, Yeon-woo is aiming high, because he knows he will burn through it instantly. Amused, she lets Atran handle the paperwork, but first, she delivers a warning. She never, ever loses money on a deal. If he defaults, things will get incredibly ugly. To Yeon-woo, she is the ultimate high-class loan shark. With the deal set, she bids him farewell, and Atran bows respectfully. Armed with fresh cash, our main character is ready to climb the tower again. But first, he has a date with the Summer Queen. Little does he know, a sneaky snake is watching, serving as the spy eyes for a very amused Hermes. He is lounging with Athena, who is actually worried sick about Yeon-woo. Quite a rare sight for a goddess who normally keeps cool, especially after her annoying uncle decided to meddle. Hermes, though, is just eating popcorn. He saw how Yeon-woo humiliated Ares, and figures Poseidon is about to get clapped next. He is just here for the drama. Athena hates his attitude, but Hermes reminds her they are powerless to interfere directly anyway. Plus, the system is clearly playing favorites with Apollo. Still, he is shocked his sister cares this much about a mortal who is not even her apostle. Meanwhile, plenty of other gods and demons are starting to eye him, too. Yeon-woo travels deep into the dungeon, where a massive army of spirits lines the corridors to salute him. Walking past his spooky honor guard, he finally meets up with Boo. The undead summon is riding a demonic horse, surrounded by a massive spirit guard. Yeon-woo finds the whole setup incredibly extra. Golems, zombies, and specters, all saluting like loyal soldiers. He tells Boo to dismiss the parade and asks for the Bone Dragon report. Boo leads him to a massive sculpture crafted from the dragon's bones, meticulously put back together. Right next to it is the Summer Queen, looking completely hollow. She slowly looks up at Yeon-woo, whose smirk asks if she enjoyed watching her own corpse get reassembled. She smiles, knowing her end is here. Our main character announces it is time for a lesser dragon to devour a supreme one. She accepts it, reflecting on her lifelong quest for ultimate power, ready to finally find peace. She finally understands what it means to step out of the shadows, which is exactly what Yeon-woo's brother wanted for her. A shame she only realized it today. Instead of when the boy first asked her years ago, She pictures his warm smile, but looking at his brother's cold face delivering her end, she can only laugh at the irony. And just like that, Yeon-woo absorbs the Summer Queen's flame essence. A massive wave of energy surges through his body, searching for a host, before a blinding light erupts right before him. The energy goes wild, threatening to blow, but stabilizes at the final second. Yeon-woo opens his eyes to Boo's voice, congratulating him on successfully consuming the legendary Dragon Queen's soul. He gets this fancy title, Master of Souls, plus a major spiritual upgrade, but honestly, he feels exactly the same. Time to inspect his brain space, that weird dreamlike zone, where that annoying wall is still blocking his path. And since his soul dove so deep, those creepy hidden stalker eyes aren't even trying to hide anymore. A few of them look at him with warm affection, while others are just pure salt. Honestly, he wants them all to stop staring. With that settled, Brahm stays to watch the lab, wishing him luck and hoping Seong-woo finally starts recruiting for his clan while climbing. You know, grab some actually useful teammates. Our main character says his goodbyes, promises to return, and steps right through the portal. Reaching the 26th floor, he gets dropped at the Wall of Lamentation, a freezing wasteland with a massive fortress. Instantly, he realizes he is stuck in a tedious Guardian mission. The local guards are giving him major attitude too. His spirits are basically telling him to ignore these losers and solo everything. But Xiaomu actually reads the fine print. He must protect the wall, which has held back sky monsters for decades. Except this is not your typical monster wave. We are talking millions of angry beasts. Our guy needs a serious freeze strategy to protect Ra's tears because he knows he can't do it completely alone. Looking at his teammates' sour faces though, teamwork is a joke. Cha Yeon-woo stares into the abyss, remembering this is the legendary war zone of Ra and the night demon Apos. He sends frozen freaks that literally feel zero pain, even when shredded. That is why going deep is absolute suicide, even for the high rankers. There are only two ways to beat this stage. Option 1, defend Ra's tears for a whole month against brutal midnight raids, but that is painfully slow, tedious, and supplies are practically non-existent, which usually forces players to backstab each other. He needs buddies, but his spirits confirm everyone here is a hater. Fine, no teamwork it is. And since he has zero patience to deal with whiny players and frozen monsters, he picks Plan B. When the other rankers try to confront him for hogging all the loot, he casually tells them to hold the base while he grabs the real supplies. Holding a stone, he leaps right off the giant wall, diving down while remembering the secret exit route. Steal the fang of Apus right from the heart of the monster swarm. Spreading his fiery wings, he glides straight into the blizzard, fully knowing this route is basically nightmare mode. Time to summon Shinen and Hanova. Together, they are going to wake these monsters up way early. Suddenly, the wall begins to tremble, leaving the guards completely clueless. In the distance, a massive icy horde rises, and Leon Hart must tear a path right through them. He glows like a mini-sun right in the center of that endless swarm, channeling the Summer Queen's fire straight into his vampiric dagger. The blade spills out bloody rivers, before dragon and sacred power restore it to its true form. Now, the holy sword boosts Leon Hart's life force like crazy. The more enemies he fights, and the tougher they get, the stronger the blade becomes. It even triggers blessing diffusion, sending holy shockwaves to nearby targets with every single strike. To make things even better, the hero's yielding spirit summons ancient heroic souls if he is angry or determined enough. It is a massive buff that purifies dark energy, though his pesky curse still needs another full day to completely vanish. Regardless, he activates it, unleashing a devastating Ignis wave that melts these monsters into soup. He wants this battlefield absolutely scorched, though one of his spirits actually fears he will get roasted too. But Leon Hart remembers his harsh training and realizes he should not just resist the fire. He needs to become the fire. He drops right into the massive monster army like a human meteor, swinging his blade like a maniac. Oddly, with each swing, the flames start to quiet down. By his 100th swing, his strikes barely make a breeze. Still, he pushes forward on sheer willpower alone. As this savage fight keeps dragging on, his aura turns pitch black, darker than the deepest abyss. Suddenly, a black flame sparks, allowing him to instantly delete the monster commander. Our guy gets showered in system achievements after finally trusting his gut, unlocking a brand new skill built on deep understanding and release. This evolves his classic Thunderfire skill into an absolute weapon of mass destruction, easily shattering any barriers in his way. Armed with this power, he keeps tearing through monsters, transforming the battlefield into a massive outdoor barbecue. This nightmare fuel actually catches Azrael's eye, scoring him a divine blessing, which Agaras absolutely hates. Meanwhile, many other cosmic gods and demons are tuning in, labeling him a terrifying harbinger of doom. Yet, right in the middle of this chaos, his spirits complain that he's enjoying the slaughter too much. He totally denies it, even though they have a point, as he speedruns the icy fortress right to Apus's lair. A giant serpent there is shocked he made it, and dares to stand before it while looking completely exhausted. The snake assumes he's an easy snack and sends its extra heads to eat him. Our hero admits these guys are tough, and Apus's presence is pretty insane. But honestly, he is still unimpressed. He blinks right in front of the beast's nose, popping his territory declaration, dragon form, and awakening stage 3, plus the goddess's stigma. This crazy cocktail of buffs triggers a massive blast, turning the whole arena into a burning hell. Boom, fight's over. He can leave, but one of his spirits reminds him to grab Apus's fangs, which are rare high-tier loot. He forgot, but figures they probably survived his massive nuke. So he turns around with his ghostly crew, who already know their master is completely unhinged, but definitely did not expect him to yeet one of them directly into the raging fire. The poor spirit crawls out holding the charred fangs. The real reward of this, floor, plus a mystical liquid meant to defend the fort, even if it's heavily damaged. The spirit is fuming about being abused as a heat shield, but our protagonist literally just asks, "Did you die?" Then he completely ignores him, mixing Ra's nectar with Apus's venom to make a divine demon cocktail. Now he faces a choice between holy and dark powers. It is the same dilemma his brother had. Back then, he gave the holy energy to Aether, who immediately stabbed him in the back. Tired of his brother's soft-hearted mistakes, Yeon-woo already knows what he is going to do: snatch both powers. This chaotic mix awakens the divine seed Brahm gifted him, even though it is currently super weak. Next, he is teleported straight to the 27th floor lobby, the pavilion of the River of the Dead. Unusually, this safe zone sits at the start instead of the finish. That is because this stage is not just one trial in one world, but a chain of connected quests across multiple floors. Basically, he needs a flawless run from floors 27 to 29 to unlock the final boss on floor 30. He thinks it feels exactly like the old tutorial days, where finding the entrance was the main goal. So he steps inside. He instantly spots a crowd gathered near some half-sunken wooden boats. Then, the system pops up with the quest: become another soul. He must cross the toxic river of the dead to reach the afterlife in 48 days. Fail, and he is stuck as a wandering ghost forever. The first hurdle is crossing this river, which is so incredibly toxic that normal wood instantly melts. Because of that, everyone is forced to hire Charon, a sketchy trader famous for building boats, paying him crazy amounts of materials. Too bad his work is pure RNG, meaning tons of players have drowned for trusting him. Right on cue, Sharon appears as soon as our protagonist steps onto the floor, offering a ride for a hefty fee. Kim-yu chooses blackmail instead, threatening to report his illegal scams to the admins, using that as leverage to squeeze free info without spending a single dime. Once the scammer runs off, Kim-yu hunts for materials, targeting the island's tough trees. But before that, he bumps into two dudes who already know his reputation: a giant named Hector and a tiny guy named, wait for it, Ibrahimovic. Cha Yeon-woo has zero clues why they act like A-list celebrities. These jokers proudly claim they are part of the fantasy regiment. He has literally never heard of them, but figures things shifted after the fall of Blue Sword and the split of the massive Red Dragon lot. Now, All for One rules supreme, followed by major factions like White Dragon, Demonism, and Bloodland. This massive shift opened up a golden opportunity for some sneaky new factions to climb the ranks. Enter the Fantasy Regiment, a giant coalition sweeping through the lower floors like they own the place. But honestly, our main character sees right through their hype.